Chapter 1. Rainy Season. In an instant, gloomy black clouds enveloped the sunny sky. The slum dwellers doing their daily activities immediately went back to their houses in fear as rain started pouring down heavily. Rainwater began to accumulate and spread rapidly in the streets of the slums, immersing the poor houses to their limit. The drainage system that had been unrepaired for ages was not doing its job as the entire outer wall of the slums became a vast expanse of rainwater. In the Maishan orphanage. Near the door, a woman in her 30s led a dozen children ranging from 7 to 11 years old to carry sandbags that had been prepared, stacking them on top of the threshold in hope of blocking the raging floods. "Dean, come over to help." "It's useless to call him, he's a fool." "Really?" A few sweating boys, exhausted from holding sandbags, saw a little boy standing quietly not far from the window. Even though they were angry, they knew it was useless. They could only bite their tongues and continue handing sandbags to be sent to the door. The little boy looked 7 or 8 years old. His thin, but tall frame made him look more similar to an 11-year-old. The most conspicuous detail was his color. He was very white, maybe even a bit morbidly pale. His skin color caused the other children to envy him, as everyone else was dark due to exposure to the bright sunlight. Dudian sighed in his heart. Although he had left the cold storage for more than 3 months, his body had yet to recover enough to lift anything. It was exceedingly difficult for him to stand, let alone carry sandbags to block the rain. However, such a situation could be regarded as fortunate. After all, the Institute had just made the very first freezer when the disaster spread to China. As there was nowhere enough time for an experimental change, nobody knew about this type of failure. It was already a miracle that he was able to sleep in the freezer for 300 years. Nevertheless, he did not feel happy. He survived, but his parents and sister stayed down and had to face the terrible disaster. Even if they had been miraculously lucky and survived, they would have long been buried in the dust after 300 years. In this vast, new world, he no longer had loved ones. He would have to face this new world alone. Although he grieved, he did not despair because he knew his parents had given him a second chance at life. He would not allow himself to go down easily. He would not just live well and get by, but also do what it takes to make his deceased family proud. Fortunately, God finally sheltered the human race. When Dudian had just climbed out from cold storage, the first thought that came to mind was that he was the only person alive on the earth. Only when he walked out of the garbage dump of the cold storage warehouse did he find that humans were not yet extinct. Only a few people seemed to have survived the disaster, but the human population had grown to a decent size after 300 years of development. Unfortunately, technology and civilization had long been destroyed by the disaster. Dudian could not find a trace of any symbol of the old era of science and technology. The loss of knowledge about the electric power added difficulties to basic life. The storm outside the window gradually came to a stop as Dudian was lost in his thoughts. All the people in the house felt relief as they watched the water level behind the sandbags dropping. Exhaustion seeped into them as if they had just experienced an everlasting battle. The middle-aged woman raised her head to observe the dark clouds gradually scatter to reveal a sunny sky and said, "Get ready to go to the cafeteria for dinner." The children's eyes lit up as soon as they heard the word eat. Their previous fatigue was instantly swept away as they scurried back to the room, put on their waxgrass shoes, and lined up in an orderly manner. "Dean, get ready to eat." At this time, a voice called out to Dudian. The voice came to him from a 7-year-old boy. He patted Dudian's shoulder and pointed in the direction of the canteen. Dudian remembered this boy named Barton. Barton was one of the few children in the orphanage that was well-intentioned. As the language had changed in the past 300 years, Dudian did not understand it and stood silent from the time that he entered the orphanage, causing everyone to think that he was retarded or had brain problems. So naturally, he was placed into the group of the deformed children with Barton. The children at the orphanage were generally divided into two factions. The first were those abandoned by their parents. The second were those who were abandoned by their parents due to physical deformities. Dudian nodded and followed Barton to the lines by the column. Just as Barton was about to tell Dudian to first put on the grass sandals, he inadvertently looked down. Seeing that Dudian had long been wearing a light green pair of sandals, he could not help but feel stupid. Plastic had yet to be invented in this world. Waxgrass shoes and clothes became the most common form of rain gear. This natural variation of grass that could be found everywhere had a fine convex layer of wax that effectively blocked radiation rain and thus became an essential household item. Everyone carefully walked alongside the threshold before the narrow half-meter-high stone-paved trail. Although the rainwater only came up to their ankles, even the strongest of them would inevitably become seriously ill if they fell into the water. Because of the limited seating available, the best seats in the cafeteria were immediately seized by those healthy children. Dudian, Barton, and the rest of the deformed kids had long ago become accustomed to their tables in the back corner made from several stacked stoner. I heard that a doctor and construction worker have come this time for the adoptions. Aunt Di said to seize this opportunity and put on a good performance. It would be awesome if you could be adopted by a doctor. I would rather be adopted by the construction worker. There might be a chance to climb the giant wall of Sylvia and see the outside world. Barton and several other children whispered and chatted. None of these children looked normal. Some were missing an ear while others had scarring on half of their faces. Dudian's eyes flashed as he heard their words, but he kept silent. Unfortunately, Dean's brain is no good. Otherwise he would definitely be selected by those people with that kind of appearance and body. Barton sighed suddenly as he looked at Dudian with regret in his eyes. The other children looked at the unresponsive Dudian, all shaking their head. Other children also looked at the unresponsive Dudian but just shook their heads. Long ago they agreed that no matter who got adopted, they would do their best to come back and help the rest of the children. On the surface, Dudian was no double the most promising candidate to be adopted, but his chances were very low with that type of brain problem. His situation was even worse than the deformed kids, such as the one with a face full of lumps. Although they might look scary, they were at least physically and mentally able enough to find a job in the future. At this time, Lang Han, a thin child seated close by, heard Barton's words and contemptuously said, "They are a bunch of mutilated things, yet they still want the opportunity to be adopted." His words immediately attracted the attention of others. Disdain and disgust filled their eyes as they fell on Dudian, Barton, and the others. Relative to the deformed children, they are physically sound but abandoned people. Dudian did not say anything as he quietly glanced at these people. Although he is still a child, his heart was much harder than most adults. Mo Yang's eyes gazed at Dudian. Look at this fool. He won't understand even if you call him. No wonder he was abandoned. A fool. You wanted to be adopted? Why don't you just immediately wait until you turn 13 years old and they throw you into the mine as manual labor? These children did not attempt to hide their contempt and disgust. Instead, it was a form of pleasure for them. As the food was given out, the middle-aged woman lightly shouted, "Quiet down. Do you not want to eat?" Hearing this, the arrogance on their faces quickly took on looks of innocence as if nothing happened. The next day, silver-gray clouds gradually stretched out to let the sun spill down onto the slums. In the rainy season, this type of good weather was rare. Today was also the long-awaited big day for the children of Maishan Orphanage, Adoption Day. All of the families booked in advance for the chance to come to the orphanage on this day and pick a child. Although it was early in the morning, Dudian still got up on time. This world may no longer have alarm clocks, but his biological clock had never been wrong. After getting up, he quickly cleaned up his bedding and washed his face with simple filtered well water. As he picked up his clothes by the pillow to get dressed, he suddenly found a purple handkerchief within the cloth. Dudian was startled and could not help but think of that cold night when he was led to the orphanage by a little girl. Unfortunately, the sky was too dark to see each other's appearances. In the past 3 months, he learned that only those in the upper reach of the outer wall were able to afford this type of fine cloth. The handkerchief was left to wipe the dirt off his face. Dudian put the handkerchief away and left for the open space outside the orphanage. Although the only parents in his mind were his biological ones, he wanted to get adopted as soon as possible. If he reached the age of 13 without getting adopted, the orphanage would give up on taking care of him and send him to the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce to be used as permanent free labor. Manhwa Chamber of Commerce is the controlling body of the mine. As free labor, he would be forced to work until he died of exhaustion or old age. He would never again have the opportunity to see the light of day. On the same day, all the children of the orphanage washed themselves, dressed in their nicest clothes, and were neatly put in a line. Nobody would bear to be near you if you were covered in a bad odor. This is what the ant controlling the orphanage told them. As all the children stood in line, the adults walked up and observed the children who they might potentially adopt as their own under the care of Diana and the other orphanage workers. Under the guidance of Aunt Diana, the children and workers knew not to speak of the deformities. Wu Yulio's eyes were full of innocence, desire, and hope as they welcomed the grown-ups. Her eyes were so teary that some of the adults could not help but feel sad or bear to not choose her. Soon, the thin and tall Dudian became the focus of all the adults' attention. His skin, as pale as snow, was too eye-catching. His temperament differed vastly from the surrounding children. This child had a very calm and extravagant aura surrounding him. The adults were surprised as they did not expect an orphanage in the slums to have such a good seedling. For a time, many of their hearts were wavering. Chapter 2. Manhwa. I would like to thank Lensendari for doing an awesome job by editing the second chapter. The other children were sensitive to this change. An 8 or 9-year-old petite little girl immediately said, "He is Dean. His brain is always in a daze and he cannot speak. Please do not take offense." She was young, but the brutal living environment forced her to quickly mature into a clever and crafty individual. She did not show a hint of jealousy, only pointing out Dudian's defect as if helping. In a sense, it was the smartest move for her. Yeah. Uncle and aunts, he really can't talk. The other children quickly echoed her response. Barton and the several deformed children living with Dudian were shocked upon hearing the little girl's words. No one expected her to say such a thing. An ugly look flashed across Barton's face upon hearing the other normal children point out Dudian's defect. Nonetheless, he would not dare speak up for Dudian for fear of leaving a bad impression on the aunts and uncles. Dudian also glanced at the little girl. He was slightly surprised in his heart. She left a very positive impression on him during his past 3 months in the orphanage. She was one of the few in the normal children faction that seemed to possess a good character and a kind heart. Out of all of them, this girl in particular was very gentle. Even Barton and the other deformed children showered her with mouthfuls of praise in private. Because Dudian originally had a good impression of her, he remembered that her name seemed to be Lisa? Sure enough, he understood that he was still too naive. At this time, as if enlightened by Lisa's words, the eyes of the adults revealed a trace of understanding. With such a figure and skin so clean and delicate, who could bear to abandon such a child? Many of them looked at Durian with pity. Lisa and the rest of the children were relieved upon seeing the adults' reactions. Aunts and uncles. Without any warning, a tender voice sounded from the crowd. The voice caused both the children and the grown-ups to be surprised. Suddenly, all the children's mouths gaped as if they had just seen a ghost. Those words were spoken by Dudian. These 3 months in the orphanage, Dudian stayed silent every day in order to listen and observe, learning simple words and pronunciations. Pronunciation in language class was mandatory even in this old and rusty orphanage due to the many children who were not even 1 year old. Although he did not join in their conversations, he learned much by eavesdropping. The people around him assumed he was just dumb. They would even attempt to communicate with him using hand signals and gestures. Nobody took the initiative to find him for a chat, so he simply did not bother to speak to anyone, happily silent. "I do not have any problems," Durian said quietly in an immature voice. He did not directly accuse Lisa of lying in order to get revenge. There was no need to be so superfluous. The adults, who were a little surprised, seemed to understand something as they pointed wistful gazes to Lisa. Unexpectedly, they found similarly surprised looks on the faces of the children and staff. For a time, many of the adults frowned. One of the sturdy, middle-aged men said, "Look at their faces. It seems none of them knew you could speak. Can you tell me why you would want to hide that?" One of the taboos of adoption was a lack of sense of security with a child. Nobody would want to adopt a child whose mind was filled with crafty thoughts and unwilling cleverness. Dudian knew that he finally had the attention of these people and calmly said, "I did not deliberately hide anything, but my character is naturally introverted. I did not speak, so they labeled me as dumb." Hearing his words, the coldness in their eyes gradually melted. They understood that most orphans in such circumstances would develop an introverted personality. Even if you are introverted, your voice is not quiet. "Nobody ever heard you say a word?" A woman in the crowd questioned with a suspicious look on her face. Aunt Di interrupted without giving Dudian a chance to respond. "In this child's case, he loves to clean. We specifically assigned him to a separate room. There was no chance for him to communicate with the other children." Hearing these words, Barton and the other children were all slightly confused. They could not figure out why Aunt Di would lie. There was no orphanage where a child enjoyed a room to himself. Dudian immediately understood. In this point, today's orphanages and the orphanages of his past were similar. They would cover up the flaws of the children as much as possible in order to increase their chances of being adopted. If these adults knew that Dudian was admitted only 3 months ago, no one would be willing to adopt him even if he was in perfect condition. Every 7-year-old child would have memories and would certainly remember their biological parents. Nobody could guarantee that he would not leave to find his real parents once he became an adult. Understanding things to this point, Dudian's mind slightly sank as he noticed Lisa and the other children of the normal faction seemingly ready to speak out at any time. Aunt Di also noticed this and severely glared at Lisa and the few children that were ready to speak, terrifying them into silence. In this orphanage, Aunt Di controlled their life and death. As long as she got involved, their chances of being adopted could turn to 0. Dudian knew he had no special charisma. The reason Aunt Di helped him was so that he would be adopted and be one less expense for the orphanage. "So that's the way it is," the fat woman looked at Dudian's pale, snow-white skin with a sympathetic and puzzled face. "Son, I will pick you up and you will be my child." At her words, Barton and several other children were pleasantly surprised. They looked so happy, as if it was them that were getting adopted. As Dudian heard this, he looked at the fat woman's face and hands. He noticed her rough fingers and could not help but frown slightly. Just as he was about to refuse, another person suddenly laughed. "I find this child quite pleasing to the eye. I think, with my status, I would be more suitable to be this child's parent." Everyone looked at this mediocre middle-aged man and the faint smile on his face. The fat-faced woman frowned and spoke in a cold voice. "I'd like to hear who you are, big man." The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "I am just a small family gardener for the Mel family." The children did not show much of a reaction, but the surrounding people could not help but change color as they whispered. "Mel family? Is it that Mel family? Aside from the Mel family, which other Mel needs a gardener?" For a time, all eyes were focused on the middle-aged man with a tinge of awe. The fat woman immediately paled, bowing her head in silence. "How about it, boy?" The middle-aged man was very satisfied with the response and smiled at Dudian as he asked. With this, Lisa and the other children started to pick up on the clues. One by one, intense gazes of jealousy and envy were directed at Dudian. To be adopted with such good conditions, how could they not be jealous? Dudian frowned slightly. After thinking a little, he shook his head and responded. "I am sorry, uncle. Thank you for considering me, but I hope that my parents could be doctors so that there is sense of security." He was refused. The middle-aged man was immediately stunned. He did not think Dudian would refuse. He visited a lot of orphanages looking for children. Those children would become excited as soon as it was mentioned that they were being adopted by the Mel family gardener. None were able to stay as calm as Dudian or speak in such an orderly manner. Soon, the man woke up from his trance. Dudian, of course, also picked up on the clues and was able to discern the status of this gardener from the expression of the other adults. He knew that the Mel family must be an influential force. Dudian, on the other hand, did not want to be stuck in a manor. Chapter 3. The New Beginning. I would like to thank Unsenderi for doing an awesome job by editing the 3rd chapter. Doctor? Suddenly, a young woman dressed in a gray gown asked Dudian, "Child, I am a doctor. Are you willing to be my son?" Dudian noted this woman in his mind once he heard her take the initiative to speak. Originally, he held an adventurous attitude by refusing the gardener. The other were afraid of offending the gardener of the Mel family, so they did not dare to choose Dudian. This doctor's identity seemed to hold some weight. What Dudian did not know was how rare doctors were in this world. Although it was still a civilian occupation, it was an exceedingly rare one. In a manner of speaking, it could be classified as a senior occupation. With the Mel family's gardener present, those with basic civilian occupations would not dare to choose this child, but compared to a doctor, a mere gardener was only at the level of ordinary civilian jobs such as miners and tailors. Dudian had a good impression of this young woman. Her cheeks were framed by soft lines. Shallow dimples appeared on her face as she vividly smiled. The way she looked at Dudian was as if a mother was looking at her son. His cold heart began melting under her gentle gaze as he nodded. "I am willing." The middle-aged gardener's face turned unsightly, but as he looked at the young woman, he held back and did not say a thing. He secretly felt sorry for Dudian. After all, Dudian was very young and short-sighted. Doctors are good, but not every child of a doctor had the ability to learn their parents' trade. The occupation itself had a very difficult entry barrier and required a lot of energy and dedication. If Dudian could not succeed, he would be left as a low-level nobody. Gardening, on the other hand, was different. You would be able to start as long as you had a good memory. As a gardener for the Mel family, Dudian would be living far away from the slums. In the future, he would be able to inherit the gardener's place. Working for the Mel family and staying at their home is the dream of many commoners. Ah, how unfortunate, how unfortunate. The middle-aged gardener shook his head. The normal children's expressions turned ugly as they saw the doctor choose Dudian. Barton and the other deformed kids were much better, albeit a little jealous. Nonetheless, Dudian stole a valuable opportunity, causing the rest of the children to hold resentment and envy in their hearts. Dudian held an auspicious smile on his face. He was one of the few in the orphanage that caught the doctor's eyes. Moreover, his calm attitude and the look of his clean white skin made people feel more comfortable around him. Aunt Di turned to the young doctor and said, "Dudian has always been very well behaved here. We hope that you take good care of him and wish the two of you lead a happy life." "I will," said the young woman as she smiled. "It fills my heart with joy." Aunt Di instructed the woman next to her. "Mina, take them to apply for the household registration procedures." The woman called Mina waved at Dudian and the young woman with a laugh. Come with me, please. Go on, Dean. Dean, do not forget us. Remember to come back and see us. Barton and the rest of the deformed children cried out reluctantly. I will be back, but do not be discouraged, said Dudian as he remembered how he was taken care of by then for 3 months. Maybe you will all be adopted by the time I return. Although they knew in their hearts what the results would be, they still laughed. As he was getting ready to leave, Dudian suddenly heard the middle-aged gardener's voice. I will choose you. Dudian could not help but look, only to see him pointing at Lisa. He smiled and spoke. Little girl, you have quite the clever mind. How about being my daughter? Lisa stared at him with a look of disbelief painted on her face. She looked around at the other healthy children around her. After a glance, Dudian withdrew his gaze from Lisa and faced Aunt Mina. He left with Mina and his soon-to-be mother shortly after. He and the other children of the orphanage will soon live in their own respective homes. Perhaps they would never meet again. The household registration procedures for the orphanage were very simple. First, verify the identity of the adopting parent. Second, verify the occupation of the adopter to prove their capability to support the child. The purpose of these verifications was to determine whether the adoptive parent met the requirements set by the law. If you did not work or if your wages were too low, you would not meet the specifications for adoption. Third, a contract would have to be signed to confirm the adoptive relationship. Finally, and of course most importantly, the money had to exchange hands. In this world, adoptions were an orphanage's main source of income. In the past, the registration procedures would be finished with the signing of the contract. No money was involved. But in this new day and age, it was different. Adoption was the same as selling a product. The only difference being that it was now legal for orphanages to sell children. Dudian had never seen the new world's money. As his mother took out a thick stack of green notes, the only noticeable difference he could discern was the picture of the giant wall of Sylvia printed above. It seems as if the city of Sylvia was covered by this giant wall. As Dudian watched his mother handing the stack of bills to Aunt Mina, things became clear. Why else would children be accepted into the orphanage so easily? The orphanage selflessly provided food and shelter for the children, knowing that they would be adopted in a few months and bring in a large sum of money. Dudian sighed. He felt as if he finally understood the difference between the new era and the old one, survival of the fittest. Either adapt to this world or be crushed under it. Once the payment procedure and signing of the contract was finalized and put away, the young doctor bent over to caress Dudian's hair. As he looked at her pale brown eyes, he knew that this woman would be the only person he would be able to rely on in the future. He was silent for a moment before speaking. May I call you Aunt Ju? Jura was slightly confused. Mina spoke as she heard Dudian's words. Do not bend the rules. She is your mother now and you must be good to her. Do not disappoint the reputation of our orphanage. Jura smiled as she stroked Durian's hair in a gentle manner. You can call me Aunt Ju until you are able to get used it. A trance of warmth flowed to Dudian's face as he softly said, Thank you. He was grateful for her gentle temperament because he knew that once adopted, his life and death would be entirely up to his adopted parents. He had already heard from the other children that in this world it would be legal even if the parents decided to kill their child. Jura smiled. Let's go back and take you to your new home. Jura's home in the neighborhood. All of the inhabitants of this neighborhood had ordinary jobs, but the environment here was totally different from the slums he was used to. The air was much fresher and he could no longer sense the rotten odor of the slums. Even in this huge residential area, Jura's living conditions belonged to the more upscale lifestyle. The price of land here was twice as high as the slums due to its distance from the slums in the north and closeness to the commercial area in the south. Anyone living in the commercial or military area was one with either a large amount of wealth or influence. The cost of housing in these areas amounted to an astronomical figure that most people could not earn in a lifetime. Each area had a high wall barrier. The gates that divided Silva only opened once a day. The gates of the residential area in the south did not face the gates of the slums in the north. This meant that people in the residential area were free to go to the slums, business people were free to go to the residential area, but residents of the slums could not. The status of the dwellers of the slums was nowhere near enough for them to access the upper scale areas. Chapter 4. The Dark Night. I would like to thank Onsendere for doing an awesome job by editing the first chapter. Jura pulled out a ring of keys and unlocked the door. Dudian started taking note of the room, knowing that this is where he would be living here for some time in the future. "Dean, come in," said Jura from behind a small closet door. She appeared suddenly swinging a pair of adult cotton shoes in her hands as if to tease him. Dudian was startled, but also relieved. This was another one of the conditions for adoption, marriage. "Come, I'll bring you over to wash up," Jura warmly said. Dudian expected to be able to soak in a bath, but we quickly disappointed. The result was Jura soaking a towel in warm water and using it to help wipe his face and arms. This way of bathing was exactly the same in the orphanage. Nonetheless, the color of this water was much purer. What Dudian did not know was that even the nobility of the world used this dry cleaning method for bathing. People generally believed that the water would weaken their bodies and harm their immune system. Even members of the aristocracy that were plagued by hypochondria would only bathe once or twice a year. After washing, Dudian was given new clothes to replace his rags as Jura made him more familiar with his new home. Things were as expected as Dudian looked around the house. There were no scientific or technological items found, not even a simple alarm clock. The only trace of the former era he could find was a fairy tale only seen in the books. The story itself seemed to originate from the European medieval period where not even the steam engine was created yet. As he thought of all he had seen these past 3 months, Dudian became more and more convinced in his heart that this post-disaster world civilization should have just developed into the Bronze Age. They barely knew how to use metal. This discovery caused some ideas to emerge within his mind. The evening sky once again darkened, the chilling air seeming as if it was inviting the rain to come again. Jura was worried Dudian might be afraid of darkness, so she lit an oil lamp early on. She was filled with an amazing feeling every time she saw his face lit up by the flickering flame. "It's going to rain again. What about Uncle?" Dudian said as he glanced out the window. Jura smiled at this boy's worries and said, "Uncle has a lot of work to do these days, so he will not be coming back tonight. Are you hungry? What's for dinner?" "Good boy. I'm going to let you taste this craft of mine. I guarantee you will love it," Jura said with confidence. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Dudian met his new father, Gray. He was a tall, thin middle-aged man. His looks were quite ordinary, but he had a gentle character. Gray was a tailor by profession. The sewing machine in the house was used by him. Black snow season was coming, so he brought his sewing machine from the factory to the house, as there was no heating at the factory. They had apparently discussed the adoption of a child beforehand. However, Gray was surprised at Dudian's good extraordinary looks when they first met. Aside from the introverted personality, Gray greatly approved of him. As another common storm of the rainy season was pouring down, Dudian had the sudden urge to use the restroom. He got out of bed, put on his shoes, and gently opened the door to leave. He was passing by his parents when he heard their voices. "So late, why have they not gone to sleep yet?" Suddenly Dudian's heart jumped. Apparently, this world did not consider noise when building houses. He heard subtle voices from the room. "Do you really want to do this?" Dudian heard Jura's hesitant voice sounding from inside. "I know you are quite taken with this child. To tell the truth, I am as well. I can't bear to part with him. However, this is a rare opportunity. If the Avril house has a good impression of him, we can move to the business area to find better jobs. If you still feel lonely, we can adopt another child. It's quite the good deal. It's not the money I'm worried about. If he goes to Avril house and refuses to speak, they will bully him. There are two types of people in this world. I once saw a doctor get into a large family and only became a servant and a deathly silence struck the room before Gray continued. Jura, you know that he was just an orphan in the slums. Even if we didn't adopt him, he would be adopted into another family as a serf. Also, a servant's life in the Avril house is an enviable position to many people. But this is decided. There is no more room for further discussion. Silence fell upon the room once again. The small figure in front of the room had his head down. He lightly clenched his hands into a fist and then slowly loosened them. He dragged his body back to his room as if he were a corpse. Even his previous intention of a restroom break was forgotten. Dudian was listening to the rhythmic sounds of the rain splattering outside as he sat on his bed. His heart felt pained. Although he had only been with the couple for a month, Jura had always meticulously cared for him. It touched him the bottom of his heart. He never expected those feelings to be shattered in a matter of seconds. It was as if the world was mocking him and throwing his heart back into disarray. He suddenly felt very lonely. He began to miss his harsh and gentle mother and father, as he reminisced about he would always pinch his sister's ear. Why? He wanted to cry for a moment. He clenched his fists while an idea slowly began to surface in his mind. Since he was never going to see his parents or sister again, then let this strange new world. Nobody knew that on this one rainy night, a small figure slowly made up his mind to alter the gears of history forever. Chapter 5. The Dark King, Chapter 5. The World of Darkness. I would like to thank Onsenderi for doing an awesome job by editing the first chapter. The next morning, Gray sat on a stool near the table. He was holding the residential area newspaper mailed in the morning. There were information about recent news about various parts of the neighborhood, as well as number of recruitment advertisements into various factories. Jura was busy in the kitchen making breakfast. She brought up meals to the table. Everything was the same as usual. Dudian's biological clock sounded, waking him up from sleep. He folded his bed, washed his face and went over to kitchen. He greeted Jura couple with simple good morning and took a sit near the table to begin to eat the breakfast. At this time, Jura carried Dudian's share and put it opposite to him. As Dudian tasted the meal, Jura asked with a slight smile on her face, "How's the taste?" "A bit spicy," replied Dudian. "I like spicy food." "That's good." Jura smiled. Gray then put down the newspaper, looked over the table towards Dudian. "Dean, your aunt and I have chosen a marriage for you. You have to be prepared today. So dress up well and because we are going to meet some people." Due to the requirements of Dudian, Gray and Jura have temporarily accepted to be addressed as Uncle and Aunt Dot. After last night's situation, Dudian's mind has calmed down. Pretending to be an innocent kid without any awareness, he blankly asked, "What is the affair?" Jura looked at Dudian and whispered to Gray, "You see, I said Dean is still small. We could wait for a few years more. Age of 13 is the legal age of marriage." Gray looked back at her. There was a bit coldness in his eyes and said, "Let's just get him engaged for now. Being a few years ahead won't harm no one." Jura saw her husband, mind firmly decided on marriage, no longer said anything. "We'll take you to a nice big sister," Gray said to Dudian. "It's a great opportunity for you and do all you can to get her approval. So that you can eat a lot of good food every day, wear good clothes and never go hungry. Do you know what I mean?" "Really?" I will. Dudian replied with calm mind. Moreover, he had a surprised look on his face which made it look like more realistic. Gray's face turned in a big wide smile, said, really good. Dean is a good boy. All right, decided, eat first. Soon, all of them finished their meals. Dudian made a great eager performance. As a result, Gray had a relieved look. Come over, Dean. First, put on new clothes. Jura took Dudian to the cabinet where a brand new black suit, bright red tie, and shiny shoes were placed. She let Dudian change. After he was dressed, eyes of Jura and Gray could not help but lit up. Dudian's pale snow-like skin and black eyes were giving him an aristocratic feeling. What a beauty! Jura laughed heartily. Gray's heart was overjoyed. Excellent, let's go. Ah! Dudian tried to look very excited and astonished. After locking up the door, Jura came over to hold Dudian's hand and asked Gray, it's a bit early. Can we find carriages? Gray smiled and said, here, in vain. But I was told in Avril House that they will send a carriage to pick us up. At the same time did and hoof sounds came up from corner of the street. A carriage with golden ornaments turned over and came up to stop just before them. On the roof of the carriage was a silver white flag with a white flower engraved on it, which was flag banner of Avril House. The driver was wearing a black high-heeled hat and a black suit. He jumped out of the carriage, smiled and said, Gray and Jura, the lady has been waiting for you. He leaned his chest sideway to invite them into carriage, demonstrating noble aristocratic manner. Gray heart jumped and began to flatter, how can we make Miss Ivy wait? It would be very rude, on to the carriage. He quickly held Dudian's hand and in a forced manner got them into carriage. At this time, the coachman seemed to have noticed Dudian. His eyes flashed with a trace of the color of surprise, but immediately resumed his polite smile. Day. After Dudian's family sit in the carriage, the driver shake off the rope, the carriage began to ride. Dudian was silently watching at the buildings passing by, as well as the pedestrians who were passing by the roadside. Most of them had surprised and awe-inspiring look at the carriage. At this time Gray and Jura did not speak, and no longer asked Dudian anything, worried about falling into the ears of the driver and later spread to Avril home. Carriage reached south side of the giant wall in a smooth drive. The young guard at the gate made a fist against chest salute as soon as his eyes detected the flag on top of carriage's roof. He made way for them to pass instantly. Later on he calmed down and restored his work, continuing to check those who want to enter the business district. This is the business district? Dudian looked at the clean street outside the carriage. The road was clean and pedestrians had beautiful clothes. Immediately, the difference with the residential area could be felt. As in comparison with the slums, it was like the difference between heaven and hell, without any exaggeration. Soon, the coachman parked the carriage in the street at the end of an exquisite elegant building. Dudian saw that on the building hung a cardboard piano sign, painting was very realistic. He couldn't but wonder how the piano was retained in this poor and incomplete world. The carriage stopped at the main entrance. Then a black-suited young man walked quickly out of the mansion, looking down the carriage to Gray and Jura. He smiled and said, Miss has waited for a long time, please come with me. Leading the way. Gray had an inexplicable tension in his heart as it was absolutely impossible to see the magnificent buildings at the residential area. Straightening his back a bit and holding Dudian's hand, Gray walked in front. As soon as Gray couple went into the hall, their eyes were attracted by agate jewel-like brilliant oil lamplight. Jura's performance was better, as she was invited to cure people in the business district several times. She was slightly calm. For Gray, it was the first time to come to such a place. Dudian, through holding his hand, felt the man was slightly nervous, as his body was slightly trembling. He could not help but shook his head in mind. Sound of music was echoed in the hall. Dudian, at first glance, saw the hall as extremely spacious. Many people sat there to eat snacks, listen to music, whisper to chat. They had very gorgeous dresses. Fabric of clothing, dress lines and materials seemed much better than the ones used in residential area. Especially the color contrast was much more visible. Black suit young man gently made a gesture toward the inside of a separate room. Duddian looked to see two figures sitting there. A middle-aged beauty woman, about 30 years old. She had a tailored delicate skirt and very mild look on her face. Next to her was sitting an 11-year-old girl, fair complexion, a brown hair, oval face, although not yet mature, but definitely a beauty. The little girl also noticed the face of the Gray family, eyes swept over the two adults and fell on the body of Duddian, eyes flashed a trace of surprise. At this time, that middle-aged woman stood up to greet Jura with smiles. Dr. Jura, the last time my family master's illness was cured thanks to you. Today he has a business to deal with so he won't be here. Gray said, Mr. Avril is busy man. Middle-aged woman replied with a smile, first sit. Yes, yes. Gray immediately opened the chair and sat down. Perhaps he was too tight to begin with, so the chair's foot knocked on the ground a bit forcefully. People who were sitting close by immediately raised their eyebrows and began to softly chat. Jura sat down too. The middle-aged woman's eyes fell on Duddian body, her eyes also passing a trace of surprised color. As if relieved, looked over to Gray, smiled and said, This is your adopted child, really white. Gray replied to praise Avril House's daughter, Your house lady is too beautiful. So small, delicate and beautiful. She looks very smart. She has inherited your beauty. Middle-aged beauty woman smiled, suddenly said, On to the marriage. Gray body tightened, Jura looked a little nervous. If Ania doesn't have reprisal, it would be so. Middle-aged woman was unexpectedly straightforward. Gray and Jura glanced towards each other in surprise. At this time, the little girl looked at Duddian and suddenly spoke, I want to go out with him. Middle-aged beauty woman seems to have expected her words, smiled and looked to Gray and Jura. Gray responded, even said, Dean, accompany Miss Ania to go out. Remember to take care of Miss Ania. He patted Duddian's shoulder, to give him encouragement. At this time, Ania got off the seat, turned and walked toward the outside, did not look at Duddian, did not stop waiting for him. Duddian looked at Gray and Jura, whose eyes were filled with encouragement and hope. His heart was very quiet. He said hello to middle-aged beauty and turned around to keep up with Ania, leaving the hall. The child is quite sensible. Middle-aged woman looked at the back of Duddian, smiled and said one. Fortunately, Gray whispered in low tone. To the outside of the street. Ania looked at the black suit servant and waved her small delicate hand, Do not have to follow, I will walk in the vicinity. Yes, Mississippi. Black suit young servant replied. When he left, Ania continued to walk in front, did not look back, and did not speak with Duddian, as if she was alone. Duddian had learned to endure loneliness, quietly followed behind her. By observing the buildings on both sides of the street, from these local customs, he could infer the world's approximate standard of living and technological level. After a long walk, Ania suddenly stopped. Duddian was looking around and walking, so he almost hit her back. Only to smell the fragrance of fragrant flowers, floated from her clothes, quickly took a step back to get distance between them. At this time, Ania turned her body. Because of the age advantage, she was slightly higher than Duddian by half head. Her beautiful white oval face, without the slightest expression, quietly overlooked Duddian. There was a feeling of indifferent aura from Ania. Duddian had a faint, so quietly looked up at her. Seeing Duddian's calmness, Ania's eyes flashed a trace of surprise, but soon returned to the cold expression, said, Have you ever heard of opera? Duddian suddenly was surprised for a moment. He did not think she would suddenly come up with irrelevant topic. Subconsciously answer no by moving his head. Ania did not give him the opportunity to speak, continued, You heard about music styles? No. Dudian was about to say. Do you know ballroom dance? A near tone of indifference did not give him the opportunity to answer. Dudian had come to understand that this is not a polite question but filled with undisguised contempt. He silently watched the girl. Do you know how to ride the horse? Do you know swordsmanship? Do you have ideals and pursuits? Ania asked 6 questions in one breath, then looked at Dudian calmly, and said, If you are a clever child, you should already understand that you and I are not the people of the same world. Dudian quietly looked at her beautiful face, did not expect such a sharp or even mean words to come up from mouth of a child who was 3 or 4 years older than him. Chapter 6. The Dark King, Chapter 6. Perfect. I would like to thank Onsendere for doing an awesome job by editing the first chapter. There is no common language between us. Ania indifferent eyes swept over Dudian's face and continued, If your mother didn't help to cure my father's disease, we would have never met. Do not try to think that by virtue of this kindness, you can climb over the social barriers and join our family. I, Ania, will not marry an incompetent husband and lose face. Although you desperately imitate elegance and noblesse while pretending to be an aristocratic gentleman, you cannot hide away your roots from of real aristocracy. Civilians are not nurtured from birth and lack noble blood. Practicing for a day or two cannot cover up your natural stature. Annie looked at Dudian coldly. You may look clean, different from those smelly neighborhood workers, but it is not anything surprising. The ideas that I would ever fancy you, let you into our Avril house, or help your parents join the commercial district are nothing but a joke. It is only wishful thinking on your part. My father's kindness to your family is out of politeness. It does not mean they should act shamelessly and throw away their self-respect. You cannot even grasp the severity of the consequences. Dudian quietly watched and waited for her to finish. After saying so much in a single breath, she could not help but frown seeing that Dudian's calm expression did not change at all. Again, with a cold face, she continued. I said all of this so that you may understand that you are not good enough for me, and I would never allow you to be my husband. Stop fantasizing about unrealistic dreams. Dudian still quietly looked at her and spoke. Finished? Ania sneered. Finished? If you have anything to say, go ahead. Dudian laughed and looked into her eyes, softly speaking. First of all, I must thank you. Ania's expression turned to one of confusion and disbelief. Dudian ignored her reaction and continued. First, thank you for rejecting me. This way I can avoid being in conflict with my parents. Ania had a doubt in her heart. Was his father not trying to stuff him into their house? Second, thank you again. Thank you for letting me know that even a little girl like you cannot be ignored. Ania's brows pricked up. She matured early in comparison to the other kids who were still playing around. She already had her future planned by the time she was 8 years old. Nevertheless, this child in front of her spoke in an old-fashioned tone, as if he had experienced a lot in life. When she was ready to speak again, Dudian turned his body to leave. He didn't pause or look back. Maybe I am not competent with a sword, nor am I a fine equestrian, but I do have my own ideals and ambitions. She was not able to react until his shadow had disappeared from sight. Never would she have expected such actions from this small child. He even dared to leave first. Her red face displayed the anger in her heart. However, her excellent childhood education and training allowed her to quickly control her emotions. She grit her teeth and stamped her heels. She moved to keep up with her fastest speed while maintaining a lady's composure. As Dudian returned to the hall, he slowed his pace down so that Ania could catch up. He paused and did not look back. Soon, Annie reached his back with her aristocratic ladylike grace. Wait a minute. If the adults ask, tell them that you have someone else that you like. Restarting his pace, Dudian replied, Why would I do that? If I have not guessed wrongly, Your father should have already agreed to the marriage, he said indifferently. But you did not. That is to say that, if I agree we are getting married, aren't we? Ania's aggressive expression suddenly paled. If Dudian chooses to agree, her father would go on with the marriage. Today, she and her mother planned on deliberately put pressure on the Grey couple so that they would not ask for her hand in marriage. How did you know? You pretty much told me. Dudian said lightly. If you have the option to decline, then you can simply reject the marriage with a no. Moreover, you would not have to say so much or even threaten me. Your mother, on the other hand, is a bit tricky though. I think she will be able to get a direct refusal from my adoptive parents. Ania was shocked. Dudian had repeated the plan she and her mother had come up with almost word for word. For a moment, she felt as if she was completely seen through by this little boy who was still as calm as the moment she met him. However, she did not regret her choice. After a moment of silence, she continued, if I decline, I am worried that your parents will go to my father. Dudian shook his head slightly. No, as long as you refuse this marriage, things will pass. Everything would have been very simple, but instead you made it more complex. How would you know? Ania frowned. She was irritated by Dudian's confident tone. You overestimated their guts and underestimated their self-awareness, explained Dudian. She was not convinced and did not expect too much, but had to have the patience to try. Ania frowned, thinking for a bit. Why do you not just say there is another girl who you like? Are you not a noble woman? Do you not understand the fact that you can refuse, but I cannot? Said Dudian as he looked directly at her. Ania looked at him and smiled in realization. By my refusal, you want them to assume that you were just not good enough for me so that they are not angry with you. Dudian knew his plan was seen through, but he felt no embarrassment. Anyway, I have already told you what you should do. I am in no position to decline, so think of the consequences on your own. Finished speaking, Dudian went towards the entrance without waiting for Ania. You? Ania only stared at his back. She angrily stamped her feet and followed into the mansion. Welcome back, Mississippi. The black suit servant was relieved when he saw Dudian and Ania appear. His face sported a huge smile. Ania was indeed of noble birth. After a few steps, her anger was replaced by calmness. A carriage bearing the banner of a white flower drove through the commercial area to the residential area. Dudian's family alighted from the carriage and proceeded to their home as soon as the carriage stopped. Jura looked at her husband's gloomy face. Holding Dudian's hand, she opened the door. What a lame excuse. Clearly they despise our identities. Aristocrats, ha! Group of hypocrites. At home, Gray vented the anger in her heart. Hush! Jura said. You have to whisper, don't let anyone else hear you. Gray stifled up, sitting quietly in bitterness. Speaking ill of the aristocracy was a massive crime. Dean, go back to your room and rest. You must be tired. I'll call you out for dinner. Jura said to Dudian. Gray looked at the child. His lips slightly moved, but he did not speak. Although his heart was heavy, with these months together, he knew that Dudian was a good kid that would never do anything impolite. He could only blame himself and his wife for setting their sights too high. Dudian nodded and went up to his room. After 4 long months, the rainy season had finally ended and revealed the sunny skies. Gray looked at Dudian, who had woken up early. He smiled and said, Dean, various schools will be starting soon. Would you like to go to school to learn reading and writing? Chapter 7. The Dark King, Chapter 7. Radiation Values. I would like to thank Unsenderi for doing an awesome job by editing this chapter. Dudian nodded slightly. Before mentioning school, Gray had expressed his hope that Dudian would inherit his sewing skills and become a good tailor. Dudian had a goal, so he directly had refused Gray. Gray and his wife were not angry. It is a good thing for children to have their own opinions. They were not serfs. So, it is plausible for them to have a child with an assertive personality. Unfortunately, the medical field is just too difficult to get started in, Jura said with some regret. Dudian was a clever child, but unfortunately, it was too late to begin studies to become a doctor. Well, what do you want to study? Gray smiled. Dudian looked up at them and spoke, the law. Law? Gray hesitated a bit. Dean, do you know what sort of career that is? Jura asked. I know it is one of the 3 major civilian occupations. Lawyers also have more prestige than doctors. Actually, Gray had brought a career table to Dudian. It had information regarding job descriptions and qualifications needed to work in each field. This table had helped Dudian gain a better understanding of possible career paths and their respective benefits. I just want to be a bit clear. The law school is the hardest to graduate from. It's even more difficult than studying medicine. You need very flexible thinking and logical ability. Although you are a smart boy, keep in mind the difference between law school's level of difficulty compared to what you had in orphanage. It is very difficult to graduate from law school and become a qualified official. Dudian looked straight at him, insisting, I want to study law no matter what. Gray frowned slightly. This was the first time Dudian was so persistent in front of them, so he didn't know how to refuse. Ever since Avril House refused the marriage proposal, Gray and Jura had begun to accept Dudian as their own child. Thus, they didn't want to hurt his feelings. If the kid wants to study, then let him do it. Even if he can't enter the court in the future, being an ordinary lawyer is acceptable too. At least he will be familiar with the law. He won't knowingly break the rules and can lead a peaceful life. Dudian looked at her while silently thinking, I want to study the law not to comply, but to break it. Gray sighed and said, all right. Dudian's heart flushed with relief. He looked at them, sounded a bright, thank you. When he heard Dudian, Gray's face broke into a smile again as he spoke, if this is your choice, then stick to it. If you want to give up sometime in the future, then you are going to come back to learn sewing with me. A textile worker's wage is good enough to at least feed yourself. Dudian nodded slightly. After the rainy season ended, the temperatures also picked up a lot. 3 days before school assessment was a special festival called Prayer Day. Each household in groups goes to the central neighborhood to Cathedral of Vaya. They pray to Father the God to let them safely pass through the next season and help them to avoid plagues and diseases. It was a grand ceremony. Gray and his wife went to pray with Dudian. Dudian also first met the world's leader in faith, Holy Church. There was a bright cathedral built in a residential sub-area. A huge sculpture of the 4-winged angel sculpture was built in the middle of the square, with both hands embracing all the believers, full of kindness and harmony. 3 days after the prayer day, various schools began their enrollments. Dudian was led by the Gray couple to law school. They walked for about 10 kilometers to reach their destination. Parents and children were bustling in front of the entrance, dressed mostly in simple clothing. Most of them had clear skin color, with few others with yellowish skin. There were almost no people with rough skin, which meant that those of lower social statuses didn't even bother to bring their children for the enrollment examination. After all, the law school was a notorious one in Silva, and tuition fees were expensive. Citizens of low status couldn't afford the fees. I heard that you not only want to enter the law school, but you want to do so through the assessment. Yeah, but if it does not go through, I'm thinking about Sewing Institute or maybe Geological Institute. I do not know either. The assessment should be quite hard. Some parents talked quietly. Have the law school's assessment begun yet? It should be similar to our medical school assessment. Jura blinked, bowed to Duddy and said, I remember the test usually asks a few simple things. Our medical college examination was about memory. It should be almost the same here. Gray drew over and smiled. It is up to you now. It depends on your own performance. In case you fail, there is nothing to worry about, as we can go to Sewing Institute for registration. Duddy and mine turned with disdain. He would be more than happy if the examination was a simple memory examination. In the old era, children with an IQ range of 120 to 140 were labeled as geniuses. His daredevil sister had 142 IQ. However, his result from IQ test was 168. He would never forget the day that he was accepted to Harvard University at the tender age of 12. The siblings' IQ was high because of inherited gene from their parents. Both were internationally renowned scientists. If the disaster didn't break out, they should have gained an International Science Award with their invention of the cold storage technology. Now, it was Dudien's turn to enter, as the children before him had gone into assessment room in succession. Parents should stay here. Child, go into the assessment room. A middle-aged scholar-like person blocked the gray couple. Dean, good luck. Jura tried to inspire Dudian. Dudian saw the happiness reflect in her eyes. In the spacious room, Dudian saw a man and a woman. Two middle-aged examiners dressed in black robes lined with complex gold silk embroidery patterns. They looked simple and gorgeous. They saw Dudian, smiled and said, "Child, come over." Dudian stepped forward. "I will ask you a question. You have a frying pan and it can fry only 2 fish at the same time. To fry one side takes a minute. If I would like to fry 3 fish, what is the shortest amount of time it would take?" Middle-aged woman smiled. 3 minutes, said Dudian without thinking. The question was not difficult, but both examiners got surprised. Even the cleverest children would need some time to think before answering the question. To answer correctly directly without any time to consider. They had quite a positive impression on him. "You pass, child. You are very smart." The right middle-aged man smiled, said, "Take this and go next to the physical examination. If there are no problems in physical examination, you can officially begin your studies in law school." He handed a small note to Dudian which had few words written on it. "There is a physical examination?" Dudian's eyebrows wrinkled as he turned and left the room. "So hard. I answered 4 minutes and I was told that it was wrong. How come it is not 4 minutes? If both sides must be fried, certainly 4 minutes. This question, why fish? I do not like to eat fish, and fried fish and the law have nothing in common. Well, my father is a chef. He could cook 3 fish in a minute." They did not believe it. Dudian went out and heard a few children coming out from next rooms. They were dissatisfied with the examination question. His mouth twitched a little. He turned back to wait in front of the gray couple as if he had not heard their words. "How did it go?" Gray smiled. He heard the words of the children. Although it is not clear what the specific test was, it seems it was not so easy to pass. Dudian lightly glanced at him and said, "Passed. Now I need go to the physical examination." Gray smiled, but was discouraged as he wanted Dudian to go to Sewing Institute. Nevertheless, the thought of Dudian being smarter than other children enraptured him. The physical examination is to detect the value of your body's radiation. Dean's skin color is too white, so the radiation value is certainly not high. He should pass this one easily. Jura seems to know something about the physical exam, so she spoke with confidence. After the global nuclear explosion, the world was full of nuclear radiation. The silver-gray clouds in the sky were the result of gathering of large number of nuclear radiation debris. That's why there was long rainy season in this world. An extremely dangerous, and even fatal rainy season, that brought illness and death in its wake. However, Dudian had come out from the cold storage. He had only been here for a few months, so the body radiation value should not be high. But he was curious. How these people detect the radiation value? What kind of instrument do they use? They haven't even stepped into industrial era, nor do they even know what electricity is. At this time, Jura took him to a room next to a physical examinations sign. There was no line. After all, the people who passed the first assessment were too few. In the room sat a middle-aged woman. She checked the note in Dudien's hand and spoke. "All right, let's go with the test." Dudien approached the woman. He looked over but did not see any extraordinary instrument. Only a row of glass tubes similar to thermometers. Middle-aged women checked the note again to confirm, then from the side picked up a clean glass tube. The sharp end of the tube was positioned near Dudien's pinky finger. She smiled and said, "Child, do not be afraid. It won't hurt." Dudien did not expect that a glass tube as small as that was used to detect the radiation value. Soon, Dudien's red blood began to penetrate the glass tube. Dudien noted that the glass tube had scales with a hair-width silky red line. Middle-aged women checked again to confirm there is no mistakes. She could not help but be stunned at Dudien's result. His skin color was too white, even the same-age girls were not so white. Her eyes revealed a trace of confusion and she spoke to Grey couple with emotion, the value of such a low radiation level. "It's the first time I've seen it. Too incredible. A healthy body such as his would normally only appear in the commercial district." Jura clearly understood the radiometer. Her face was filled shock and then relief. She turned to her lost husband. "This is a radiometer, a special apparatus used to test human radiation value. Dean's radiation value is very low. It is comparable with those aristocratic children." Gray knew the importance of human radiation value, but did not care a bit. But when Jura said comparable with those aristocratic children, his pride suddenly went over the horizon. He touched Dudien's hair. Dudien glanced at the red line on the radiometer, suddenly feeling this line twisting slightly. It seems that it was a living thing. In the evening of the day when Dudien registered to law school, in a castle in the commercial district, a luxury room was covered in diamond mosaics. A shadow-like silhouette in the room was silently looking at the information in front of his desk. Test results released. There are 27 qualified candidates. Chapter 8. The Dark King, Chapter 8. Giant Wall of Silva. The person near the desk did not rise. The shadow kneeling on the ground who brought the message, respectfully clenched his chest. In the next moment he disappeared, leaving only the white letter on the desk. The stalwart figure's eyes fell on the white paper. Blade-like dense eyebrows were picked a little. Opening his eyes, he briefly glanced at the new document. Suddenly his eyes were focused on detection value in the bottom corner of the paper. Staring at this figure, he looked for a while. Later on he got up, put the coat on and opened the door. In the hall, middle-aged housekeeper looked at the master, surprised. "Master, so late, do you have to go out?" "Ah," said the stalwart figure, "prepare the carriage." 300 years ago, very big scourge came to Earth. Our ancestors fought hard, survived the adversity by strength and built the gigantic Sylvian wall to isolate the disaster and keep it outside the giant wall. The giant wall cannot be desecrated by the vile creatures, did you know? Said a white-bearded old man in a solemn voice. Although his beard was white, in fact he was in his early 60s. But in here it has been regarded as a longevity. Dudien listened attentively. 3 days have passed after the registration. This is his first official class today. This old man did not come up to explain the knowledge of the law, but a brief introduction from some well-known things. It seems that the purpose is only to talk about things which children are familiar with, so to consolidate their hearts under the faith. The story of Silva's giant wall is known to almost every child. They have listened their parents talking about it once in a while. Only the orphans didn't know about the Silva's history. Other children hearing the story are bored. But due to the first time to seeing this white-beard elderly, most of them are afraid and avoiding rash decisions. Dudian was relished hearing white-bearded man talk. These are the information what he most wanted to know at the moment. Seeing the old man to not go into in-depth explanation, he could not but raise his hands to ask a question. Teacher, can you say what is the natural disaster? White-beard old man and other children were surprised a moment. Nobody expected Dudian to be so bold. To dare to take the initiative to ask question, and moreover so well-known thing. Actually, some of them were puzzled and couldn't understand why to ask such a question. Old man saw Dudian's serious and hopeful look. He did not bear to fight the child's enthusiasm. However, a thought passed in his mind: is this child's parents did not tell him? There are a lot of natural disasters. Volcanic eruptions, flooding, earthquake splitting and so on, he replied with a smile on his lips. Dudian did not give up and continued to ask, just these? The old man was silent for a moment but continued nevertheless, these disasters are terrible. Haven't you listened to your parents talk? The volcanic eruption alone is enough to kill countless people. The dark clouds in the sky are caused by these volcanic eruptions. Dudian frowned slightly. Did not say anything, though his heart was pensive. Because he knew about the details of the disaster that happened 300 years ago. It is not simply a natural disaster. Although the old man said that the various disasters have occurred, but all of them were caused by nuclear explosions. Obviously, these children did not know the real cause of the disaster, and someone blocked the information from inside. Perhaps to block the information that insider is so influential that maybe even they rule over this post-disaster era. Teacher, my mother said it was very dangerous outside the giant wall. If we go out we will die, is it really true? A little fat kid who saw Dudian asking questions, made up his courage and raised his hand. The old man looked at children and spoke with a serious tone. Yes, outside the giant wall devils dwell and plague over helms. Once out, nobody comes back. It is thanks to giant wall that we can leisurely sit here to study, eat rice and vegetables. We have to acknowledge and respect the giant wall. That habit refers to the person who studies the law. Like Dudian, these children are beginning to learn the law. They are referred as trainee of discipline. If you graduate, through the assessment of the trial, will be able to become a priest or abbot. It is a very sacred position. Same in status as nobility. Not only able to freely access to commercial and residential districts, but also to enter into the wall area. The devil and the plague, all children are scared pale. Even if they are small, they also know how terrible these two are. There is a hint of curiosity in Dudian's heart. He naturally does not believe in existence of so-called devils. Nuclear-bombed explosions has baptized the world. Most probably some of the biological variations have gone extinct or evolved. This explanation is only made up to intimidate the children. Of course, the object of intimidation is not just children but adults too. This makes him more curious. How is the world outside the giant wall? What is the appearance after the nuclear bomb explosions? Has it become just a virgin forest because there is no one to develop? Time to finish the class. White-beard old man looked at Hourglass and said. The other children cheered at once. At this time, the door opened and suddenly two young people clothed in black leather armor walked into the classroom. White-beard old man was about to question them, but as soon as he noticed the black metal on shoulders of those two, his face suddenly piled up into a smile. Are you here to take children? Dudian was confused as he heard the white-beard man talk. He was vigilant and doubtful at these two people's appearance. One of the slim young people nodded. He looked indifferently and spoke, "Now I will say names. Those who I mentioned, stand up. Do you all understand?" His eyes swept the audience. All the children were instantly tensed up. White-beard old man spoke up to comfort the children, "Do not worry. These two adults are guards. Those mentioned by them will have a hope to join the public service. This is an enormous event." Public office? Dudian heard Jura talking about it. In short, it is the equivalent of the civil servants of the old era. For a lifetime need not worry about their livelihood. In this world it is the dream of many civilians' occupation. However, Dudian noted the medal on shoulders of two men. After he entered the neighborhood from the slums, he had yet to meet a guard with such medals. The standard leather armor is also different. As he saw teaching staff to be in awe of the officers, a trace of doubt emerged in his heart. "Lock!" Young officer said out loud. A weak child sitting on table in front of Dudia said in a weak tone, "Here." "Stand up!" Officer shouted. The frail child jumped up at once. "Marta!" "Yes." A girl quickly stood up. "Lammer!" "Carly!" Carly, who was named, stood up. Officer shouted, "Dudian!" Dudian eyes squinted, "Slowly stand up." Up to this point, including him, there were 8 children selected. Chapter 9. The Dark King, Chapter 9. Hunters and Scavengers. Translator notes. Now, let me remind you guys that I'm still forcing myself to not read future chapters before translating them, so I few speculations as of this chapter. I'm going to write the most important that I think I should write about. So let's begin. In previous chapter, the teacher told them that the giant wall of Silva was constructed to protect them from outside. It doesn't matter devils, plague, or radiation. So I assume that even though the world inside the giant wall is stuck in pre-industrial era, the giant wall which covers the small world of Silva should be high-tech. Like an invisible dome which covers everything. P.S. What I like about The Dark King is that it does not have direct storyline. In short, you can read first 5 chapters and on 6th one you will still be like, "Oh my god, I couldn't have predicted this." Anyway, less about my ramblings without further ado. "You 8, come with us." Young officer looked at little Dudian eyes, said coldly, turned away with the companion and left the classroom. White-bearded old man saw Dudian and other 8 did not move, quickly said, "This is your lucky chance. Other people would love to have that chance." Hearing his words, a tall child who stood out because of his height, with courageous steps took the lead of the 8 and left the classroom. Dudian walked at the end. He was quietly watching the selected children, trying to contrast and compare the selected ones with the ones left in the classroom. But soon he came to an understanding that there is no common ground, at least from color, appearance, or any other external feature to distinguish the selected ones from the rest of the students. No external feature, then the only option left is inner qualification. He suddenly thought of preschool physical examination. It was the most suspicious event. As he was dazzled in his thoughts, the other children had come to the great playground outside the law school. As they arrived here, Dudian saw a black carriage parked in front of the college. The iron bars and a huge rivet were embedded on the carriage, giving it an extra strong look. The horses that were pulling the carriage looked much more magnificent. They were nearly 3 meters tall and had their bodies covered by helmet and armor. It was as if an amazing beast stood there, but not a horse. It was not only Dudian that was surprised. Other children were stunned at sight too. "Come on, get into the carriage," said the young officer. All the children hesitated for a moment. The tall child who was going in front of the kids, seemingly shouldering the leader's identity, asked, "May I ask, where are we going?" Fit officer stared at him coldly and said, "Just get into the carriage." At the sharp looks of the officer, the tall child's hairs inverted up and his face turned pale because of fear. He did not dare to ask another question. Carefully avoiding the giant horse, he began to climb up the carriage. Other children who saw this, silently, followed Locke, the tall child, into the carriage. The carriage was extremely spacious and more than enough to accommodate the 8 children. Dudyan sat in the corner. The 2 children who were sitting next to him had tension on their faces. He quietly looked to the front of the carriage where driver jumped up. The world was more dangerous than he imagined. Although there was law, it is clear that certain beings are able to ignore the law. As for human rights, in the feudal society in which serfs and aristocrats existed, equality and freedom were never part of human rights. So being delusional enough to believe in rule of law was an outrageous idea. The carriage galloped away from the College of the Law in an extremely fast speed. The buildings on both sides of the road swiftly retreated out of sight. It was not long before Dudyan saw a high wall. The wall was inscribed with a large word. Dudyan had learned a lot of words from Jura couple in the past few months, so he knew the exact meaning of the word. Dudyan recognized that this is the residential area leading to the wall of the commercial district. Is this carriage going to take them to the business district? Other children clearly recognized this point too and then thought of the old white-beard teacher. Afterwards, the tension in their heart was suddenly replaced by surprise and their faces were full of excited expression. Every child in the carriage was eager to enter the aristocracy and the rich life of the commercial district. Dudyan was not surprised. To be able to bring out children directly from the law school was an indication that there is a great force behind these people. What was important at this point, is their purpose good or bad for them? Soon, the carriage flew past the concert hall building where Dudyan had traveled previously. See this building, Dudyan could not help but think of the little girl's sharp questioning discourse. Suddenly feel a little funny, although he thought he would sooner or later enter the civilian area of the business district, but did not expect just in a month to come back. Before long, the black carriage came to stop in front of a castle. The black uniformed officer sitting at the front of the carriage jumped down, opened the door and shouted at the crowd, "Get off!" All children obediently got off the carriage. Dudyan was the last one, but when he was just going to get off, the man suddenly said, "Finished here." He looked back to the front of the driver position, shake off the whip, drove the carriage away. Leaving only the original 7 children get off, Dudyan felt lost. Dudyan's face slightly changed. His heartbeat slightly raised. He opened the carriage curtain to look at the figure of 7 children until they disappeared out of his sight. After a carriage turned over a corner, his line of sight was totally blocked. Dudyan turned his face to see the officer sitting in the empty carriage. Many thoughts turned up in his mind. Escape? Resistance? Obviously, he was up to the mercy of the opposite party. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a manor. This one was a very vast manor. It was covered by a white lacquer wood fence. An extremely smooth green grass was pruning all over the place. At the moment there were several gardeners who were watering the lawn. The door opened and young officer looked Dudyan. His cold face turned into a smile. "Little guy, you are quite calm." Dudyan saw his smile. Dudyan was slightly startled and his heart tensed a bit. But he calmed down and directly asked, "Is it because of the radiation values?" Officer seemed to change to another individual as his previous tone and appearance were nowhere to be seen. Wide smile on his face, he said, "Pretty clever." "Yes, it's because of the radiation values. They are barely qualified, even through a rough training they could only become scavengers. But you, well, there is a hope for you to join hunters. The scavengers and the hunters? As Dudyan heard these 2 words, he was a bit perplexed. Dudyan asked, "Who are the scavengers? Come over first." The man reached out to hold Dudyan as he got off the carriage. They began to walk towards the manor. The scavengers are responsible for the giant wall to develop out of the security zone. They are mainly looking for available resources. Out of the giant wall? Dudian was surprised as it was no small matter. It turned out to be working outside the giant wall. That white-bearded old man obviously knew this. Even the white-bearded man told them that there is plague and devils outside the giant wall and nobody could survive there. Although Dudian did not believe in devils, but there is no doubt that the giant wall is extremely dangerous. At least the air radiation is much higher outside the giant wall. Ah, radiation? Suddenly Dudian, as if sobering up from hangover, come to understand. No wonder the radiation value will be used to distinguish between scavengers and hunters. Most of the environment outside the giant wall is extremely bad, very high radiation. If the body itself has too high radiation, outside the wall it will be easy to reach saturation. Only the people with low radiation values could survive out there. Understanding this point, his heart could not help but suck down the cold lump. People behind the so-called medical examination are responsible for the secret assessment of civilians? Chapter 10. The Dark King, Chapter 10. Light Physique. I would like to thank Green Tea for doing an awesome job by editing this chapter. What do hunters do? Dudian couldn't help but ask, is it dangerous outside the giant wall? What is the danger lurking outside the giant wall? Lots of terrifying things came into his mind. His face became pale, but fortunately his skin color was white, so his fear was not too prominent. You're smart. The slim officer smiled and said, outside the giant wall is. The man next to him frowned and said, Fernando, we have not confirmed his identity yet, do not talk too much. Surprised for a moment, Fernando shrugged, does not matter. His measured radiation value is 0.8. It's lower than 1, so he probably has the light physique. We have to do the test. Do not come to an early conclusion. The second man frowned. Fernando paused to think for a moment, before he bowed to Dudian and said, you can only wait until the test finishes so that I can tell you. Nevertheless, at that time someone will explain everything to you. Dudian heard their conversation and was slightly confused. Light physique? What does that mean? Wait a few minutes and you will know. Fernando mysteriously laughed. All three of them walked into the manor. Several gardeners who were sprinkling the lawn respectfully nodded their heads in salute as the three of them passed by. They walked on the white stone path paved in the middle of the lawn. A giant door, more than 10 meters high, was opened for them to enter. Fernando led Dudian into one of the steeple towers within the mansion. Walking up the steps, Fernando led Dudian into a dark room on the top floor. On their way, all the servants who saw them stood still and respectfully nodded as they passed by. Dudian looked into the dark room. There were no windows, but instead a small hole just enough to ventilate the room. It was also covered with a black curtain, so it must have been a while since sunshine had infiltrated the room. The air in the room was cold, like the temperature of the early rainy season. In the center of the room there was a metal table covered on top with a black cloth. Fernando walked towards the metal table. He took off the black cloth to reveal a smooth crystal ball. White chilly air was released from the crystal ball. The crystal ball was actually a sphere of ice. Come on, little guy. Fernando pulled out a sharp knife hidden inside his black leather arm bracer and looked back at Dudian. Come over. Suddenly, Dudian could see that there were very small white insects inside this almost transparent crystal ball. If you did not look carefully, it was impossible to detect. These are lightworms. They can only survive in a cold environment. Fernando smiled and said, if you have the light physique, they will not drink your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Fernando grabbed Dudian's little hand and moved it to the top of the crystal. On top of the crystal ball there was a small hole, as if it were a container. After a stroke of the blade, Dudian felt pain in his finger. A drop of blood dripped from his finger and fell into the hole, slipping inside the crystal. At this time, the light worms that were lying dormant, sleeping at the bottom of the crystal ball, seemed to wake up as if disturbed from their dreams. As if sniffing for the location of blood, they began to slightly move towards the drop of blood. Fernando's face changed, while the second man frowned upon seeing this scene. Dudian thought of Fernando's words and his heart sank. They saw the light worms quickly climb towards the blood. As soon as they reached the drop of blood, they began absorbing it as if their bodies were sponges. Their small white bodies became tinged with red, but soon after the color quickly dissipated and was restored to white. Impossible, Fernando frowned as he murmured, has it been long since they ate something? Are they hungry? He cut his finger, and dripped blood into the hole. However, the worms did not even glance at it and moved back to the bottom of the crystal ball to curl up. Fernando's face was gloomy. Without a word, he quickly grabbed Dudien's hand and made a cut. Blood fell into the crystal ball, and the worms began to climb to the top to swiftly absorb it. Really, he ain't. Fernando seemed to be somewhat discouraged. He loosened his grip on Dudien's little hand, and also put away his knife. Dudien frowned slightly. By now he probably already knew the reason. His body was immune to radiation more than the average person. So his body's radiation content was lower than ordinary people. These people were looking for hunting partners, but in his case he had been out of the cold storage for less than half a year. His contact with the world was too short, so the body radiation content was low. Another young man looked at Dudien indifferently. It seems your previous family was quite good. When Dudien heard his cold voice, his mind became uncomfortable because he understood the meaning behind his words. It seemed these people had already thoroughly investigated Dudien's background. They knew that he was adopted by Jura and Gray. Moreover, they knew that he had not been in Mysian orphanage for long. So as to say, they thought that he was the kind abandoned by an aristocratic or rich family. Only these types of families ate and drank things which were filtered and had low radiation. I did not expect him to be an abandoned rich kid, Fernando sighed with a disappointed face. Dudien was quiet and avoided speaking. But his heart was not discouraged. Once you became a hunter, it was necessary to go to those dangerous areas, although he didn't know what dangers laid outside. But he figured it was best to not take those kinds of risks. The second officer looked at Dudien and spoke in a cold voice, little guy. Everything that you saw and heard in here have to be kept confidential. It absolutely must not be exposed, including what you heard about hunters, scavengers, and everything else. Whatever you heard or saw should disappear from your mind. Just forget everything. Do you get me? These must be the legal restrictions? Thought Dudien. He nodded and said, I will keep my lips sealed. The second officer, upon seeing Dudien be so obedient, turned with a slight chill in his eyes as he looked at Fernando and said, fortunately, you did not talk too much nonsense in front of him, or the only option would be left to deal with the little guy. Hearing this, Dudien Zero, who had been calm till then, suddenly felt as if cold water was poured over his head. His life was almost ruined by accident? He now knew for sure that the law couldn't guarantee his life. Even if you observed the law word by word to be safe and sound, there were some powers that could end your life as simply as dusting their sleeves. As if it was their privilege to do so. This situation made him feel a chilling fear, but he also felt a surge of strong anger. This anger was caused by his life being threatened and the rules of this world which could be bent according to powerful's will. Since the law is unreliable, I have to develop my own rules. Aristocratic privilege? Hunter privilege? Someday, I will tear all these into pieces. Dudien's small hands tightly clenched into fists. The two officers did not pay attention to him. Perhaps after they determined that Dudien didn't have the light physique, they lost interest in communicating or even observing him. All of a sudden, coldness emerged from deep within Dudien's eyes. His mind became more mature, more ruthless, and he secretly decided in his heart that he would change his situation and get a hold of an indirect life insurance as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he were to encounter another such scenario, it wasn't certain that he could survive. If he died in such a manner, how was he going to face his parents who granted him a second life? I'm not able to use guns, but gunpowder seems to be. Certain thoughts flashed in his heart. Hey! Fernando said with regret, go, little guy. His attitude was not as warm and friendly as before. By the way, if you are found leaking information about us to anyone, including your parents, then you can't blame anyone but yourself. Translator note, this is what I'm talking about. By the end of the last chapter, everyone would think that Dean would have light physique and beat the shit out of everything and be the Dark King. It's a usual plot for many Chinese novels, but not in here. This is what I love about the Dark King. Chapter 11. The Dark King, Chapter 11. Back to slums. This chapter was edited by Mr. Mardink. Fernando was driving the carriage. They didn't stop at Scavenger's castle seen by Dudian previously. Instead, they directly went to residential district. Although the carriage stopped at the wall separating commercial and residential district, Dudian had to get off and go back on his own. Do I fail to be a scavenger as well? Dudian had some doubts, so he directly asked. Fernando jumped back to the carriage and impatiently answered, we have your results, so there is no point in going to check it again. You should wait for a few more days and someone will come to report. He flicked the whip and the black carriage sped away. Dudian frowned slightly, turned and walked down the street towards the Jura couple's house. Fortunately, he had previously followed the Avril house carriage to return once, so he knew his way or he would have got lost. He was very tired by the time he returned to 108 Lin Kong Street. It's the Jura and Grey house address. His breath was rough, body was sweating and legs were sore. Although the Jura couple's house was not far from the wall, only 7 or 8 miles, but his body has not recovered fully as he was in frozen storage for a long time. Right now, his physical strength was much weaker than the average child. Jura was looking out the window when she saw Dudian turn the street corner. Immediately her eyes lit up and she quickly went outside followed by Gray. How come nobody sends you off? Why did you come back alone? Gray saw Dudian's unnatural tired condition. So he immediately picked up Dudian's tired and weak little body and quickly returned home. After closing the door, Jura found a cotton towel to clean up Dudian and asked in a concerning tone, are you alright? Didn't they like you? Dudian, seeing their reaction, knew that both Jura and Gray knew that he was taken from the law school. Did you know? An official came over to inform us that you got the qualification to join the guard. Gray's face was red as he suspiciously asked, did you fail the test? Dudian knew that hunter and scavenger identity should be kept confidential, so he said, I passed. After a few days someone will come to report. But I do not want to go, can I refuse this? If he can choose, he is willing to study the law first. More or less he is clueless about the current world, so he wants to master more things before going outside of the giant wall. Gray was relieved. He laughed and said, don't you know that many people crave for a position such as that? Oh my! You want to refuse? If you join to be a guard, you do not have to worry about eating and drinking for the rest of your life. It has a great salary, moreover nobody dares to bully you. Jura looked softly at Dudian and said, do you still want to study the law? Dudian nodded earnestly. Jura smiled and said, if you go over there to train, you will learn law too. Your studies won't be limited to only law but medicine, geology, sewing and so on. It is a comprehensive school. School? Dudian was confused. Many people could not tell the difference between colleges and schools. In short, the college is specialized one, such as the law school, sewing college, while school is composed of multiple colleges, and learn something very comprehensive. Nothing to worry about. You will learn the law when you join the guards. Gray patted Dudian's shoulder. There was a wide smile on his face and he continued to encourage Dudian, I heard there will be a training camp for elimination. So just concentrate on the camp. Auntie. Dudian seized the opportunity to speak to Jura. I want to borrow some pocket money. Jura was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, How much do you want? I'll give you. Don't ever talk about borrowing and repaying, we are a family. Dudian had prepared a reasonable answer. I want to buy some food and go back to slums to visit the children in the Maishan orphanage. I had already planned to borrow money from you, visit the orphanage and come back afterwards. Jura smiled and said, All right. She took out a pile of green paper notes out of her wallet and counted them. She gave banknotes amounting to 100 coins to Dudian. Since the invention of printing technology 10 years ago, under the management of the Bank of Silva, large amounts of banknotes were issued. In just a few years, they had replaced the coins and circulated to various households in residential and commercial district. Everyone has gradually become accustomed to using paper notes to trade. Nevertheless, people still addressed the amount using the word coins even though the payment was in paper notes. Thank you. Dudian immediately took banknotes and put them into his pocket. Gray saw this and did not say anything. He told Jura to prepare dinner. The next morning, Dudian woke up early, ate his breakfast after washing himself and left the house. Although he did not know when the scavengers would send people to pick him up, he knew that he did not have to go to law school for a few days. Sulfur, Dudian vaguely remembered the content of gunpowder. It was a festive when his sister told him how to make firecrackers at home. He was not so much interested in gunpowder, so he could not remember the exact formula in addition to sulfur. Dudian did not go directly to purchase the sulfur. He hired a carriage and went to slums. In the slums, Dudian went directly towards the Maishan orphanage. He passed the orphanage and then went over another 4 streets to enter unused streets. Along the way he smelled scent of feces and saw rotten bodies of insects. Not long after he reached a huge garbage dump. The garbage dump of the Silva was located in slums. There was nothing valuable in here to anyone. Therefore, even the poor people would avoid this garbage dump, because all items that were discarded here has long been rotten. Dudian, standing far away, could still smell rancid odor of feces mixed with the smell of urine. Excretion problem of the Silva world was solved by directing it over here. There were 7 or 8 garbage heaps standing like huge mountains. He couldn't see what was behind. He looked around to confirm that no one was around. He came near a rubbish-filled area. Dudian removed the large garbage piece from the area. Later he bent down, took out a piece of cloth and began to clean around a small black hole. It was big enough to accommodate his small and thin frame. It was not a coincidence that he came to this place. Chapter 12. The Dark King, Chapter 12. Supercomputer. I would like to thank Mr. Marting for doing an awesome job by editing the 12th chapter. Dudian took off his coat. The next moment he found a slightly dry spot on the ground. He used his bare arms to crawl in the cave. Fortunately, there is not steel or glass in these garbage dumps. After all, steel is recyclable, so no poor people will be extravagant enough to throw it away. As for the glass, the poor cannot afford it. The pungent smell was constantly suffocating Dudian. He was at point where he almost throws up everything in his stomach. Time to time he touched wet soft objects. In the dark, he could not see, but many ideas such as lump of feces or rot body of a mouse came to his mind. Even the poorest of the poor would avoid a place such as this one. Dudian clenched his teeth, crawled 7 or 8 meters and finally touched a hard object. It was his frozen storage apparatus. He touched along the edge of the shell, soon found a button and pressed it. Fingerprints are being verified, the mechanical sound echoed in darkness. Click, frozen storage opened. The door of the storage slightly arched the garbage upwards. But more garbage fell into the storage room, filling most of the free space inside. Dudian glanced at the door, where a red-colored figure was present. This was the year It is this that let him know that he regained consciousness in 300 years. The other reason for him to understand that a full 3 centuries had passed is that the energy tube of the cold storage could only supply for a full 300 years. That time span was the limit. Dudian reached out to the inside and soon touched a raised button. Click sound echoed again. A built-in palm-sized screen popped up. Scanning the eyes. The previous mechanical sound talked again as a beam shot onto Dudian's eyes from palm-sized screen. Verification, pass, mechanical voice resounded. The screen ejected a 3-dimensional hologram. There were 2 options, start and exit. Dudian said start. At the outbreak of the original disaster, he wasn't just frozen. In addition, the storage had a supercomputer in it. It can be said that his supercomputer was the essence of the old civilization. It stored information regarding science, technology as well as social history. These are the informative things and do not account for much memory. Nevertheless, supercomputer included informations regarding social, scientific and technological development of every country, which required at least tens of thousands of gigabytes of storage. Dudian thought of his father's last words, "Remember, you must rebuild the human civilization." Obviously, frozen storage capsule meant to escape the disaster, but his father also took into account the survival of the humanity after the disaster. The outbreak of the global nuclear bomb caused a devastating blow to the human civilization. This supercomputer had all the wisdom of the old world. The basic principles of manufacturing gunpowder and firearms, naturally also include within the data. The world has no electricity, but fortunately the remaining energy in the freezer is enough to run the supercomputer even though the body cannot be frozen anymore. But at least it is enough to maintain the basic operation of the cold storage. It was enough to study for few months. Dudian didn't know the exact power voltage, but he estimated that the supercomputer's energy consumption was less than a laptop's. However, Dudian did not have so much time to stay here. There is no time to often come here to watch, as he would cause Jura couple to have suspicions. Enough time to learn how to make gunpowder, generators, and check out the tools of the steam engine era. Dudian, lying on the edge of the cold storage, began to study instantly. He resisted the foul smell of feces and rotten animals. Gradually his body seemed to adapt. His mind was focused on the contents that were displayed by the supercomputer. Sulfur decomposition. Electricity improved steam engine. In this small and dark garbage cave, Dudian concentrated on learning. Unwittingly, Dudian was not completely absorbed by studying. His concept of time was very harsh. At dusk, he rubbed sore eyes and stopped the supercomputer teaching. Not eating and drinking for a whole day, he felt his belly burn. "I do know when I will come over here the next time. If an earthquake happens and capsule is uncovered, someone may notice and excavate it." Dudian made the decision that it would be too dangerous to the supercomputer over here. Previously, he did not bring in the Mytian orphanage. Because in the orphanage there was a high chance that it would be exposed by the children. Now, though, the conditions were different. He lives in residential areas where for residents a small piece of metal is not worth to care for. Even in the scavengers training camp, it would not cause any attention. Crack, Dudian opened the cover. He used his small nail to eject the small, chip-sized supercomputer. The energy tube is connected to the circuits of the capsule, so it would be very hard to dismantle it out. Dudian looked at this little chip inside. Thousands of years of human history and technological inventions are compressed inside this small object. If the rulers of this world know the value of this chip, he did not know how crazy things will become. Duncan carefully put away the chip. He closed the storage's door and hoped that he will see it another time. He began to crawl back to the surface. As soon as he left the garbage heap, he felt as if he was baptized from the hell and made into heaven. In comparison to the air inside, even though everywhere was filled with feces and urination, he felt very fresh after he climbed out. He took a few deep breaths and looked around. He noticed no one around and coat was still on the ground. He picked up the coat and quickly left the dump. Not far away from the garbage dump, the rainwater had amassed together into a small lake because of continuous fall of rain. Dudian did bother to control the radiation. He put away his coat and began to clean his arm and chest. As long as he could produce stable power supply, he will be able to find ways to reduce the body radiation from supercomputer. Previously, he found a bit of information in the supercomputer. There was information that documented the method to purify the radiation. But time was limited, so he did not read it. After all, even if he knows now, it is practically useless. Soon his body was slightly cleaner. Sticky things have been wiped out. Especially his left hand, which was stained with feces. He had bursts of nausea. Dudian, he knew his hair and body still exude a strong stench. He had to go home to wash properly, because if he continued to use this rainwater he would get sick. Chapter 13. The Dark King, Chapter 13. Gathering. Dudian went back to the neighborhood. He spent 5 copper coins in the vicinity of the wall to call a carriage so that he could directly go to the Linkong Street. Today was too late, so he did not have enough time to go to buy sulfur and saltpeter. Moreover, after a few days he would have to go to the scavengers' training camp. In regards to confidentiality kept by the organization, everything brought to the camp would be checked closely, so he avoided purchase of those materials. Although in this world, people only knew how to use sulfur for dyes and pesticides. Nevertheless, it also belonged to the low-risk, dangerous goods. The Jura couple were apparently anxiously waiting for Dudian to return, and they were noticeably relieved the moment he came back. Because of the strong smell coming of Dudian's body, Gray frowned and began to distance himself. "What is this dirty smell coming off your body?" Dudian coughed and said, "The usual smell of slums." Jura pinched her nose and said, "You should wash." "Wait a moment, I'm going to bring hot water for you," and went to the kitchen. Dudian went into the bathroom. He hid the supercomputer in a crack on the corner off the floor and wall. Soon Jura brought hot water and asked, "You gotta wash properly. Do you want me to help you?" "No," Dudian quickly refused. "Okay. Slowly wash up and clean properly." Jura put the water on the ground, turned to leave. Dudian looked at the small basin of water. He had a slight smile on his face. He missed the showers of the old era. Unfortunately, in this world even water radiation could not be filtered. At least in residential district it was so, which made him to desire to enter the commercial district as soon as possible. 3 days later. A tall carriage sprang to Jura couple's house. A 2 meters high, covered in exquisite armor, strong black horse was pulling the carriage. From the carriage a youth jumped down. He looked at the house number and knocked on the door. The Jura couple and Dudian were having breakfast. They saw the carriage from the window, and all of a sudden they had understood the reason guest had come. Jura immediately opened the door and warmly said, "Come in." The soft-haired youth saw that she seemed to know her purpose. But still he showed the identity card, which was a medal that had a double-crossed swords, representing the guard identity. He did not enter the room, said, "No. I'm sorry, but my time is tight. I have to take your child to the commercial district for military training. You must have received the notice, so please make it fast as I'm in a hurry." Jura did not think he was so anxious and busy. "Officer, how long is the child going to be in military training?" "The training period is 3 years," he said. "During the 3 years, he will be able to come back to home only on holidays. But my suggestion is that he should avoid doing so and study if he wants to complete his studies in 3-year period." Jura's face changed. "So hard? What if he can't complete?" "You can rest assured. Even in case that he is eliminated, he will be referred to small position," the youth said in an indifferent tone. Gray heard their conversation and his heart was relieved. He turned around and saw Dudian slowly dying. He could not help but be stifled, said, "Are you going to prepare? Do not let the officer wait for you for long. Come on." Dudian sighed. He hated the most to be interrupted while dining. Looking at Gray's eyes, he could only lay down his rolls, clap his hands, and return to his room. He had already folded the 2 sets of changing clothes and received the linen backpacks. Of course, the most important one was his uniform, which he had received beforehand. Dudian brought his backpack to the door. He looked up at the youth, said, "Let's go." Jura worriedly asked, "Have you taken everything? Clothes, shoes?" "Everything is in the backpack." Dudian waved, said, "Do not worry. Be careful when you go there. Do not fight with other children." Jura added. Dudian's heart warmed. Although the last time when they tried to marry him into Avril House made his heart cold towards them. But seeing Jura to be so sincere and care for him as for her own son changed previous cold feelings. After all, he has been adopted. He was grateful for everything that they had done for him. "I will." He answered back, "You have to take good care of yourself too. Black Death season is coming up and the temperatures will skyrocket. Ventilate the house a lot or you will catch the diseases." Jura was a perceptual and sentimental person. She didn't know how long it would take to see Dudian again. There were tears flowing down her eyes. "Let's go." The youth turned towards carriage. He helped Dudian to put his backpack onto the carriage. Dudian climbed the carriage, looking at Jura and Gray. He waved his hand. There was a hint of dismay in his heart. But soon, this strand of feeling was suppressed in the bottom of his heart. His palm gripped the backpack, eyes cold. He looked towards the future. His soft heart has become cold and strong. Carriage sped into the business district. Turned a dozen streets and gradually went into a little remote street. Continue to move forward, it came to stop in front of a huge wall. The huge iron gate was unlocked and carriage went inside. On each door side there was a massive sword carved. On top of the swords there were 2 words engraved. "Loyalty and Guardian." "Get off," youth told to Dudian. Dudian jumped out of the carriage, quietly watching the surrounding environment. "Come with me." Youth man glanced at him, released the reins of the horse, not afraid of the carriage to ran away on its own. They walked towards a small door. After passing through there a huge school field appeared in their vision. There were school buildings around the field. They passed the field onto a remote building. As they were passing through the hall they heard a low cry. The youth, accompanying Dudian, frowned. He opened the wooden door. There were 7 or 8 children at the same age as Dudian. At the moment one of the little girls was holding her knees, squatted on the floor and was crying. Next to her stood few boys with embarrassed faces who did now know what to do. The youth asked in a cold tone, "What happened?" One of the boys was shocked to see the youth. Me, Minnie said she is homesick." The youth frowned. "Is she?" He came up to the little girl in front, ordered, "I'm going to give you 2 seconds. Stop crying and stand up." The little girl heard his cold words, as if scared timidly stood up. She was trembling and tears were still flowing through her face. Chapter 14. The Dark King, Chapter 14. Orientation. Although I am not your instructor, but I hate to see someone crying in front of me. The youth spoke in a cold tone. Go into your room in the dorm. You can enjoy crying with no effort. Children turned pale, afraid to say anything. Minnie's clenched her hands and clutched her clothes. She bowed her head to fight back her tears. The youth took another glance at the children. He was too lazy to rebuke anything. He came up to the counter, opened a drawer and grabbed string of keys from inside. "Come with me," he said, and left the hall. Dudian immediately went after him to keep up the youth. Other children picked up their backpacks from the ground and walked after the youth and Dudian. Along the trail through the woods, the crowd come to a low, dilapidated wooden shed. The youth opened the door and said, "This is the place. Pick an empty bed and get ready because tomorrow morning special training will begin." Finished talking, the youth threw the keys towards Dudian and then directly left. Dudian clutched 3 keys in his hand. He looked at wooden shed and slightly frowned. The wooden shed most probably was deliberately built for them. It could not be compared with the gorgeous and unique buildings that were around the place. Even within the standards of slums, it was a relatively poor house to live. Is this how they are going to treat us? Dudian knew special training was not going to start tomorrow. It began the moment they came to wooden shed. There were 3 rooms inside the wooden barack. All 3 of them were identical. There were 4 beds in each room, mats and some dark stains on the boards. He quickly checked all the beds and picked a relatively clean wood bed. He put his backpack on the bed and waited for the rest to choose their beds so that he can go out to find whisk leaves or large weeds to wipe the bed. At this time, the other children had entered the wooden shed. They were stunned at the sight. Even for boys it was unbearable to live inside the barack. Many squatted down to cry. The kids grew up in residential areas and have not seen such a harsh environment. Instead of wasting his time, Dudian gave the other 2 keys to the children. He went outside to find and gather dried whisk leaves. Later on he came back to wipe the bed. If he had known that this was going to be happening, he thought he should have brought a mattress to cover the bed. The other children watched Dudian busying himself with the cleaning. Having stopped the self-pity, they began to choose beds. One of the children bit his teeth and talked out to rest of them, "Temporarily bear with it, certainly it will get better in the future." Desperate people always need hope to encourage themselves. As time passed, they began to compromise with the situation and began to adapt to the current conditions. One of the bigger boys went to Dudian's room. He seemed a bit curious about Dudian. "My name is Mason, what is your name?" "Dudian." "You seem unafraid of dirtiness." The child was direct. "In fact, there is moss-like things over the top of the bed," Dudian said. "What is it?" Mason asked. "It's nothing." Macon, scratching his head, did not know what to say. He saw a few pieces of mildew on the bedboard. He thought of Dudian's previous approach. Immediately left the room to the outside to pull some green grass to wipe the bed, but the pieces of mildew on his bed were too much. It didn't matter how hard he tried to rub, the spots were still covered in dark. Dudian looked at him, said, "We have to dry them in sun." Macon surprised for a moment and said, "We can put the bedboards outside for sun to dry them out, so that they do not rot." He called out to other children. They immediately mobilized. Mason looked at Dudian. "Don't you want to dry your bed?" "I cannot move it alone." "I'll help you," Mason said at once. Dudian, because of his temper, did not ask for help directly. Nevertheless he replied, "Thank you." With Mason's help they took the bed outside the wooden shed. Before long, another youth wearing the officer uniform led a group of children over. The officer looked at the beds in the open space, slightly frowned, but did not say anything. As the previous officer did, he too casually opened a few rooms, so that children picked their own, leaving the key left. The children looked curiously at Dudian, Mason, and others, and then one by one looked at their own bedrooms. "Are these children's dwellings ready?" Dasha came to the window. She was wearing a white thin silk gloves and holding a metal tube. If Dudian would be here, he could recognize at sight that it was an old-fashioned telescope. She took it up to her eyes level and began to watch situation outside the wooden sheds. "Everything is in accordance with your instructions. The housing environment is not unchanged. We will stop supplying hot water soon. Tobu, respectfully, I believe they will soon adapt to the pain and hardship. This time, I am confident that we will produce more than 100 scavengers." Dasha nodded slightly. Suddenly she saw a group of children carrying the beds from the wooden sheds into the open space. She was confused for a moment as she didn't expect them to act so. After a while, she put away the binoculars and said, "These children, you have to discipline them good. The number of passing children is declining each year. We have to improve teaching methods and tactics in order to maintain stable number of scavengers. In addition, do not forget that in case their mental state is not up to par, then eliminate them instantly." Tabu bowed his head, yes. In the evening, the children worked together to help each other to move the beds back to their respective rooms. Mason pulled out a bedding from his backpack and lay it on the mattress. Some of the children looked at him in envy. He laughed back and comfortably lied down in a proud manner because of his foresight. Dudian changed his clothes and lied down too. He closed his eyes to review the knowledge he got from Superchip. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. He woke up at 5 a.m. next morning because of harsh strange sounds coming from outside. Dudian and other children got up and came together to look at source of strange voice. They saw a meter-tall bird creature with a crooked neck. It was emitting a very sharp sound, almost breaking their eardrums. Chapter 15. The Dark King, Chapter 15. As long as you stay alive. To begin with, it was an unbearable place to live, so the children were not adapted to the new environment. They barely had any sleep yet. At the moment to hear an ear-piercing sound such as this one, it felt as if lots of needles were stuck to their brains. One after another they got out of the room. The sky was still dark, and the nighttime temperature was cold. Most of them could not help but shiver because of the having gone out in pyjamas. At this time, that strange bird called out 3 more times and stopped. Some children wanted to go back to sleep. In vain, though. "I'm going to give you 3 minutes to be ready to stand in front of me." A brown-haired brawny person of 2-meter height cried out loud. Many children were confused first, but they remember about the special training. Dudian's biological clock was destroyed, cannot help but have some headaches. He restrained his emotions, turned back to the room to wear a coat, but gave up. There was cold water near the door which he used to wash his face and later come out of the wooden shed towards the brawny man. Only 2.5 minutes had passed. Other children gave up on washing themselves but instead put on clothes to go out. They wanted to give a good impression to the instructor, so they did their best to be as early as possible. But there were others who even in 3 minutes still had not changed, especially girls, holding a lot of luggage full of clothes, hesitating what to wear today look good. Instructor did not urge anyone, but quietly waited. Time went by. About 5 minutes later everyone was out near the instructor. "Since today is the first day, I set up a special alarm for you to get up from sleep. But from tomorrow I hope that when I come over here I can see all of you ready and set." "Yes," answered several bold boys loudly. The brown-haired man nodded slightly. "Well, today you are 5 minutes late. So everyone will come go to school field and run 5 laps. Many children face slightly changed. They had seen the huge school field. Let alone 5 laps, even a full circle was going to exhaust them. "Teacher, why is everyone? We came over within 3 minutes. Even if it is because of being late. Some were late for 2 minutes, why is it 5 minutes? Several boys could not help but speak out their thoughts. Instruct spoke in an indifferent tone. "First of all, even if you all were ready in 3 minutes' time, you would still run 3 times around the field. Secondly, you are a group. A collective. If one of you is left behind, the rest of you gotta bear the consequences. Teacher, I am not satisfied. There will always be people dragging their feet. I refuse to follow such a ridiculous idea." A few boys suddenly spoke out in anger. Instructor licked his lips and said in a rhetorical manner, "Not satisfied, are you?" Without waiting for a response, instructor kicked the boy who talked first in stomach. The kick was so hard that the kid was pushed backwards, hit few other children and fall down in pain. "You do not agree?" Instructor kicked another dissatisfied boy in the same way as the first one. Unfortunate for other, he didn't stop but continued to kick another 3 or 4 boys. As soon as he was finished with kicking them, instructor turned to speak. Here you don't ask anything. You only obey the orders. Anyone who refuses to act but will be hit by me. I may even kill you. Believe me, nobody will care. There was a trace of indifference in his face as he sneered and continued. The previous session I killed one. Unfortunately you didn't see it. It's better to kill the garbages instead of wasting time and resources to nurture them. All the children who heard the vicious words coming out of instructor's mouth were scared and turned pale. Some of the girls had their legs trembling because of the fear. Tears poured out, but not dare to cry. Instructor gazed at them before saying, if you haven't finished in 10 minutes, then no breakfast. Then suddenly smiled. This cannot follow the collective idea. Those who don't finish, those are the ones who won't eat. I do not want to let individual garbage pull down the level of the whole. Hearing this, a lot of sturdy children suddenly felt relieved. Duddy inside, almost crying in his heart. He knew that he certainly won't finish the run on time. Soon, the instructor brought all of them into the school field to begin to run. However, the school field was too big. Even the children with the best physiques failed to finish in 10 minutes. Some were late for a minute, some for 2 minutes, and some for 4 or 5 minutes. In short, everyone lost the opportunity for breakfast. Some frail girls finished 5 laps 20 minutes over the time limit. But Du Dian's result stunned everyone. He had spent 30 whole minutes over the time limit to finish the run. He won the nickname Indisputable from other children. Mason and the other 2 boys who lived in the same room as Dudian pulled away from him as if he was a total stranger to them. Although Dudian was relatively calm, but to see all the strange eyes cast at him, he couldn't but blush a bit because of shame. He knew that having slept in a frozen storage capsule for 300 years had slowly weakened his body. It would take many months to recover. He got tired from walking, let alone to run for 5 laps. Instructor looked at Dudian and did not say anything. Everyone gather. Instructor ordered as soon as Dudian finished. This time instructor's order was not left deft by anyone. Soon everyone was arranged in neat rows. A self-introduction first. My name is Tobu. Brown hair instructor continued in an indifferent tone, the next 3 years I'll be responsible for training you. I have only one rule, which is to obey any of my orders. Of course, I do not want to teach people who are a group of puppets that listen to orders only. Any question, except the ones towards my orders, is welcome. Teacher, what are we here to learn? Only exercises? A boy immediately asked with disturbance on his face. Tobu indifferently smiled, said, as long as you learn to stay alive in here, you can graduate. Alive? All children surprised a moment. Dudian's mind turned cold. He knew that graduating from scavenger camp was going to be hard, as the situation outside the giant wall was very vulnerable to a normal human being. Chapter 16. The Dark King, Chapter 16. The Stupid Questions. In here, I will teach you how to survive in hard conditions and environments. Tobu indifferent spoke, today is your first day. I'll give you rewards if you can answer few simple questions. Eyes of the children were focused on him. The first question. Tobu calmly said, how can we stay alive? All of them could not help be surprised for a moment. How to stay alive? They never thought about it. From small age they were protected by their parents. Afterwards everyone planned to choose their favorite college during the admonitions. Later on work to earn and continue their lives. Make money. A girl immediately raised her hands to answer. Other children suddenly sighed, yes Of course you have to learn to make money if you want to live. Such a simple answer, and they let a girl to take the advantage of situation to answer first. Tobu still had an indifferent and unimpressed look. He spat out a word, wrong. Work? Another boy tentatively spoke out. Tobu glanced at him, wrong. By the way, everyone only has one chance to answer. All the children looked at each other. It's not making money, and it's not working too? Teacher, you just live. Is there any situation to live? A white-skinned tender girl frowned. Tobu looked at her. There is no situation to live. Hearing this, all children cannot help but looked at each other. Dudian also frowned slightly. His brain fluttered up to his observations. The answer should not be tricky. Actually, the answer should be an easy one. To eat. He raised his hand. As soon as the words came out from Dudian's mouth, the children turned over to him with stunned expressions. It did not take long before Poochie sounds were echoed. All of them were laughing out loud. To eat? Is there more idiotic answer than this? Right, replied Tobu indifferently. Children were stunned and perplexed. Looking at all the children's stunned expression, Toby cold smile, the simple answer. I was worried that no one would answer correctly and I will not give out a reward. In your minds, in addition to lack of water, what is more fatal to human life? All the children had ugly looks. Some were not convinced. But having the experience of Tobu's previous atrocities, no one would dare to question. Dudian was relieved. Like other children, he thought that the answer couldn't be so simple, but nevertheless his bet won him a reward. The second question. Tobu continued, how can we eat food? All children were confused. What kind of stupid question is this? Make money. A voice quickly echoed. It was the little girl who was first to answer the first question. This time she chose to reply with the same answer. Other children suddenly want to stomp. Damn, the first one they missed, and this chance was robbed by the girl. Wrong. Tobu replied. The little girl was surprised for a moment. How can you eat food with buying it? Other children are also startled. But soon they quickly raised their hands to answer so that they not lose the chance for getting the reward. I know. It is by working. I know. My mother used the upper and lower teeth to chew. The last boy thought of the simple answer to the previous Dudian's contrarian thought, and immediately said tentatively. Tobu could not help but look at him, his face showing a trace of ridicule. Is there anyone who uses their ass to chew the food? The boy's face was embarrassed, blushing like blood. All wrong, a bunch of rubbish, said Tobu. Dudian did not expect to be last one to answer again, as everyone had wrong answers. He was lost in thought, thinking back to previous thinking way. According to that kind of logic, the first step to stay alive is to eat. So the first step to eat is find food. Dudian once again raised his hand. Tobu lightly looked at him, said, right. All the children were again dumbfounded. It's that simple? It's that simple? Here's the last question. Tobu indifferent, how to find food. All the children cannot help but look to the Dudian. Dudian saw the eccentric eyes of children focused on him. His heart was frustrated. This time he really did not know the answer. As they saw Dudian being silent, the children began to think their brains out. One after another raised their hands to answer. The answers were similar to the previous one. Especially the make money little girl. The third answer was still to make money. It seemed that she won't stray from her thinking style. Ultimately, all the answers were wrong. Soon, after a round of answers, almost no one answered correctly. Tobu looked around and said, so no one knows? Several children standing near Dudian cannot help but look to him, as he was the only one who has not answered. Dudian felt their eyes, and even felt Tobu to look at him. It seems Tobu waited for him to answer. But this time he really does not know, cannot think of an answer as all the other children have set out possible answers that he could think of. It seems that there is no one to answer. Tobu saw Duddy and did not answer, so he no longer waited and explained, "The first step to find food is to learn to identify food. Today's first lesson is to teach you to know which food to eat." Duddian understood the purpose of the 3 questions. Through the conversation with Mason yesterday, he confirmed his guess. No one knew about scavenger special training, all of them thought that it was just a guard training camp. Duddian knew from his previous conversation with Fernando that scavengers had to go outside the giant wall into the wilderness to look for resources. Their own resources to eat and drink would be limited while going out, so they had to learn how to survive in the wilderness outside the giant wall. Understanding the food was their first class. "Teacher, what is my reward?" Duddian saw Toba has not yet announced, cannot help but raise his hand to ask. Tobo glanced at him and said, "Every answer is to be rewarded with a single breakfast. Congratulations, you get 2 breakfast rewards. Today we have passed the breakfast time, so you can only wait until tomorrow to use it. A breakfast? Duddian some stun. He did not know yet, but in a short period of half a month after the special training, he profoundly realized that how valuable those 2 breakfasts were. Now, the end of the rest, run 10 laps around school field. Tobu suddenly shouted. All children cannot help but startled, this has just finished but also have to run? Time is half an hour. For every 5 late minutes, plus a lap. Tobu declared the rules indifferently. Teacher, do not. Some of the children could not help crying, but soon took the lead to run at full speed because Tobu did not seem to be joking about extra laps. Dudien's mouth slightly convulsed. This rule was simply ruthless to him. But he had a faint guess, Tobu did this exercise to increase their endurance. According to Tobu's argumentation and login, since it is learning how to survive, then they should not exercise power and strength but speed and durability. Chapter 17. The Dark King, Chapter 17. Survival Training. Time flies, in the blink of an eye 3 months has passed. These 3 months, on daily basis they had long-distance endurance training. In addition they had the survival teaching program. It was a general term. It referred to methods and tactics tested over a long period of time. It was divided into 2 main categories, namely foraging and collection of resources. This was the basic ability that had to be mastered by every scavenger. Foraging is subdivided into water, shelter, access to food and subsistence. Each course contains a wide range of content. The first is the water source course, which focuses on finding water sources in different environments. These environments are divided into 4 broad categories: jungle, desert, mountain, and swamp. In the jungle, looking for the water is much easier in comparison to the other environments. But organisms lurked in the jungle. Survival course taught how to avoid these dangers too. In addition to looking for water, there are water filters and different water quality testing and so on. Obviously, scavengers not only have to survive outside the giant wall. They also need to collect different parts of the water samples and bring back to the giant wall for the studies. Entire giant wall of Silva was a huge solid shelter. In addition to foraging, the collection of resources is also broken down into 4 major classes. The amount of knowledge is extremely large, namely mining, collecting herbs, geological survey and exploration. Each of these ones, in normal condition, is a separate course specializing in a college. In other words, in the college one needs to study for 3 years one of these courses and they can graduate. But in here, within just 3 years, all of them have to learn. According to Toby, only after mastering everything they can survive. The 3 months for Duddian, the most difficult is not 8 courses, but endurance training and mining course physical training. Nevertheless, his progress in the last 3 months is extremely obvious. The first week it took him 30 minutes for full 5 laps of run. In half a month time he used 20 minutes for 5 laps. After half a month his timing decreased to 15 minutes. After 2 months he was given the right to eat breakfast, but he's still the last child to arrive during 5 lap runs. His physical abilities were affected during 300 years sleep in the frozen storage. However, his willpower was not affected at all. In the second month, the physical consequences of the frozen storage were completely eliminated. It would normally take another 3 to 4 months to completely eliminate. But in this month's super strength exercises sped up the process. His speed and endurance were amazingly upgraded as a result of daily training, and he was able to secure a place in the top 10. At the end of the third month, he was already in top 3 according to the performance. This amazing pace of progress was noticed by all the other children, especially Mason and 2 other boys who lived in the same with Dudian. They gave him a nickname, Mad Cow. The Law, the second chapter, the normative role of law. In quiet library, Dudian was standing in front of the books of the law section. In his hands he was holding an introductory law book. Since the beginning of the third month he was out in library for 10 minutes every day, which was the longest time he could squeeze out. "Dean, why are you in front of the law section?" I asked the teacher and was told that there is an examination today. Pay close attention to review the past knowledge or else you won't pass and will be eliminated. Another child who was reading books next to geology section spoke to Dudian. Dudian made a hand gesture, shush. He continued to focus on reading the basic law book. After 10 minutes passed, he gently put the book back into its place in the shelf. He turned towards herbal bookshelf and skillfully took out a book called Plants. He quickly rolled over the pages for a review. After making few confirmations, he put the book away and turned to leave. "Dean." Mason quickly caught up, said, "Do you know what today's exam is about?" "I do not know," said Dudian. "I hope they won't test the geological survey. I have not had time to study." Macon eyes turned towards Dudian and he smiles, "Most of the other things I can help you out with. If you have the chance, how are you going to help me out?" Dudian snapped at him, "No tricks. Do not even think of cheating. Oh, come on. We can try to sneakily pass few answers." Mason bitterly said, "I do not want to be eliminated. Teacher said that in case we will lose the qualification to be a guard and be eliminated. We have to pay for the course fee by ourselves. My family cannot afford such a high cost." Dudian shrugged his shoulders and said nothing could be done. Indeed, on the third day of the special training, Tobu had said these words. But Dudian has long known that the training camp is in fact used to train the scavengers. However, in name it is Noah's selection for guards. Even in case of elimination, most will still be the guards within the Silva's giant wall. As for Tobu's remarks, Dudian's was sure that it was just a speculation. Of course, for other children that was undoubtedly a bad news. It was also because of these words, most of the children who wanted to quit, clinged their teeth and continued the harsh training. Soon, both of them came to the school field. All of the children were gathered, talking quietly, trying to guess the forthcoming examination. It was not long before Tobu appeared punctually. As he came over, everyone meticulously stood in neat rows. This was the result of experiencing firsthand the pain of being kicked by Tobu. However, Tobu didn't came alone. By his side there was a tall graceful girl in her early 20s. Her face was full of mature sexy charm. It seemed as if she had lost her childish naivety long time ago. In fact, most of the 10-year-old children knew some aspects of knowledge regarding sex. As in this world, it was the legal age of marriage. After all, it was not easy for most people to live to 60 when radiation was so corrosive. Tobu coldly smiled and spoke in a consistent low tone, "After 3-month training, you barely have the basic garbage guards qualifications. Starting today, every 6 months, we will conduct a final exam. All losers will be eliminated. Everyone was tense after Tobu spoke. Dudian also realized that the test is not a simple detection of knowledge, and soon Tobu's words confirmed his idea. This assessment is very simple. Instructor Chris will send you to a place where you only need to survive for 10 days. If you can be qualified to continue the training. Chapter 18. The Dark King, Chapter 18. The Desert. Can you guess what is going to happen in the next few chapters? To survive for 10 days? All children were confused. Although Tobu said it was simple, but after 3 months' time spent with him, they already knew that his concept of simple was very far away from the original meaning of the word. All of them had expected the assessment to be a paper test, but were worried about which subject would be chosen. No one had expected that this time it would be a practical one. Obviously, to survive for 10 days, you must have grasped all the preliminary details of 4 courses from foraging class. Soon, some calculations were made. As long as there is water, the body's hunger strike limit is 7 days to 15 days. If the willpower is extremely tenacious, it's possible for a person to live up to for a month without food. That is, children only need to find a water source. There was a hope to pass through the practical exam. If the person was lucky enough to find a little food, they would be able to survive 10 days without any problems. Such a thought had greatly increased the confidence of many children. Dudian slight frowned. He was not too optimistic about the situation. If he knew anything about Tobu's style, then it was that Tobu would never test them with such a simple assessment. Children, come with me. At this time Chris, who was standing next to Tobu, spoke. Sister will take you to a fun place. I guarantee that you will like it. Some of the big boys heard her words, light burst out of their eyes. Line up. Chris smiled and turned to lead the way. All the children side by side, as a long team, were led by Chris. They came over to the school field. There were dozens of black carriages parked near the field. A single carriage was big enough to accommodate 7 or 8 adults, as for children around 10 to 11 of them could sit inside. Get onto carriages, Chris smiled. Dudian saw the youth who had came to pick him up from his house as a coachman in one of the carriages. Dean, come here, Mason greeted Dudian. Dudian took a look and walked inside. In addition to Mason, the other 2 children who shared the room with Dudian were present in the carriage. Mason had convened them to act together in the test and mutually care for each other. Obviously, as the people from the same room were the most trustworthy ones. Damn, the curtains are sewn here. Mason tried to lift the drapery to look out. A bad feeling poured into Dudian's heart. Is the test venue outside the giant wall? Dudian has closed his eyes, quietly listening and calculating everything since carriage had left the school field about 20 minutes ago. In the beginning he could hear the voices of passerby people, but gradually noises quiet down. After some time nothing but hoofs of horses and crackling of wheels were heard by Dudian. This silence lasted for another half hour. The carriage speed gradually halt and it came to stop. Dudian slowly opened his eyes, 28 turns, short stop for 3 times. The route taken should be to the west of the school. His mind repeatedly recalled the previously felt line. The carriage speed was very fast, so it felt very obvious when it was turning to right or left. If at the moment Chris knew what Dudian was thinking about, she would be stunned. It was not difficult to do what he did. As long as enough attention was given, any of these children could have done that. However, from the moment of entering to the carriage to the blockage of the windows, as well as the pressure by the possibility of the elimination, was especially designed to put psychological oppression on them. Thoughts of children were filled with apprehensions and worries, so no one paid attention to small details the way Dudian did. It showed how calm he was. That was the most important thing. The calmness of mind. The carriage's door was opened. Dudian immediately knew that it was not to check on them, but they had reached their final destination. The children quickly went down the carriages, eager to look forward the place which they have to survive for the next 10 days. It turned out to be a desert. The sand covered any and every place that they looked at. Survive 10 days in the desert? All children wanted to spurt blood. Dudian jumped from the carriage to see this endless hot desert. He could not help but sigh deeply. Sure enough, if Taboo said simple, it can never be so simple. Kids. Chris, with a charming smile on her face, clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. For the next 10 days you will be here. If you can't hold on, then just draw an X sign on the ground and you will be rescued. Of course, rescue means elimination. Similarly, it means costs of the special training will be burdened by your family. I believe you know the approximate numbers. If you don't want to ruin your homes, then do what you have to do and survive. She stopped for a moment, blinked for a few times and said, I wish you good luck. By the way, this is the first test and the most simple one. Then, turned to jump onto a nearly 3-meter-high dark horse. Dudian had seen this type of horse before. It was the same one as Fernando had used. Obviously, this also represented Chris's identity as a hunter. Dudian narrowed his eyes, looking at Chris, who whipped the horse and went away. The rest of the carriages also turned towards the same direction, maintaining the same formation, left away. Gradually they disappeared into the horizon. For a time, in this huge desert, only more than 300 children were present. Is this how to survive? This is murder. I knew it was not going to be so simple. Children's anger were directed at Chris, who led the carriage away. Ladies and gentlemen. A physically strong, tall child loudly called out, we have to unite. The first thing to do is to find water. As long as we can find water source, we can survive. The strength is in unity. Other children who hear him talk did not complain. Some heed his words, while few others began to think about a way to survive for the next 10 days. They began to skim through the knowledge that they had gained in the previous 3 months. Everyone had learned not to ask Taboo for advice, because they asked with their mouths, but Taboo answered with the fist. It was a kind of mental training too. The point was to raise individuals who could critically think for themselves in cases such as this. Dean, let's go with them, Mason told to Dudian. Since the first day, Mason and other children in the room were used to consult Dudian's views. In their room, even though Mason is the most charismatic, but the most prestigious was no doubt Dudian. No, the 4 of us will stay together to form a team. Dudian shook his head in disapproval. Macon was stunned. Why? The other 2 children also were puzzled. It was an absolute truth that if they grouped together with everyone, their strength would rise. Even the content of the course was based on this idiom: in harsh environments, if united, would have a much better chance to survive. They did not immediately question Dudian. It is easy to find water. But do not forget that we are in desert, not a jungle or swamp. Even if we find water easily, it would be scarce. It would be enough to supply needs of some, and ultimately the unity what you talk about will be disintegrated because of uneven distribution of resources. Dudian directly said. Macon and the other 2 children immediately woke up. Let's go, we have already wasted a lot of time. Dudian looked around, found a direction and left the place. Chapter 19. The Dark King, Chapter 19. Danger. There is always a plot within the plot. Mason and the other 2 children as one tried to immediately keep up with Dudian. Except Dudian's small team, there were 2 or 3 medium-sized teams. The rest of the children were hesitant. As if following the herd mentality, most of them formed a single large team. More than 300 people were formed into a colony-like team which gradually dispersed into the desert. Why are we going there? We are walking towards the sun. Mason raised his hand to cover his face from sun rays. It's been less than an hour, but his body was sweating nonstop because of the heat. We seem to be at least in the same direction with the sun, another brown-haired child spoke. His name was Sham. One of the four sharing the room with Mason and Dudian. His character was boring, but as a person he was a diligent child. In addition to Dudian, he was the only person to stack his bed. Even if to avoid competition, we shouldn't have come this way. Mason smiled. Dudian whispered, in desert climate the temperature contrast of day and night is extreme. Even though it is Black Death season right now and the highest possible temperatures appear during this season. But in the evening the temperature will drop to the same level as Black Snow season. So we have to go to west as much as possible, as it will be the warmest place in the evening. 3 people heard Dudian solemnly explain. Mason bitterly said, if we went eastwards we could have avoided withstanding the sun and heat, even in case we couldn't find water source we would have gained more good than harm. And taking into the account the problem of insulation at night, how do you know the temperature will drop at night? My feet are burning, they are on fire. How the heck the temperature will be reduced? Sham and the other child named Zach were also very curious. It was so hot right now, so how could it get cold at night? You will know once it gets dark. Dudian did not explain the heat-absorbing and heat-dissipating effects of sand. This kind of knowledge was not taught during the studies in camp, so speaking about it would inevitably lead to doubt. And the concept of endothermic cooling, even if told, would not be understood by them. The water is sure to be found, the only thing we should pay attention to is to absolutely avoid getting sick. Dudian solemnly warned Mason, Zach, and Sham. Zach, Sham, and Mason were somewhat surprised hearing Dudian's assured words regarding the water. However, they did not question him, but were very curious, how would he find water in this desert that is full of sand? Where does that certainty and confidence come from? It did not take long before Dudian's team had lost sight of other teams. All what they could see were sand that endlessly covered the desert. They could not but get tensed and nervous at the sight. The only thing that teammates could do was to continue to believe in Dudian's judgment. He had never let them down during the training in the camp, so they hoped his judgment will be right in the desert too. Do you still remember the part where they taught us how to find water in the desert? Dudian stopped, looking around. I remember, we first have to look for shady sand and then dig until we find water, Mason said. Dudian raised his hand and pointed towards the front. There was a hill made out of sand. The side which he was pointing at was protected from the sun because of the angle of the hill. The sun could not illuminate that part even in the morning when it raised from east. Only at noon the sun rays would penetrate the sand, but for a small time. Let us go there. He stepped forward, taking the lead. As they reached the hill, Dudian touched the sand. It was very cool. Mason, Zach, and Sham were delighted at sight. They squatted down to prepare to dig. Dudian waved his hand. First wrap clothing around your hand, so that it does not get scratched by stones. Then, he tore a fabric and wrapped around his hands and squatted down to start digging. Mason laughed, we are lucky that you are thoughtful. 3 of them tore off clothing, covered their hands and began to dig. It has to be noted that 3 months of endurance training had greatly improved physical strength of 4 of them. They had walked for 4 or 5 miles under the scorching sun, but they still had energy to dig. However, this was also kind of a gamble. Because in case they could not find water after digging, they would not be able to support their bodies to find the next possible place to dig for water. As a result, even Dudian felt nervous. Especially, after digging for half a meter depth, they were still touching soft sand. Let's end it here. We should move to the next place. Dudian decisively stopped. If they did not touch wet sand in this phase, even if they dug for 3 or 4 meters, there was a high possibility that they will not find water. We have done so much, so why give up now? Mason asked. Dudian replied with a sullen face, we can't gamble and hope to win now. Follow me, let's move on. Finished speaking, he turned to move out and walk forward. Mason and Zach were doubtful. They were unwilling to move on. Sham stood up and said, "Let's go." What Dean said was right. "We can't bet now." Then he run over to keep up with Dudien's pace. Mason and Zack sighed. They shook their hands on their knees to remove the sand. Now, when God closes a door for you, He won't open another one but will release the dog for you. Suddenly Zack screamed out loud, jumped half-meter high and hurried towards Dudien. Dudien and Sham turned back towards Mason and Zack. They suddenly saw a 2-meter-long snake drilling out from the sand. Its skin was brownish, the scales reflected the shining sun. All of them felt chilled over and over. "Run!" Dudien was the first to recover. He roared loudly, turned and ran away. The rest of the team members tried to keep up. Mason panicked and his feet stumbled. Plop sound echoed and he was thrown onto sand. Dudien was running in front, but when he heard the sound he could not but look back. He saw Mason on the ground and there were a bit more than 10 meters between him and the snake. Snake was twisting its body as if swimming on the desert sand. The situation became precarious. He turned back towards Mason and rushed to him. Sham and Zack were surprised for a moment. They also noted the fall of Mason. They saw the twisting body of Snake and their faces became extremely ugly and they become hesitant. At this point, Dudien has rushed to the front of Mason, grabbed his arm, growled, "Stand up." Mason leveraged to climb up and look back. There were 2 or 3 meters between him and the snake. If it jumped it would be able to pounce its body onto him. Mason was too scared, he hurried back. Suddenly Snake jumped towards Mason. It opened its mouth showing 2 sharp fangs. Chapter 20. The Dark King, Chapter 20. Alchemist. We will be having ads. Please disable your ad blocks. KTHX. Moreover, as I wrote in previous post, there is always a plot within the plot in this novel. At this moment, a gray shadow flashed by Mason and knocked the snake onto the sand. "Run!" Dudien growled. Macon recovered and run away in a hurry. Dudien looked at Snake which began to twist its body towards him. He turned to run away as fast as possible. His jacket was tightly wrapped around his hand. Previously he hit down the snake thanks to the help of jacket which protected his hand from possible bite by the snake. So, I assume it's the sound made while passing Mason. Dudien quickly passed Mason and went to the front. In endurance training his results were the best in comparison to his flatmates. Running for a few hundred meters, Dudien looked back, but saw Mason and rest keeping up with him. There was no trace of the snake. It should have known the failed to hunt so decisively gave up on them. After all, in such a harsh environment even animals try to avoid useless consumption of energy while hunting down the prey. Dudien was relieved and said, "Stop running." It stopped to chase us. Mason, Zack, and Sham looked at rear and noted that the snake has stopped chasing after them. The next moment they felt deeply tired, their throat were dry. They were thirsty and the weather was awfully hot. "Scared me." Zack had a lingering fear as he patted his chest. "Let's take a break, I'm exhausted," Sham breathed fast while panting. Mason heard the words of 2, suddenly looked up to the Dudien. He slightly nodded to Dudien and said, "Dean, this time you saved my life, after what?" "Do not speak." Dudien patted his shoulder, "Save your energy." "Zack, Sham, we are not going to stop. It's possible for Snake to continue to catch up with us while crawling under the sand. We do not know that we are out of its hunting range. Moreover, it's getting late. We have to find water as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very difficult to get past tonight." Then, he continued to lead the way in front. Macon looked at Zack and Sham. He twisted his head right and left in disapproval and followed after Dudien. Zack and Sham looked at each other. Recalling the hesitation in the previous situation, they bowed their heads, without saying anything followed after Dudien. Dudian and crew continued to walk in westbound direction. All what they saw along the way was sand and dry clods. Except Dudian, other three could not help but wonder, if they went in another direct, won't they be able to find water? However, at the insistence of Dudian, they did not change the direction. By dusk, they were walking forward almost in slower than a turtle. Their bodies were sweating, they were tired, their faces were tan red. Found, Dudian's sound echoed. Mason, Zach, and Sham's faces were as numb as corpses. However, as soon as they heard Dudian's voice, hope burst out of their dry eyes. Where? Mason hurriedly asked. Dudian raised his hand and pointed with his index finger. There was a small slope in front. Not far from the slope, there were some dry green grass and cactus, which were common plants of desert. Plants, plants. There of them cried in excitement. Dudian's face was also reflected a smile, said, if there is a plant then there must be water. All of them came towards the plants at the same time, but Dudian warned them, be careful, there may be something lurking here. Mason and other two nervously looked around. It was not long before Dudian began to dig the moist sand beneath the green grass. After a meter of sand was dug out, finally they got to see water. It was scarce and mixed with sand. It's dirty. How can we drink it? Macon and other two were dumbfounded. Dudian did not speak. He put the jacket that he previously used to beat the snake onto ground. He used both his hands to grab the water mixed with sand and filled onto the jacket. Later on he began to twist the jacket as hard as he could. He knew that jacket was made out of wool. So he used it to filter the water. As he continued to tighten the coat, the clean water began to flow down. They were thirsty for whole day. This simple filtered water was as delicious as a heavenly nectar for them. He drank a few mouthfuls. Dudian did not continue, but licked his lips with water, and then climbed up, said, do not drink way too much. It's good as long as the basic consumption of the body is met. There was admiration exposed in Mason and other two children's eyes. This grass could be eaten. Dudian pulled out the green grass. He kneaded the roots of the grass from the wet soil. Later on he broke them off. There was no outflow of colored juice, so he immediately bit and gently chewed it up. Faint sweet feeling diffused from the roots of grass and filled his mouth. It was a bit jerky, but he chewed carefully and then swallowed it. The other three saw Dudian and broke off the grass to eat up. So bitter. It's so hard to eat. Zach and Sham were not happy with the taste but still chewed and swallowed the grass. Dudian looked at the sky, said, tonight we should sleep in here. We should pick some dry wood to make fire through the night. By the way, one of us should stay on duty through the night. Let's pick the one who should stay on duty tonight right now so that he can sleep right now. I'll be on duty tonight, Macon said. If you go to sleep, we won't know what to do. Dudian nodded, then you go and rest, Zach go to find dry wood. Sham come over with me to build a shelter, find some stones. With his arrangement, all of them began to get busy with their allocated jobs. Outside the desert, there was a solitary pub. Because of the erosion of desert, the pub was half broken. Doors and windows have been repeatedly patched with wood. At the moment a man and a woman was sitting in the pub, drinking iced wheat beer. 360 people are to be assessed. How many can stay alive tonight? Chris asked while she was using dagger to gently fiddle with the ice inside the wooden cups. Tobu indifferent smiled and said, absolutely more than you think. Is it? Chris picked her eyebrows in teasing manner, wanna make a bet? Are we gambling? Tobu showed interest. How many people can stay after 10 days? Chris squinted, I bet 200 children. Tobu smiled and replied, I bet 300 students. Oh? Chris squinted at him. You seem to have confidence in your students. But this time you will lose. Tobu sipped the beer from the cup and asked, "How come?" Chris covered her lips with her hand said, "Do not you know, this desert in a decade ago, was the territory of the Ryan family. It was one of the 6 most prosperous families in the commercial district. Unfortunately, they were destroyed by an evil alchemist. The thing is, not only the family was destroyed but its territories were desertified by that alchemist's evil forces." "That was 10 years ago, I know, because I was there," Tobu said. Chris giggled, and said, "But you do not know that evil alchemist who was killed by the Holy Church had left few things behind in this damn desert. Now there are some other evil alchemists who are quietly gathering in here. The thing is, Holy Church has seen through their little tricks and knows about everything." Tobu's face expression suddenly changed. "What do you mean?" "The Holy Church is ready to wipe out those evil alchemists that reside in here. But the problem is that they are hidden very well. In case Church sends a bright night over, suspicions will be raised. So to bring out those rats from their nests, another plan was made. It was on purpose that the scavenger examination site is relocated to here. These children will be used as bait to lure them out. And I believe those alchemists will fall into this scheme, as they won't try to miss the opportunity that is in front of them," Chris said with a smile. Chapter 21. The Dark King, Chapter 21. Night Attack. Happy New Year to all of you. Tobu's pupils shrank. He slapped the counter and said, "Are you the one behind the idea of using my students as bait?" Chris shrugged and replied, "I'm not so bold to do that, as I'm aware of your temper as we are old acquaintances. This arrangement was planned and decided by above, all we can do is to obey." Tobu's angry voice echoed, "Using a group of children as bait, ah. Is this how the Holy Church planned to lure the alchemists?" Chris' face slightly changed and she spoke in a low tone, "Criticism of Holy Church, even in private, is a big crime. Stop spouting nonsense. In case they are able to capture an alchemist, it will be a great feat for them. So in the future, if they are eliminated to join the guard or qualify to become part of the scavengers, this experience will be a valuable asset for them. You know that building a meritorious service is not an easy job. Well, do I have to thank them for this opportunity?" Tobu sneered. Chris said in helpless manner, "Whether you are pleased or ungrateful, it does not change the fact that situation is as is. Besides, if the assessment site changes at the last moment, suspicions would arise. These alchemists have a broad network. Moreover, after graduation, either as a guard or as a scavenger, they will be fighting on the front lines. They will face alchemists one way or the other, and nobody would be able to shelter them at that point. It's a valuable experience for them." Tobu frowned but didn't continue to argue. Instead he turned over to the old man behind the counter. "Old Luo, another cup." "So much anger. Maybe I should give you more ice?" The old man behind the counter laughed. Tobu stifled but did not say anything. The night came. As the sun went down, the temperature on the desert immediately decreased. Sand's insulation effect is very poor, so the heat was quickly distributed out. Dudian and Sham set up a fire covered by several stones to keep the flame in control. They used old dry plants to start the fire. They had managed to find enough firewood to keep the fire burning for the entire night. "I'm hungry," Zach touched his stomach. Dudian lied down near the edge of fire. He closed his eyes and said 10 days will soon be over. Zach smiled and soon closed his eyes. Mason sat next to the fire and laughed, "Get a good sleep." "It's too hard. There was hunger only now, in addition we have cold weather too." Sham was clutching his clothes lying closer to the fire. Mason smiled. From time to time he picked up firewood and threw into the fire pit. According to Dudien's instructions, the person keeping the night watch had to always keep the fire so that beasts didn't come close. Late at night, the temperature got much lower. From time to time a gust of wind blew. Even sitting next to the fire, Mason also felt cold shiver. His legs were slightly shaking. Because of frequent jitter and restlessness, he suddenly had an urge to pee. He looked at the sleeping children. He stood up and walked away. He untied his pants to pee. In the darkness, a dry palm suddenly stretched out and grabbed his throat. Mason's pupils contracted. His heart began to beat violently and the fear almost dented out of his eyes. He saw a wrinkled face in the darkness. It looked at him and spoke in a slight husky voice, "Good. Do not scream." All the hairs on Mason's body were erect. He wanted to call for help, but nothing came out of his mouth as his throat was almost broken from the force of the palm. Nevertheless, because of moving his body, few sounds echoed out in the darkness. Sand splashed from under his feet. Du Dian's eyes suddenly opened. He slowly stood up, trying not to disturb the silence. He grabbed a stone that was close by to fire. Not enough. Distance was far. Mason was desperate. At this time, the owner of the hand also noted Mason's action. Coldness swept through his eyes. He raised his other hand. Through the illumination of the weak fire, Mason saw the shape of dagger. So, bang, a sound resonated. Mason's mind was completely blank. Dudian has used the stone to hit the dagger. Dudian began to loudly shout as soon as he saw the dagger drop down, "There are enemies, wake up." Zack and Sham immediately woke up as they heard Dudian's voice. They grabbed a stone and nervously watched their surroundings. Dudian was staring at the stature of the slim figure in the darkness. He was always a shallow sleeper, especially in a dangerous environment such as this one. He immediately woke up and opened his eyes. A sand grain splashed onto his face. He didn't see Mason, so he grabbed a stone in case of an emergency. But when he turned to look around, he saw the breathtaking scene. He threw the stone at a whim and didn't expect it to hit the wrist of the figure. Damn! The old man screamed, who was dressed in black robes. The dagger which he was holding fell to the ground. His wrist was slightly trembling because of the severe pain. In an angry state, he pushed the struggling Mason. He took out a small green bottle from his chest. He opened the bottle and curling green smoke began to float out of it. Without losing an extra second, he threw the bottle in Dudian's direction. Green smoke immediately floated. Dudian face changed, hastily covered his nose. He wanted to remind Zack, Sham, and Mason to be aware of the green mist, but he was unable to speak as smoke was drifting close to him at fast speed. Plop, sound echoed as Mason was enveloped by the green mist and fall down. Dudian's pupils shrank. He fall down and played dead. He did not see but heard two bodies fall down. He assumed that Zack and Sham also inhaled the green mist. He was just curious about, was the green mist a poison or just to make them fall unconscious? His heart was thumping fast, it full of tension and doubts. Is this one of the assessment? If so, he believes that, in exception to those large groups, other small groups will be eliminated. Is the purpose of this assessment to let everyone unite? Many thoughts passed in Dudian's mind. He could not help but regret. Perhaps the meaning behind the assessment was not about surviving for 10 days but to see whether they unite together. Damned little devil. At this point, Dudian heard the footsteps of the old man. They made me to waste a bottle lost soul's elixir. The old man spoke to himself. Dudian did not know what to make out of his words. He grabbed sand in his hand, ready to move at any time. At this time, Dudian felt a dry palm seize his foot. It felt as if there was no meat but bones grabbing his foot. He secretly thought about attacking the old man in case the other side wants to kill him. However, the old man seems not interested in killing him, as he pulled his ankle and dragged him forward. Dudian's heart sank. He couldn't bring himself to decide. Attack? Or continue to wait for the opportunity? Chapter 22. The Dark King, Chapter 22. The Creator. I would like to thank Cursed Reader for doing an awesome job by editing the chapter. Dudian slowly opened his eyes. By the shimmer of fire he saw the old man dragging him toward the darkness. His eyes flashed, but he gave up on the idea of attacking, as throwing the sand at old man's back would not achieve any effect. Instead, he would lose the chance of surprise attack. Moreover, he had been dragged out for 3 or 4 meters. The best he could do right now was to grab a stone that was nearby the fire pit. But the stones near the fire were burning hot. Even if he grabbed the stone, he would have to casually throw it without aiming properly. I can't step into his lair. Dudian knew he was in great danger right now. Many ideas spun up in his brain. He had to do something before entering the lair. After all, he was not aware if there was someone else in Old Man's lair. He didn't want to be left in Old Man's mercy. The old man went back to the place where Mason wants to urinate. He bent down to pick up the dagger. Dudian decided the moment had come. His eyes fell on the side the fire pit where stones laid. He grabbed one. At the moment it was hot, but he could still bear the pain. He stood up and using the strength of the momentum threw the stone the best he could. Bang! The stone did not hit Old Man's head but hit his back. The old man cried in pain, stumbled but didn't fall. He turned to see Dudian running away. Never he would think that he will be played out by a kid not once but twice. Anger burst out of him. I'll kill you. He tossed his right hand forward. Something flew out of his gown's large sleeve. It hit Dudian. Dudian was thrown to the ground. His back was in pain. A pain so bitter that he almost fainted. His heart was in a loss. The old man should not be so fast to catch up. Was it a stone? He reluctantly looked back, his pupils suddenly tightening. He saw the scene completely beyond his imagination. A snake-like being which was attached to Old Man's sleeve was flickering in the light of the fire. It was as thick as baby's wrist and more than 3 meters long. Cuff was completely torn. Impressively, the external body part was attached to Old Man's shoulder and was rooted there. The most terrible though were the blood veins that were bulging on his arm's surface. It was looking strange, hideous, and disgusting. 2 words emerged out in Dudian's mind: biochemical transformation. Born in the family of scientists, Dudian knew that biochemical transformation is real. Only in the old days, experiments such as this were taboo. Any biochemical human experiments were illegal. In World War II was the only occasion where they were publicly used as weapons of war. He had heard his father and sister chat about experiments of this kind. But he would never expected to see this incredible scene in a world which hadn't had an industrial revolution. Dudian was shocked. The contact point of Old Man's shoulder and the transmutation grew for a few centimeters. The new section was stained with large number of silky tissue fluids. Old Man stared at Dudian. The little devil, I will not kill you so easily. I will cut you into tiny bits. Actually, you shall become part of my experiments. Finished, he took big steps toward Dudian. Dudian's face was pale. At this moment he finally understood that it was not part of the assessment but a real danger. He wanted to get up but back pain was so bad that he couldn't move. Moreover, the previous time when the old man had used the green fog, although he tried his best to hold his breath, but it had still affected him. He felt weakness in his limbs. Want to run? Old Man looked at him ferociously. He used his big hands to grab Dudian's hair and dragged him away. Dudian grasped onto Old Man's wrist in pain. It felt almost his scalp would be torn out. The man stopped dragging him. They were in front of a pit which Dudian had seen before. Roll in. Old Man kicked Dudian's body into the pit. Dudian rolled down. Along the way his body hit quite a few stairs. His arms and back were in extreme pain. After a few breaths his body hit the ground. He saw the place illuminated by the dim light. He was in an underground chamber. At the same time, an old man climbed down the ladder. Dudian looked up and noticed that the entrance to the chamber was covered in wood. Most probably one of them passed through the top of the shelter and alerted old man. He smiled wryly. Wherever the plants were dense would also be abundant with the water. Logically, that would be the best suitable place for a shelter location. He should have thought about it. Old man didn't even care to look at Dudian but quickly came to a table not far from the entrance. There were lots of pills and vials on the table. He mixed and poured few of them in a glass of water and drank it. Dudian looked around. He saw few cupboards standing next to each other. There were large glass of bottles on cupboards. Some of them had human hands, while one had a woman's head inside it. The rest of the bottles contained hearts, lobes, and other organs. Old man noticed Dudian's eyes. Don't be in haste. I'll find a big container for you too. Dudian's face became ugly, said, Holy Church said that people like you have sold their souls to the devil, right? Ricky old man scoffed and said, the devil? The Holy Church would use the Creator and the devil argument to fool the world. When I finish with my experiment, I will be the Creator. What experiment? Asked Dudian. Naturally, he was not interested about the experiments. He wanted to use the conversation to buy some time to restore his physical strength. Even to think of a way to get out. Old man sneered, don't even try to attempt to run. Do you know what this is? He opened a drawer and took out a small crossbow. Dudian's face changed, the situation was already against him. However, he didn't give up. Biting his teeth, he continued, why would the Creator use the murder as a tool? Well, it's the wisdom of the Creator, it's not possible for you to understand, said the old man and sneered, great alchemy will cast immortality and you should feel honored to be the material to my experiment. Alchemy? Dudian hesitated. He had some knowledge about the introduction to the alchemy. It could be said that it was the foundation to chemistry which originated in Egypt. Conversion of a base metal into gold was one of the aims of alchemy tales. However, the ultimate goal of alchemy was to create philosopher's stone or sage's stone. According to the legend, it could turn a person into an immortal. In history, there have been many great people who were exposed because of their practice of alchemy. Even the famous physicist Newton was an alchemy enthusiast. Are you an alchemist? Dudian looked at the old man with alarm. Isn't alchemy about turning metal into gold? Old man squinted his eyes and said, I did not think you knew so much. But there are two alchemist factions. One school studies the basic materials to manufacture the philosopher's stone to gain the eternal life. The other group, including me, study the living things to create life, to become the Creator. Chapter 23. The Dark King, Chapter 23. Retaliate. But each action taken has to be paid by a corresponding price. Otherwise, such a body mutation in an era such as this was definitely an unstoppable war weapon. Old man seemed to want to rest, so he spoke to Dudian in a cold voice, go there. Old man's palm touched the small crossbow. He wanted to give the impression that if Dudian refused to move, he would immediately shoot. Dudian stooped up. In this life and death moment he was anxious and his mind was in mess. He took deep breaths so that his mind would calm down. His body trembling, Dudian began to move towards the table that old man was pointing to. It was a large table. On its edge there were a number of tools used for cutting. Some of them were stained with blood which had not been washed clean. Dudian heard sounds coming from his left side. He turned to see a large cage. There were more than a dozen snakes twisting inside the cage. Obviously these were the other captured materials for the experiments. Old man did not urge Dudian, but quietly watched him. As if the hunter was watched the prey attempting its final struggle. When he saw Dudian's expression change, his mouth slightly curved into a cruel smile. At this time, Dudian has come to the table. Do you see that chain? Tie your arm. Old man ordered Dudian. Dudian looked at few chains fixed on the workbench. Most of these chains and tools were used beforehand in experiments. His eyes flashed but still grabbed the chain and wrapped around his wrist. Old man's face reflected trace of disdain and sneer. As Dudian would chain himself up, he would go to cut him alive to death. Bang! Dudian squatted down. At the same time he shook the chain and hit the cage. The snakes began to twist and struggle in an attempt to escape. Old man spoke, "Little devil. You just have to act like a smart ass, don't you? Do you think you can escape from here? Now, you obediently come out and I will forgive you for once." Dudian naturally refused to believe old man's words. He began to kick the iron cage. He was using the table as a cover from the crossbow that old man held. His aim was to get close to old man so that he will have the opportunity to wrestle him. Although the old man had an external amputation to his body, it took a lot of willpower and mental exhaustion to command it. Fatal point of using something like that was that it would terribly weaken him. After a few kicks, the iron cage fell down onto the table. Fortunately, one of the doors were opened and a dozen snakes sighed wind out of it. Some of them moved towards the darkness, few towards the old man and the most towards the Dudian. Old man smiles, "There is no difference of life and death to me." The next moment, his smile suddenly paused. He saw the serpents that were moving toward Dudian changed their direction. Few of them bent around to move other places, but 4 or 5 of them moved towards him. How? Old man's eyes went wide. He suddenly looked to the table. His face was gloomy. No wonder he had the courage to shake the snake cage. Dudian clutched his hand. There is a small bottle of powder. He was spilling it all over his body. He had previously bet on this bottle of powder. It must be something that old man had used while capturing the snakes. Even though the old man refers to himself as alchemist, but in essence he uses chemical elixirs. So the old man couldn't have seized all these serpents unarmed. He had to rely on other things. The results of his logical deduction was as he had expected. As he was moving towards the table he had seen the bottle of the powder on it. Perhaps it had been too long since someone except the old man had been here. So he had placed many things on casual manner on top of the table. Dudian had secretly grabbed the bottle while moving. Humph! Old man grabbed a brown robe that was hung on the wall. He quickly draped it over his body. As a result, the serpents who were moving toward him immediately stopped, twisted their bodies and swam to the surrounding darkness. Dudian understood that the dress was gown in the same powder and most probably was used in catching the serpents. Kid, you better be obedient. Old man was staring at the table. The crossbow was in his hand. As long as Dudian showed his head, he would immediately shot. Although Dudian was a child, but one after another time had created misfortunes. Dudian had made old man feel threatened, so he was not going to give any chance to him. Dudian looked around the chamber. The only way to survive was to subdue the alchemist. He had a dagger, but it was far from enough. He had taken the opportunity to grab the cutting tool from the table, which was similar to a dagger. At this time Dudian saw a large number of accumulated bottles and jars on a board near the fallen cage. There were labels stuck over them. Impressively, 2 of them were sulfur and charcoal. This was one of the main raw materials of the gunpowder. Dudian's eyes light up. Heart ecstasy suddenly, quickly looked around, but did not see the nitric acid. He was disappointed as sulfur and charcoal was not enough to create gunpowder. He clenched his fist. He felt as if he acquired a chance to survive but to be slapped back at the same moment. I know, you have a dagger in your hand. Ready to fight with me, don't you? Old man's voice sounded again. Dudian's mind sank. It seemed Old Man has noticed him taking the tagger. Are you hungry? Old Man continued. As he heard him talk, Dudian felt the hunger of the day. His stomach juice was burning up. However, his heart is a little relieved, at least he has time to continue to think of a way. At this time, the green mist floated. Dudian's pupils shrank, and quickly covered his mouth and nose. He did not expect the other party would even release this thing in the narrow chamber. Apparently Old Man had antidote or other kind of measure to respond. Dudian pinched his nose. His heart was beating fast, knowing that his time is running out. He didn't stand up in desperation as the other side may have aimed the crossbow at his position. As long as he stood up he would be shot. He slightly gritted his teeth, clenched the dagger. Looked at powder on his other hand. He was ready to throw it out. An idea flashed in his mind. Chapter 24. The Dark King, Chapter 24. Desolate. Little devil, let's see how long can you hold. Old Man was wearing a dark green mask, only to reveal a pair of cold eyes. He was staring at the table. His fingers were on crossbow, ready to shoot at Dudian at any time. So, a shadow suddenly flew out from the table. Old Man's finger instinctively clicked the trigger of the crossbow. It ejected out a short arrow which flashed quickly but didn't shoot the shadow. It was nailed at the rear of the wooden cabinet. At this time, a bottle of powder fell in front of Old Man's foot. His face had changed and quickly looked up to see Dudian jumping up from the ground. He didn't bypass the work table towards him but to the cupboard. Dudian casually grabbed the bottles and jars and threw them at Old Man. Old Man's anger burst to sky. It was very hard to collect all these of experimental material. To see them casually knocked on the ground was making him crazy. He filled another short bow onto crossbow and aimed at Dudian. However, in a short time to refill the crossbow, Dudian had already once again retracted back to the table. Damned little devil. Old Man's angry eyes almost spit fire. He had missed shooting Dudian the second time. If he heard it before that he would feel threatened by a small child, he would laugh at the idea. I'd like to see how long you can hold. Old Man's checked the green fog that was diffusing into the chamber. Got it. Dudian was holding a large glass bottle. It was the bottle filled with sulfur which he had seen before. At this moment he felt suffocated as there was less oxygen as a result of green fog. Unfortunately there was nothing to fire it. Damn it! No fire, no fire. Dudian's mind was in despair. As he was desperately thinking about a way out, his eyes concentrated on the wooden wall where shadows were reflected. The oil lamp, he whispered to himself. How I haven't thought about the oil lamp. Dudian was in joy. The despair in his heart vanished. He quickly used fabric torn from his shirt to cover the sulfur bottle. He clenched his teeth. His life and death would be result of the success or failure of this move. So, Old Man saw a large group of flying shadows. By nature of self-preservation he shot the crossbow. The short arrow penetrated one of the bottles. But another one which was aimed at him was not affected. In hurry he raised his left arm to block the oncoming shadow. Dudian saw the fabric burning up so he quickly lied down. Bang! Suddenly sound of thunder-like explosion resounded in the chamber. Few pieces of the wood on top of the chamber cracked and fell down. Dust filled the room. Dudian felt a massive destructive force hit the table and which was reflected on his body. He felt as if his ribs were going to break. Tears flowed out of his eyes because of the pain. At this time he couldn't control his slow and restrained breath. As a result he inhaled large amounts of air. There was flavor of burned sulfur. Moreover he inhaled remnant of the previous green fog. His limbs felt soft. Top of the chamber collapsed at some parts. The cold winds circulated inside the chamber, which rolled out the air filled with smell of sulfur and green mist. He slowly began to inhale the fresh air. Dudian immediately began to crawl because there was a big blast in the chamber and nobody knew when it will completely collapse. He did not want to be buried alive. As a result of the previous explosion, the oil lamp had blown out. At the moment, the chamber was immersed in darkness. Dudian began to move towards the old man's direction even though he couldn't see what was in front of him. He relied on his previous vision to remember the distance between him and the old man. It didn't take long before his hand touched a wet, sticky but hard objects. His face became ugly. It was the bones of old man. Although in the dark, Dudian knew that all that he touched were the part of the body that had remained after the explosion. He didn't expect the power of this sulfur explosion to be so terrible. It was not made into gunpowder, so the reason for it to be so effective should be because of dust. Explosion principle. I killed a human. Dudian's mind trembled. A living human was killed. He had seen the situation of poor in this world and at some point faced the distortion of the law. But to personally kill someone, he did not dare to think about it previously. He was slightly shaking. He secretly whispered in his heart, it was just self-protection. I wanted to protect myself, so it's not a crime, not a crime. His heart was filled with sadness. The proper laws has long since disappeared from the world, so even if it was a crime, who can give him a conviction? In this dark pit which was illuminated by the starlight, he suddenly felt so lonely and desolate. Gradually he let his body relax. The fear in his heart disappeared. Instead, a kind of faint indifference was born. He silently looked at the derelict part of the old man's body. His body slowly moved, not to leave but to explore. He checked the crossbow. Chapter 25. The Dark King, Chapter 25. Alchemy Notes. Hopefully in few hours we will have another 2 chapters. Hopefully. Faintly, Dudian once again touched old man's body. Even though there was a fear in his heart, he was not as nervous as he had been previously. He touched down the robe. He found 2 objects wrinkled in robe. He moved the first object towards the sky to identify it in the starlight. It was a small sickle used to ignite fire. His heart was pleasantly surprised. He tried hard to use the friction from fire sickle to ignite a small torch. Soon a small fire was used to light the darkness. He clearly saw old man's fractured arm from the elbow. Ribs of his chest were blown and the rest was charred. Dudian's heart beat fast. He confirmed that old man's chest didn't undulate, so he felt more relieved. There were papers scattered on the ground while pieces of the cloth worn by old man's were missing because of the explosion. As the fire got bigger, Dudians could see the appearance of the chamber after the explosion. All kinds of equipment were thrown to ground and damaged. Some of the things were buried under the sand which had flowed from outside. He looked at the crossbow which had its strings broken. Obviously it could not be used. Dudian's mind was distressed. He was preparing to fire the chamber to completely burn it. Suddenly he saw quite a few books on the other side of the chamber. He got close to the bookshelf and the first book to catch his eyes was named Alchemy of Life. In addition to Alchemy of Life, there were several alchemy books. There was a small manual with no name imprinted on it. He took it up and opened it. Alchemy notes? Dudian was surprised. He checked the content of the manual. It was actually the old man's alchemy diary. Giant wall calendar. Year 287. The black snow season. Today's experiment is progressing smoothly. Sure enough, to create life I have to use humans as experimental materials. The problem is how to find the perfect material. Dudian rolled the pages. There were some records of the experimental process and other events. He didn't look into details, instead hid it inside his cloth. As for the Alchemy of Life and the other books, he simply skimmed through. Although the naming of the books were pretty impressive, but they all give the feeling of primary biology books. He did not take these books as they were too thick. It would be hard to hide and they will be easily exposed. From Old Man's actions he knew that alchemy in this world didn't have a good reputation. Or else he would not hide in this desert to secretly do experiments. Dudian ripped the books, threw them on the flames, and burned the fire. He threw the rest of the books on the body of the old man. Later on he found the oiler, which had fallen to the ground, and poured the oil into the old man. The first thought was to destroy everything. As the fire spread, Dudian ascended the wooden staircase he had rolled down. He climbed out and looked back. From the gap he could vaguely see the reflection of the fire. He had a hint of melancholy for a moment. He sighed, turned, and ran along the route towards their camp. He came back to see the fire pit burning but couldn't find Mason and the other two. Dudian refused to sit down and rest, dragged his exhausted body around the ground looking up. Soon he saw traces of traction, immediately followed the sand marks. In a distance he saw a shadow moving. As he got the closer he saw Zack dragging Mason and Sham. Wasn't he affected? Dudian was confused. Then he thought back. Zack had always been a cautious character. Most probably he had played dead the same way as Dudian had done. Dudian's heart warmed as he saw Zack struggling to drag Sham and Mason. He tied alchemy notes onto his leg with a belt and went after the Zack. Who? Zack jumped in fear as heard the sounds. He released Sham and Mason and nervously bent over to grab sand. It's me, said Dudian. Zack heard Dudian's voice. He was surprised. You come back? Are you all right? What happened to that monster? Hearing this, Dudian understood that Zack had secretly watched him and the old man while they fought. Moreover, he had seen the mutation. I'm lucky to run away. We should leave quickly. He grabbed Mason's arm and saw him still breathing. He was relieved to know that the green fog was not a lethal toxin. Zack's face a white because of fear. He could not help but look behind Dudian as if the monster was gazing at them from the darkness. He shivered and grabbed the Sham and said in hurry, run. Let's not get caught again. Dudian dragged Sham following in the back. The water was sufficient in that place. Although the old man was dead, but there was no guarantee that there won't be other alchemists who would come to visit. When they find the next water source, at least he would be more experienced. Half an hour later. Above the old man's secret chamber, few shadows appeared. The shorter one pulled out a small oil lamp and lit the fire. He looked through the gap down to the chamber. He saw burning fire inside the messy room. Has been killed. One of the shadows, a graceful figure, seemed to see what had happened. Her voice was full of chill as she continued, the corpse it ruined. The den is burnt. It seemed they didn't want use to trace any clues. These beasts and their vicious methods. They are really the apostles of the devil. Another burly figure gloomily said. The alchemists have long sold their souls to the devil, he said, to get the power of the devil at all costs. Killing each other is nothing for them. But they should not fight with each other for no reason. I think there is something very important that made them fight each other. It would be very good if we had come earlier. Look at there. What kind of force was released in here to instantly destroy it? The previous graceful figure was pointing inside the burnt chamber, and the collapse of the gap, said, it seems these alchemists had terrible devil power. Chapter 26. The Dark King, Chapter 26. 10 days. Fellow alchemists and Knights of Light. I would like to remind you that we have ads to support our hosting needs. Please disable your ad blocks. KTHX. You see, there are footprints. Burly figure suddenly said. 3 immediately looked to the side of the sand marks and footprints. The graceful woman's face changed, said, "It is the footprints of children." Damn, this alchemist was involved in human experiments. I've looked down on him. Then, from the gap created by the collapse, she jumped down. A moment later, she jumped out from the inside, firmly standing on the stand. If Duddy in here, will be stunned. The height of the chamber was at least 3 meters in height. To jump that high, how strong physically you had to be. This one turned out to be a life alchemist. Graceful woman was holding a dark metal. Above it there were 3 5-pointed stars, engraved on it. According to alchemists' belief system, they refused to believe in the creator or father. But in the sky over their heads. Some crazy alchemy warlock's ultimate goal was to refine the stars. These alchemists diverted into another occupation known as the star diviner. Star diviners only did divination for person's fate and destiny. They were hunt by Holy Church too. The reason was very simple. The Father's will could only be passed to Holy Church. Only the great Pope could understand any attempt on understanding the will of the Father. Anything else was only a speculation by the evil cults. I did not expect him to be a powerful figure. Burly strong man, eyes condensed, a certified 3-star alchemist should have extraordinary power. To kill him there had to be many other alchemists, or maybe even a 4-star alchemist. Graceful woman's face was gloomy at this point. Order some people to dig this place to get captive children's bodies. At least their parents should be comforted by this, because they had died because of this assessment. I hope we can identify their appearance. Short one side. Graceful woman did not say anything. You look for clues in the vicinity. I will take the body of the alchemist over to the knights. By the way, check out everything inside the place. Burly Brawny finished speaking, jumped down. Graceful woman in short shadow as one pulled out their weapons. They went around in search of clues. In the blind of an eye, 10 days passed. Duddian and the other 3 were leaning against each other near some desert plants. Limitless sand was covering their vision from all sides. Their bodies were dry because of lack of water, resulting in a sharp increase in their body temperatures. 10 days, Mason was listlessly chewing grass roots and said, "Do we have to back on our own? I have no strength left. If we haven't relied on Dean, we couldn't have hold for these 10 days. Imagine what would have happened if we were eliminated. Most probably we would have ruined our family's financial situation." Sham said. Mason rolled his eyes and said, "But I always say. Dean, you are my savior." Duddian glanced at him and said, "You know that I am your savior, but you didn't want to give me a bit of water last night." Mason face reddened, said, "I was too tired and a bit dizzy. As we go back, I will pour water to you every day. I would even ask my grandmother to serve for you." Duddian shrugged. "I do not want to be your grandpa. Do you take me for a cheap person?" "You have the strength to speak thou." Zach was sitting on the other side. "Then you should be the one to go back and tell everyone that we are stuck in here. I was wrong. I was wrong. I do not have the strength now. So you should go and inform them. I will owe you. You are nothing but a dirty slut." Zach turned over. In 10 days 4 of them had experienced lots of adversities together. Throughout this survival, they long had become like real brothers. They no longer take into account what they tell to each other. And as a result, Sham, Zach and Duddian had become to appreciate the unknown side of Mason. That is playing cheap. Tink! Tink! Suddenly burst of bells sounded. They turned to see a nearly 5-meter-high camel slowly walking on the desert. It was dragging a 10-meter-long plank. There were 7 or 8 children seated on the plank with wheels. Duddian was stunned. Nuclear radiation had great effects on the world. But he would have never expected camels' genes to be inflated by the radiation to such a degree. In addition to its size, which was twice the normal camel's, there were snake-like scales covered on its hooves, just like a war monster. He had previously seen the 3-meter-high dark horse. But this camel was immeasurably affected by the radiation in comparison to the horse. It is a camel. Zack actually recognized the animal and spoke in surprised manner. It is the best animal that could be used in the desert, haha. He wanted to laugh, but the wind blew the sand into his mouth, almost choking him. Dudian saw the children on the back of the board. These ones should have passed the survival assessment. The trial was successfully concluded. He was also relieved. Finally, he would be able to go back to have a good rest. He would have a chance to look at the alchemy notes. He was quite curious about the scientists of this world. "Come you four," said the woman, sitting on a camel, wearing a veil. Dudian and others immediately dragged their bodies, moved past the camel and went towards its rear to sit on the board. You four survived. At this time, a thin boy sitting on the board talked to them in a surprised manner. Dudian looked at him. He remembered the boy to be living the bedroom next door to them. He smiled but didn't reply to him. Mason proudly talked, "I think you don't know who we are. We are the strongest 4-man team. A mere 10 days to survival in the desert does not even count as anything to us. Maybe 25 or 30 days would be a bit difficult." Sham whispered, "Stop bullshitting if you want us to be friends." Zack shrugged, his nature has been exposed and he won't turn back from it. Mason laughed hard. His laughter turned the atmosphere of silence on the board a bit onto positive side. The thin boy sighed and said, "Me and other 3 flatmates did not stick together. You guys are pretty lucky." There were loneliness and regret reflected on his face. After all, his flatmates had separated from him, leaving him with others. Other children who heard his words were depressed, as most of them had faced this kind of a situation. Dudian did not say anything. He looked up at this woman on the back of the camel's hump, in his heart thinking about a problem. How did she climb up? Chapter 27. The Dark King, Chapter 27. Rewards. A friendly reminder, don't forget that the MC is a kid. Literally. You should not have expected him outdo a normal wuxia/xinsha MC. Dudian and rest were sitting on the board carried by the camel while they were coming close to the gathering place. There were many students standing high and mighty. Although the overall number of students were much smaller than before, but it was still a very impressive result. There are so many people who are qualified. Mason was surprised. Most of the children came from variety of families, but at the end of the day they were trained by Tobu. It didn't matter whether you were weak or a girl, after the training a transformation had occurred on each of them. They had gone through very harsh endurance training before the assessment. Moreover, in the desert survival assessment, endurance was only a supporting role. To survive through, you had to rely on luck and brains. I did not expect so many powerful people. Mason spoke with some emotion. I thought we were the only ones to desperately try to survive. Never thought that same conditions applied to everyone. Everyone was aware of the difficulties of the 10-day assessment. The thought that they had survived was already a miracle. But overall, everyone understood that to finish the course, they could not simply continue with their current efforts. They had to push themselves 10 times more limits. At sunset, the last desert camel came back. All the students who had passed the assessment were gathered in attendance. At this time, a huge black carriage ride over stopped in front of everyone. Chris and Tobu jumped out of the carriage. Chris turned towards the carriage and opened the door. Students heard tinkling of chains. The sounds were followed by a distorted figure that was pushed down the carriage. It stumbled onto sand. Tobu and Chris weren't polite in the slightest. They brutally pulled the man's chains to kneel him in front of the students. Silence fell. There were no sounds but the wind hitting the sand. Dudien's pupils suddenly crunched as he saw the figure. His fingers tightly clenched onto sleeves and cold sweat oozed down his spine. The figure locked in chains was an alchemist. Moreover, this alchemist was in the same faction as the one he had killed. A life alchemist who also had experimented on his own body. Moreover, the results of the experiment were also terrible. His body was burly. However, after his hip a twisted tail was grown which was wrapped around his body. Alchemist's face was full of neat knots. A scimitar-like extremely sharp bone dagger was raising out of his left wrist. But the most appalling sight was on his chest. On the center there were sharp fangs extended. This, simply could not be longer called a person. Everyone stared. The children who had never seen an alchemist stared at the monster with wide open eyes. Tobu looked around everyone, indifferent, smiled and said, "First of all, I have to congratulate you for passing the survival assessment. You can be ravaged by me for the next 6 months. Secondly, some things should be known to some of you." He used his leg to kick the burly man onto ground. "This is. Your parents should have told you about alchemists, the devil's apostle." The children burst into an uproar. No one had expected for an alchemist to appear in front of them. All kinds of evil legends about alchemists emerged in their minds. That kind of a body confirmed the tales. This is the embodiment of the devil. This time, in the place where you were assessed, alchemists were hidden, resulting in a lot of people accidentally eliminated. At this time Chris stood out and said, "But fortunately there are no casualties. I have to congratulate all of you because most of the students who had encountered that alchemists were not scared but rise up against them." She raised her hand and said, "There is a Knight of Light with us today." All children were burst into an uproar again, full of excitement, after hearing her words. Knights of Light were not part of military career. But they were exclusive knights under Holy Church. A symbol of noble character and pure will. Even the nobility would wish their children to marry a Knight of Light because of their glory. There is a Knight of Light. I would have never expected Knight of Light to help to capture this demon. I'm way too happy. I want to his appearance. I want to meet the Knight of Light. Mason, Sham and Zach were filled with emotion. All of the students were envious as someone had assisted the Knight of Light while capturing the demon. Think about the excitement of the situation. How great a chance it would have been. Chris smiled and said, "In total 38 students encountered an alchemist attack. But 17 of them not only failed to surrender to the devil but delayed it until the arrival of the Knights of Light. Especially last night. Lorien not only avoided the alchemist but also secretly left a signal which allowed Knights of Light to smoothly pursue the demon and capture it in one swoop. I declare that all the candidates who assisted the Knights of Light in capturing the alchemists will be rewarded with the second military merit at once. This will be recorded under your household. In the future, if you become guards, you will begin with the rank of captain and will have a right to become a knight." When she mentioned the knight part, it referred to the knight of military. Hearing her words, students had envy flushed in their eyes. Knight and the guard are completely two different levels, Although the knights of the military and Knight of Light are not comparable in status, but it is still a favorable status. It's only slightly inferior to the noble status. If in the future you can become a knight commander, then your status would be higher than of noble families. As for the Knight of Light, nobles would kill to have them as guests in their households. In addition to what we know, 10 days ago Knights of Light found several footprints near an alchemist's secret base. According to their speculation, someone was caught by the alchemist, but successfully escaped. I don't know who was it, so please stand out so that I could appoint your military reward," Chris suddenly said in sweet tone. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. For a moment they looked at each other. Dudien's heart was tightened. He saw Zach and Sham look at him, waiting for his actions. Only 3 of them know the story. Looking at the eyes of the 3, filled with envy and excitement. Dudian's heart sank. After they had ran out, he had cleaned and concealed the footprints in worry that some other alchemist may follow them. When he had killed the alchemist, he wanted to conceal his whereabouts because he did not expect Knights of Light will appear. It was to avoid other alchemists. Thinking about it right now, he had done the right thing by hiding their footprints. He had tied the alchemy notes onto his leg. If it was detected by a Knight of Light, he didn't know what kind of a big crime it was. Chapter 28. The Dark King, Chapter 28. Judgment. The first 6 chapters have been edited. Although Chris said that the military reward is extremely attractive, but Dudian was sensible enough to dispel the idea of claiming. He was not sure what kind of clues were recovered from the chamber of the alchemist by the Knights of the Light. He had used fire to destroy everything, but the traces of the explosion would not disappear. If he was taken into a cross-examination, he would inevitably expose flaws. Moreover, his trousers had the alchemy notes. Once searched out, the consequences could be disastrous. He just wanted to stay away from Knights of Light. The farther the better. Knighthood opportunity. Dudian Hart was in pain but bite his tongue to be a bit more sensible regarding his security. Dean, very good. Zach's face was full excitement. He was about to go on to talk but saw Dudian's harsh look, so he stopped. Mason, Zach and Sham could not help but be surprised for a moment. After few months of get along and 10 days of survival test, they have long been in tacit understanding of each other's temper. With a simple look they could understand the meaning behind Dudian's eyes. They couldn't help but wonder, this is a golden opportunity. The golden symbol of the highest status that a civilian could reach has been sent to Dudian's feet, and he only needs to take a step forward. This is the dream of countless people. However, under the vision of Dudian they came to stop. 3 as 1 did not say anything. They respected Dudian's choice, as incredible and puzzled they were. They knew that they could not convince Dudian otherwise, so they didn't want to stop him. Chris looked at the crowd, which was in silence. Nobody had responded. She slightly frowned. At this time, suddenly a voice sounded. Ike, short boy holding his hands together, who looked a little nervous, came out of the crowd. Chris was relieved, looked at him deeply, smiled and said, "Congratulations, you will be rewarded by the instructor and it will be recorded on to your household. Now let us appreciate how the Knight of Light is going to punish the demon." As she finished talking, a person slowly came out from the previous huge black carriage. His body was clad in silver-white armor. He was a young man with a handsome appearance. He was tall. For most of the onlookers he was full of ungodly charm. All the children's excitement was exposed on their faces. Relative to the proud aristocracy, civilians were in high regards towards just and benevolent Knights of Light. Dudian looked at the young Knight of Light. What was he going to do? Was he going to award the child who was posing for Dudian's accomplishments? He had a bit of regret in his heart. If he had known that everything would pass by in a simple manner, then he would have stepped forward no matter what. He couldn't but blame himself for overthinking everything. He secretly sighed but knew that has missed chance. He can only put it away onto the deep parts of his mind. In any case, being cautious is always good. As for military reward, he shook his head, these thought aside. At this time, the young Knight of Light passed by Tobu and stepped in front of the alchemist. There was a touch of smile on his face as he slowly pulled out his sword. The sun was reflected on the blade of the sword. Melk, in the name of the Father, decides the fate of this devil. Light will eventually expel all the darkness. He gently talking. In a moment his hands used to momentum to charge sword towards the alchemist's head. Alchemist's head was immediately cut. The blood was spewing out from the neck, his body fell to the ground. Alchemist's head rolled a few times before coming to a stop. The blood was flowing into the sand. In front of the bloody scene most of the children were scared and took a step back. But soon they were excited. shouting the last words that Melk had spoken, light will eventually expel all the darkness. One after the another, the words echoed out in the desert. Dudian did not want to be found strange, so he also followed by gently shouting the words. But in his heart, did not any of you saw the blood that flew into the sand? Like the rest of us, it was colored in red. In this world, it is not uncommon to publicly try inmates. Countless people would come as onlookers to the trials of the convicted prisoners who had done great evil. Perhaps in this monotonous world it is kind of an entertainment. Soon, the man named Milk wiped his sword, turned and left. Chris and Tobu escorted Dudian and the other children using the black carriages back to Scavenger's special training ground. After returning into their bedrooms, everyone felt that this tattered, shabby little room was so valuable and solid. I heard that this time total of 8 alchemists were captured. Dasha was sitting on a soft chair. She smiled and continued, I am even jealous of this feat. You have done a great job. I believe that after the special training of this group ends, you will be promoted to the hunter school. It's time to go to there to discipline those group of monsters. They may need your bitterness more than this group. Tobu Riley said, the main credit is not mine. It was the Mel family's young genius who killed a 2-star alchemist. Melhouse seems to re-emerge. Dasha mouth revealed a trace of a smile and said, I heard that there was another kid who escaped from a 3-star alchemist's clutches and that alchemist was found dead. Tobu replied, according to Knight of Light's point of view, there had to be a 4-star alchemist who had killed him because of the amount of power used in destruction of that place. Dasha's eyes narrowed slightly and said, it's been a long time that we had detected activities of a 4-star alchemist. And even if there was one in the desert, I estimated that including you and those Knights of Lights, no one would come back alive. Tobu breathed lightly, the next time when there is such a thing, I want you to give me a notice in advance. I don't want to be kept in the dark. I'm tired, said Dasha and yawned. Tobu slightly smiled. He could only respectfully withdrew. Giant Wall Calendar. Year 291. The rainy season. The experiment is ready. I have thoroughly grasped the structure of the human body. Today I will experiment with my own body. Soon I, Roseyard's name, will be forever engraved in the Alchemist Hall as the immortal. I will also become the new creator. Dudian was secretly looking at alchemy notes when no one was around. This alchemist who experimented and refined his own body had recorded everything. From the scroll of goose feathers, Dudian could see the trembling once in a while and feel how excited the alchemist had been. Chapter 29. The Dark King, Chapter 29. The Church of Darkness. The long-age question was answered in this chapter. Dudian was 9 years old when he woke from frozen storage. So I went back and read the Ross. I have made a mistake because it was not Dudian who was 12 but his sister at that time. It was not little but elder sister. Sorry for that winky face. Failure, what is the reason? Nerves and blood vessels are connected. Everything has been double-checked. It should have been a successful experiment. Why can't I get the same strength as Knight of Light? Where was the mistake made? Dudian thought of the mutation on Roseyard's shoulder. It was recorded as a failed experiment in the alchemist notes. However, the thing that caught Dudian's attention was the phrase, the same strength as Knight of Light. So their purpose was to create their own Knights of Light? No, to be precise, attaining the same level of power of the Knights of Light. Could it be that Knights of Light are genetically modified and held the power beyond the imagination of ordinary person? This was definitely an explosive news. The thing is, alchemists would use the surgery to genetically modify their bodies. If Knights of Light are somehow or in some way are modified, then the Holy Church is an extremely terrible existence. At least behind the scenes some shady deals occur. Dudian was shocked. He continued to read. The alchemist notes contain 10 years of experimental experience recorded by Roseyard. After the failure of self-modification, Rosyard had become cautious according to notes. So he would steal children to experiment on. In case he would be successful, he would kill the child. Then he would share the details and results of the experiment with the Church of Darkness. After his deeds accumulated to a certain extent, it would be regarded as a meritorious service. He could certify to a higher level, TL, the number stars if you guys remember, and access to greater rights and resources. It was noted in Rosyard's notes that this Church of Darkness is made up of alchemists, potion masters, puppeteers, and other heterogeneous occupation holders of great forces. They were not just limited to people outside the wall, but some members of noble families, some civilians from residential areas and slums, and even some people from the military were part of this organization. In simple terms, if the Holy Church was standing proudly in sunlight, then the Church of Darkness was the horrible monster lurking in the darkness of the night. Holy Church, military, Church of Darkness, Dudian murmured. From his current perspective, these three forces were like a tripod which were involved in everything that happened within and outside the giant wall of Silva. As of now, he didn't know which force would be the best to join, military of Holy Church. For now at least he wouldn't be leaning towards Church of Darkness. I know way to less, Dudian sighed. His heart was at loss as he didn't know where to go in the future. He couldn't stand the constraints that would be implemented by the military. Holy Church was more inclined towards beliefs in faith. He couldn't face his own conscience if he seek refuge with the Holy Church. It can be seen from the alchemy notes that the various powers gathered within the Holy Church were in nature scientists of different fields. However, the group of scientists without law and moral restraint were no different from the devil. Dudian felt that for a small person like him to climb the world's top would be very difficult. However, he never thought that ascending to the heavens would be an easy feat. In his mind, another idea emerged. How easy would it be to live a normal life? As the idea appeared, he thought of the sharp words said by the aristocratic girl. Jura couple's humble posture in front of the nobles was reflected in front of his eyes. He remembered how he had almost lost his life in Hunter Castle. He gently closed his eyes and asked himself, would you be able to live a normal life? What would be standing in your posture in that case? Would you be able to escape the disaster the next time? No. When his life will be threatened, he wouldn't be able to show resistance. He slowly opened his eyes. There was an unprecedented firmness in his eyes. Even at the expense of freedom. Even if I have to abandon my faith. Even if I have to abandon the compassion. I should live well. If I'm left in the darkness, I will crawl and dig out my own way into the light. He grabbed a small iron sheet and cut a finger-long wound on his arm. He clenched his teeth to overcome the pain. His eyes were becoming increasingly cold as he whispered, Dudian, feel the pain. You were the one who came up with such a cowardly idea. Are you worthy of the sacrifices that your parents and sister made to give you the only opportunity to survive? He clenched his teeth and looked at the blood flowing from his arm as if to keep in mind the pain that he felt. He was quietly warning himself that in the future, no matter how many difficulties or obstacles he would encounter, he would never lay his direction. He would never let this world to tame him. Mason, who came back to the bedroom, saw the blood flowing from Dudian's arm. He sent him off to infirmary. Scavengers in training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 years passed. Dean, the special training is finally over, and today is the graduation ceremony. We will finally be able to go home to our parents. Zack smiled. He was the only dutiful son in the bedroom. Every month he would take a day off to see his parents. Dudian, Mason, and Sham only occasionally visited their parents. They usually wrote letters to them. Dudian smiled. In the last 3 years his appearance had greatly changed. The color of his skin is not as white as before, but a healthy wheat color because of the exposure into the sun. His height was 1 meters and 60 centimeters, which was one of the tallest within the peers. After all, he was only 12 years old this year. Hey, this was the most special bedroom in the dorms. All 4 of us finished the training. Macon grinned, exposing 2 rows of white teeth. Sham said, I hope in the future when we will be in military, we would be assigned into same unit. However, in case we are scattered, don't forget to come my family's pub. I will treat. Dudian and the other 2 have long heard about Sham's tavern. Mason laughed and replied, absolutely. Let's go or we will be late. Dudian said. All of them went out to huge school field. There were dozens of students chatting with each other. Mason sadly said, 3 years ago there were more than 300 people. We are really lucky to graduate. There are people who haven't come yet. Sham shrugged, I had counted before. There are 106 students who would graduate. Zach looked at the woods outside the school field. Who are they and why they are coming to our graduation? Dudian, Sham and Mason looked towards the place Zach was pointing. They saw Toby, but there were 8 individuals besides him. They were talking and laughing. All of them were dressed in an elegant manner. Chapter 30. The Dark King, Chapter 30. God's Blessing. Alchemists are angry at fellows who haven't disabled their ad blocks yet. All the students were standing on a neat row. Tobu turned towards the 8 and said, you wait. He went to front of everyone. He exposed a rare smile. First of all, congratulations. Finally you have turned from a garbage to a true warrior. However, the real test begins from this moment. You will leave this warm cradle, face the real-life death situations. Most of the students were surprised, as not all of them understood the meaning behind Tobu's words. Dudian's eyes flashed. He knew that Tobu was about to announce their identity as scavengers. Tobu looked at students with the puzzled expression, said, from the moment of graduation, you will get a new identity. Not of the guard, but of the scavengers. Scavengers? Everyone looked at each other. I know, most of you are hearing about this for the first time. Tobu slowly said, I will be straightforward. Scavengers from the perspective of the job level are much higher than guards. Actually on the same level with knights of military. However, knights are loyal to the legion and the noble family they serve. In my opinion, they are a group of weaklings. While scavengers are the last defense line of humankind. Everyone was stunned. Same level with a knight? That is such a renowned status. Even in their dreams they would not expected to get such a huge return after 3 years of hard work and persistence. Tobu looked the excited faces of students and continued in calm tone, however, the difference between scavengers and knights is that one is in the dark while the other one is in the light. In simple terms, scavengers are behind the scenes. You are not allowed to disclose your identity as a scavengers even to your parents, siblings, or lovers. It is a military secret. You will be provided with a guard identity as a cover. When you can accumulate enough merits, you will get permanent residence in commercial district. After Tobu's last words, all of their eyes began to glow up in hope. Nevertheless, living in commercial district is every civilian's desire. Instructor, what do scavengers do? At this time, dark-skinned student asked. Your job, he said, is to go to the safe area outside the giant wall. Gather all the information and resources outside the giant wall and bring it back here. All the children burst into an uproar. They realized that there is no free lunch. No one had seen the world outside the giant wall. But deep in their hearts they knew that there are great dangers outside the wall. Instructor, can quit it, someone had raised their hand to ask. Tobu indifferent replied, yes, your solatium will be sent your house after your death. Their hearts turned cold. They were not given any choices. You do not have to worry. Although it's very dangerous outside the giant wall, but we are not wasting 3 years of time and resources just to cultivate cannon fodder. The places where you will be sent will be clean security zones. As long as you are careful, nothing will happen. The death rate of scavengers is not high. Tobu looked around the crowd and said, and when you will go out of the giant wall, you will receive the blessing of God. God's blessing? Everyone was confused. Dudian couldn't help lift his eyebrows. Tobu lifted his hand and pointed towards the 8 people that had come with him. These 8 represent military and 7 consortiums from the commercial district. You can choose to join any of them. Afterwards you will work for chosen consortium or military. All the resources that you will collect outside the giant wall can be converted into a great fortune. I remember there was a scavenger who had picked up a strange object outside the giant wall and received 100,000 gold coins for it. Everyone startled. 100,000 gold coins? This is simply the wealth they cannot think of. Dudian did not expect that scavengers could extract commission on the things that they had picked up. It seems it is a good career to get rich. But more easy to get rich, the more risks should be involved. At this time, the 8 people came to the front of the crowd. The youth from the left side was the first to talk. I'm here on behalf of the military. Anyone who wants to join army should come over to me to sign the contract. If you join with us, you could join the commercial district in the near future. I'm from Sterling Consortium. We can provide admission to commercial district. Our commission rate is 10%. Another gracefully dressed woman spoke. The others began to introduce their affiliated consortiums and information about contracts. Dudian came to understand that this training center was supported by those 7 consortiums and the military. Military couldn't have supported this large of operations under the noses of noble families. So it seems they have chosen to share both expenses and results. To his surprise, there is no one from the Holy Church. At this time, other children have come before the representatives of various consortiums and military to make their selections. All of them more or less are giving the same conditions, because they are competing with each other, so there is not much of a difference in the welfare offered. Dean, we should choose the same consortium, Mason said. Dudian nodded slightly. Sham asked, which consortium? Or maybe military? You go and check the conditions they give. Dudian said and went towards Tobu and said, Instructor, which one should be the best to choose? Tobu looked down at him. He was impressed with Dudian. Whether it was his improvement by leaps and bounds in the tenacious endurance training at the beginning, his impressive results at examinations, or his performance for the last 3 years. He winked and said, You have excellent chances with any of the choices, as they will offer you a personal proposal. But in between us, Melon Consortium has a great potential. Dudian was surprised, as he did not expect that Tobu's recommendation is not the military but the consortium. Tobu turned away to leave when Sham, Mason, and Zach came up to catch him. Sham said, We checked all of them. Most of the conditions are similar. Military has the best treatment while their commissions are low. All these consortium have varying conditions, but their commissions are higher than military. For example, Lorian just joined Sterling Foundation. They will give him 15% from everything that he will extract plus God's blessing every month. What? At this moment, excited sounds echoed all around the field. Everyone could not help but look. Dudian saw the gentleman who represented the Sterling Foundation. Chapter 31. The Dark King, Chapter 31. First. It's Lorian, Mason said. What's he doing? His body's color changed to blue and veins popped up all on his face. Lorian shouted in pain. In a moment, his dark complexion disappeared. It was as if with this roar, Lorian had recovered. His muscles gradually relaxed, veins were hidden. He took a deep breath and looked down at his palm. His face was a bit surprised. Suddenly, he a squat and jumped into the sky. Wow, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Lorian had actually leaped up 2 meters high. Not his head but his feet were at least 2 meters high off the ground. The silence was spread within the audience. All were aghast looking at Lorien. They had gone through hellish training for the last 3 years. Although their physical condition were many times better than their peers, but all of them had limits. Jumping up for 2 meters was nothing but a simple nonsense. However, Lorien had done. He had jumped and broke those physical limits. Dudian knew that Lorien's performance throughout the 3-year training was very good but was way too far from such a super physical condition. Is this God's blessing? Dudian muttered. Sham heard his words and was stunned. What? At this time, the graceful woman who saw the surprise on Lorien's face, smiled and said, This is the blessing of God. From now on you will get a blessing every month. I hope you will make good efforts to create more wealth for the mankind by giving your best. Lorien was agitated. He bent on one knee and spoke in respectful manner. For life, Lorien will be loyal to God. The graceful woman smiled, held him up, and looked up to the others. Everyone will be blessed by God after joining Sterling Consortium. After she spoke, the other children understood clearly that the sudden increase in Lorien's physical power was due to God's blessing. For a time, all the children were stirred up by the spectacle. Noni, aren't you so kind? Said the other, a slender man. We all supply God's blessing. Gracewoman smiled. The rules did not say that I'm not allowed to take the first step, did they? The other man was stifled for a moment but continued to speak out in loud voice. Anyone who joins our green consortium will get God's blessing as soon as signing agreement. You will get your share when we return to consortium, so do not be worried. Hearing this, most of the children were relieved. However, the ones who were hesitating moved towards Noni to join the Sterling Foundation. At this time, a cry echoed. Dudian saw a short boy standing in front of Noni. The same things that happened to Lorien were repeated. He also jumped to reach more than 2 meters of height. Children were excited by the thought of having access to such an extraordinary power. Dudian's heart was shocked. This time he had clearly seen the woman called Noni injecting an old-fashioned syringe. There was pink liquid inside the syringe. She had injected it into the boy's arm, which led to the latter's physical power to rise in an instant. God's blessing, ah! It's clearly a genetic agent. Dudian was shocked not that they will use gene agents called God blessing. But with the technology of this era, how could they produce such significant effect of genetic agents? Extraction of genes is already a nano-level technology. They don't have microscope, electricity, or precise instruments. How could they produce them? It's called God's blessing. So it must be provided by Holy Church. Dudian was brainstorming. He always had felt that Holy Church held great secrets. Perhaps this gene extraction technology is one of the secrets of Holy Church? So amazing. It is God's blessing. Do you know how long it lasts? Mason, Zach, and Sham were excited. Thought of having power beyond the ordinary person's capability had given them an unbelievable ecstasy. At the bottom of his heart, Dudian was worried as he didn't know about the side effects of this medicine. He hoped that they wouldn't be too much. The alchemists such as Rosyard had given their life to work on alchemy to get results such as this. It was a gene agent. In hands of alchemists it is devil's power. Only the same thing when appeared in hands of Holy Church, it is just illegal. Look, it is Bayway. She has chosen the Melon Consortium. At this time, Zach and Sham suddenly cried, pointing towards a girl. She was same age as with them. She was tall and white. Her breasts were still budding. She had been able to seize the eyes of many boys. The most attractive thing about her was her exquisite oval cheeks. Mason blushed and said, "What do you mean?" Zach laughed and replied, "Come on. Why are you so shy? Don't you like her?" Mason stared at him, said, "Do you want to be strangled to death?" Geez. Zack looked at him in contempt. Dadian smiled. He knew the Beiwei was one of the most dazzling girls from the training camp. She was Mason's secret crush. Dadian didn't expect her to select Melon Consortium. He thought of Tobu's recommendation and said, "We should choose Melon Consortium then." Sham was shocked. "Really? Dean, you still think about everyone." Zack shook his head. Mason flushed and cast a grateful look at Dadian. Dadian smiled and they lined up for the registration. Soon, it was their turn. "You are Dadian?" Elegant Man seemed to recognize Dadian. There was a trace of cordial smile shown on his face. "I have read your information. The results are very good. You were first on endurance results and comprehensive knowledge. Also, you have shown quite impressive performance. Especially a year ago, the assessment where you had search for the materials. You were second to find all 4 required materials." Dadian smiled and said, "Anything special for me?" "I did not expect you will join our consortium." Elegant Man smiled and said, "With us, you will be the object of seed cultivation. I believe if you had joined another consortium you would have the same options. This is your contract." Then, from the bag he took out another contract. Mason, Sham and Zack were full of curiosity. They stretched out their necks to look. Dadian looked. The general content was same with the normal contract. But several of these benefits were better than the normal contract. First, once a month he will be given God's blessing before his mission. In addition to the monthly limit of tasks and missions, he would be given 30% reward on excess materials after the identification. The most eye-catching this was that he also received a temporary residence permit in Commercial District. Chapter 32. The Dark King, Chapter 32. Noble Party. Holy Church ordered Knights of Light to persecute the unbelievers who are using adblock in this website. For your own safety, turn off your adblocks or whitelist wuxianation.com. If I'm not mistaken, commission on extra material was mentioned to be 30%. Isn't that 3 times our limit? Temporary residence permit for 10 years. Wow. If I knew this, I wouldn't have eaten and slept for the last 3 years to study and exercise only. Mason, Zack, and Sham were crying out in envy. Other children's attention was attracted by their loud voices. More students came to surround them and most of them saw the terms of the contract specially made for Dadian. They were looking at contract with envy and jealousy. Lorian, who was next to the Noni, wrinkled his brows. He selected the Melon Consortium. Does this guy know something which I don't? There was a bitter taste in his heart. He asked Noni, why is his contractual benefits so high? I was second on endurance results, third on comprehensive knowledge, and there was not much of a difference with him. Noni looked back at him, smiled sweetly. This is always like that. The first will always have preferential treatment. Lorian had an ugly look on his face. He did not care much about 30% commission that Dadian had got, but 10-year period temporary residence permit in the Commercial District made him extremely jealous. Kid, I see you are not convinced. Although your results are excellent, but this kid called Dadian had the best performance almost in every examination. We value the results of examinations a lot. The results of trainings such as stamina and endurance level are secondary. At this time, a man standing by Noni lightly laughed. Lorian's face darkened when he heard him. Are you satisfied with the conditions in this contract? The elegant man representing gently asked Dadian in presence of people that had gathered over. Dadian quickly glanced at the terms of the contract, pondered a moment, said, It is written that every 3 months I have to comply with the consortium's arrangement for a scavenging trip. In addition, the rest of the time I have to stay in the consortium for special training. Is it possible to amend this? The elegant man was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect in the face of such rich welfare for Dadian to negotiate. He smiled and said, If you feel the tight with the 3-month trip, then we can add another month. 4 months are the limit. Dudian shook his head. Even once a month is not a problem. You misunderstood me. What I mean is I would like to have my own free time. Elegant Man was startled for a moment. He hesitated but replied, this has to be approved by the people above. I can't make a decision on my own. Especially you will be the object of seed cultivation. Hey, little guy. If they can't comply with your condition in the Melon Consortium, we can in Huashing Consortium. At this time, another burly middle-aged man laughed. Elegant Man face slightly changed, angrily said, Bolton, stop the foul play. How I haven't thought about it. Another mature woman smiled, we Green Foundation can also accept the conditions of Mr. Dean. Elegant Man face changed, biting his teeth he spoke to Dudian, well, I promise you. Dudian was relieved. In his heart he was secretly thanking the other two. After we go back to the consortium the contract will be modified. Elegant Man said, I haven't brought God's blessing so it will be provided to you when we go back. For now stand behind me while I register others. Dudian nodded slightly. Representatives of other consortiums gave up in regret as they saw the foregone conclusion. Only the burly middle-aged man hadn't given up. Little man, if they breach the contract when you are back in consortium, don't lose your hope. Come over to Huashing Consortium, as my words will be effective at all times. Elegant Man looked at him angrily, Bolton, stop with your slanders. The burly middle-aged man shrugged, turned, and continued to draw other students. Elegant Man's eyes fell on Mason, Sham and Zack. You are together, right? Macon nodded and said, yes give us some benefits to improve the contract. Elegant Man turned silent, helplessly said, really cannot be modified. The rules are set. Mason looked up and saw no other consortium to compete, to help drive up their own worth. He was disappointed, said, well. Elegant Man saw through his move, cannot help but be angry. Soon, all the 7 consortia and the military finished with the registration process. Each consortium led their recruited students towards the respective carriages which stood outside the school field. Dudian opened carriage's curtain to look the school field. This place would be imprinted in his memory forever. Goodbye, he murmured. Carriage galloped away through bustling area. The pedestrians who saw the flags inserted on the carriages quickly gave way to them for fear of blocking the movement of carriages. A few moments later, several carriages that belonged to Melon Consortium came to stop on a busy street. Recruiter was the first to jump down the carriage to take the lead. He took them into a huge building. 8 young girls came out to greet him. Afterwards they turned towards the carriages and opened their doors, please follow us. Dudian came of the carriage to the elegant man standing close to him, let's go. I'll be the one to take you through the procedures. Dudian went after him to keep up. Mason and other 2 followed after Dudian. The other carriages were led by the girls, and followed. After claiming identity cards, you will be the personal of Melon Foundation. From now on you will enjoy the Melon Foundation's welfare, but also will have to comply with the rules of the Melon Foundation. Elegant Man told while they were walking on a path, Dean, you are the seed selection of this session. There is a noble party tonight, you can come to attend. You should meet up with the upper-class people who belong to our Melon Consortium. Dudian, surprised a moment, asked, is it possible I don't go? Elegant Man startled back, said, why? I want to go back and look for my parents first, said Dudian. Appreciation was reflected in Elegant Man's eyes, it's understandable, but don't be in a hurry to meet your parents. This is a rare opportunity. There are lots of people who crave to participate in this party. There will be hunters too. Hunters? Dudian immediately thought back to 3 years ago. Fernando and the other one had taken him to Hunter Castle for test. It was a confidential information back then. However, it now appears that although the identity of hunters and scavenger are hidden, but it's limited to only ordinary people in normal guards. Okay, said Dudian, coming down. Mason spoke in envious tone. What a luck. All the good things are falling onto your foot. I'm going to die of jealousy. You shouldn't. When we go back, Dean should treat us for meal. Zack suggested. Agreed. Sham immediately attached. Dudian turned a blind eye, ignored them. Saying, what is a hunter? Mason curious authentic. Elegant man smiled and said, let's go into the hall. A beautiful woman greet them over there for registration. The elegant man turned towards Dudian and said, you come over with me. Chapter 33. The Dark King, Chapter 33. Dinner. Dudian was taken to a luxury office. There was a tough old man who sat by the table. A pretty young girl was sitting on his leg, holding a burgundy cup full of crimson red wine. Peter, when are you going to learn to knock on the door? The old man patted the girl's buttocks and motioned her to leave. Elegant men laughed, you should lock the door first. Old man noticed Dudian who was following at Peter's rear. Is he one of the fellows who was picked in this group's scavengers? Why have you brought him here? Peter smiled, he is the seed of these batch. His contract needs to be modified a bit. You should rest assured, everything is within the scope of permission. Oh? The old man looked at Dudian with interest, said, top of this batch, huh? Kid, you are doing pretty well. If you continue in the same pace you may turn into a good hunter. Peter smiled, and said to Dudian, you sit first, the new contract will soon be ready. He turned to the old man, identity medals and uniforms, please. Old man smiled, opened a drawer, pulled out a stack of black uniforms. Dudian sat down next to the sofa. When he saw the uniform he could not help but think of 3 years ago. The two officers who took him to training grounds had worn exactly the same uniforms. This is your scavenger medal and uniform. Peter handed to the clothes and medals to Dudian. There were 2 different medals, said, in case of civilians you should produce the first medal which will cover your identity as a guard. In case of aristocrats or others, you can use the scavenger medal. Dudian looked at the 2 medals. The silver medal engraved with crossed swords was for guard identity. However, the scavenger medal was matte black. The giant wall of Silva was engraved on its outline. You are our melon consortium seed cultivation object. Peter sat down beside Dudian, said, every time after scavenging, the consortium will give you a bright spring which is purchased from the Holy Church. It is a very expensive syrup used to clean your body's radiation value. As a result, you won't have to worry about radiation problems while scavenging. The consortium will give you special attention after you accumulate certain amount of points. You may get the opportunity to access the hunter school, and as long as you can stick through the training, you can become a hunter. Fernando had told him that to become a hunter you had to have a light physique. He didn't expect that there are other methods that could lead to become a hunter. I will work hard. Dudian caught medals and uniforms and replied seriously. I'm sure you will, Peter encouraged. How is the status of hunters in comparison to nobility? He asked. Peter laughed, this depends on level of hunters, but also level of nobility should be taken into account. If you are an excellent scavenger, then aristocrats will politely try to curry favor with you. After all, scavengers bring a lot of wealth to aristocracy. It can be said that scavengers are aristocrats' favorite workers. But in the eyes of the number of financially influential noble families, scavengers are nothing. Only hunters meet their appetite. Dudian's eyes moved. There are levels in hunting division? Of course there are. But it's too early for you to know about that. Peter encouraged, the benefits of being a hunter are much more than you think. They not only get qualifications for permanent residence in commercial district, but if they accumulate enough merits, then their future is limitless. Dudian nodded slightly, knowing that Peter was throwing a bait. In his heart he was not concerned about permanent residence in commercial district or having qualifications to start his own noble lineage. These are the appearances created by the rulers of this world. Being a hunter, scavengers, noble or anything else is just a privilege which can be taken away at any time. It's not real power. It's been 3 years since he had decided to get the power to control his own destiny. No longer be dominated or trampled. If he continued on to live a humble life like an ant, one day or other, ultimately he will be trampled to death. By the way, in 7 days you will have to go to your first task as a scavenger. Peter laughed. You have to do well. Your results will determine way too many things that you don't even imagine. Anyway, I would advise you to wash up and clean yourself. At night, I will pick you up. Don't forget aristocrats hate dirt and mess. Comb your hair neatly. Dudian nodded slightly. I'll pay attention to details. At this time, the door opened and the previous girl came in. She handed the new contract to Peter. Peter looked at it and handed it to Dudian. Check, there should be no problems. Dudian once again went over the contract from start to finish. He saw that the changes had been made on proposed places. He took the pen and quickly signed under his name. Alright, Pete closed the consortium's contract and said to Dudian, don't forget to wear your medal at night. It is your status symbol. If necessary, keep it on you at all times. I will. Okay, someone will take you to a temporary place to live. Dudian nodded, turned and left, pulling out the door smoothly. Mason and the other two had received their medals and uniforms. The woman had explained all the details to them. As she saw Dudian coming out of the room, she said, come with me. I will take you to your temporary residence. A small castle was arranged for Dudian and others. The environment was comfortable and clean, with servants and gardeners at their disposal. However, it was a temporary residence for 3 days. After 3 days, except Dudian, the other 3 had to return to their own houses in residential district. Consortium's carriages would bring them in case of tasks and missions to the required assembly site. Dean, can you take us with you? Mason and Zack looked at the neatly dressed Dudian. They knew that he was going to attend the aristocratic party. Dudian turned sideways in front of the mirror, arranging the cuffs. He felt satisfied with his looks. He spoke to the wailing Mason, help me Mason. Bring the boots. Dudian dressed neatly. From the windows he saw an exquisite carriage galloping in front of the castle. He put his medal on his shoulder and left to the door. Well, you look pretty handsome. Peter opened the car curtain to look at him. Dudian smiled and went into the carriage. Before long, the carriage arrived at a secluded place in the commercial district. There was very large manor covered by high walls. There were rows of lanterns hung around to light the surroundings. More than a dozen carriages were parked outside the manor. The banquet had already begun when Dudian and Peter arrived. The faint sounds of melodious music echoing from the estate. It looks like we're a bit late, Peter smiled, and remember to be cautious. Dudian nodded. Peter showed his identity and invitations and entered the estate with Dudian. Along the trail to the banquet hall there was dedicated servants to open the door for them. The path was lighted magnificently and the sound of music was slowly drifted out. It's Moonlight Beauty by Master Hayden. Peters quickly rushed into the hall. Dudian was about to keep up Peter when his eyes met another tall figure's. He was wearing a fine silk clothing. There were emerald rings on his fingers. Middle-aged noble glanced at Dudian. When he saw scavenger medal on Dudian's shoulder he frowned. Who told you to come in? Chapter 34. The Dark King, Chapter 34. Invitation from the Nobles. According to the latest research by the alchemists, 2/3 of you who read the Dark King still use the damned ad blocks. Whitelist. Anger was building up. Does he want to tell that I don't belong in here? Dudian was getting to retaliate back when he thought of Peter's words and resisted the urge to retort, "Yes, Mr. Peter brought me over." Peter who? Middle-aged noble frowned, "Even the scavengers are here. Are there no rules? Mr. Mace?" At this time, a voice resounded. Dudian and middle-aged aristocrat looked together towards the root of the sound. It was actually the tough old man Dudian had seen in the office. He was wearing a black gentleman's suit. Besides him there was a middle-aged lady holding his arm. From their affectionate attitude it seemed that they were husband and wife. At this time, the old man saw Dudian. "Little guy. Why are you at the door? Didn't Peter come over with you?" "Mr. Peter has just entered," Dudian said honestly. At this time, the middle-aged aristocrat named Mace frowned. "Old Luo, do you know him?" The old man laughed, "Yes. I met him today. This little guy is this term's seed object from scavengers. He will have to rely on Mr. Mace's care in the future." "So it is." Mace seemed to understand, glanced at Dudian. "Little guy. You have vision as you have chosen our melon foundation." Dudian's face was ugly, his fists were clenched tightly under the sleeve. Old man quickly said, "Little guy, quickly apologize to Mr. Mace because you stood in front of the door blocking the entrance and then joined the party is not to be left out." Then he winked at Dudian, motioned him to go into the hall. Dudian looked at old Luo's face for a moment. He knew that old Luo had come to his rescue, but also knew that as long as he didn't apologize, he would not be able to pass by Mace. At this moment, he realized that there is not right or wrong in this situation. It all depended on each other's identity and status. In this world, if the one with the power said that yogurt was black, then the weak one should confirm. The difference between the two sides was depending on the difference of the power held. He suddenly understood the truth: without power he was no one. "I'm sorry," he bowed his head in an apology. Behind the alluring lights of the magnificent and melodious music, his face was hidden in the shadows. His eyes were focused on the other party's exquisite boots. Then he saw the boots move and turn towards the hall. The old man seemed to look at him, but did not say anything, but also followed. "These civilians. It does not matter how good you teach, never learn the rules." Mace's voice echoed in Dudian's ear and then the old man's laughter. Dudian still held his head down, clutching his fists. After a long time he slightly rose his head. Looking at the front of the wide manor, he suddenly felt more freedom in the darkness. At this time, more carriages began to arrive. Dudian quietly retracted his eyes, did not continue to look at the door and walked into the hall. The large and spacious hall was illuminated by oil lamps as if it was illuminated by daylight. Large number of servants brought wine and fruits in the hall. The melodious piano music came from the front of the hall. Nobles were standing in small groups chatting together. After the previous situation, Dudian had no mood at the moment to enjoy this rare luxurious party. He walked to an open window and leaned against it. He was looking at the hall where people were moving. It was like a flowing picture scrolling in front of his eyes. He felt faint boredom until two black uniformed men appeared on his line of sight. They kind of interrupted his trance. "Hunters?" Dudian immediately recognized the medal on two men's shoulders. There was a black falcon engraved on medals which identified them as hunters. They seemed to be very young, maximum 17 years old. As they walked, aristocrats took the initiative to greet them. Apparently they were well-known figures. Soon the two hunters came to the middle of the banquet, where a few middle-aged aristocrats stood. The man who Dudian previously had apologized stood there. Besides him there was a fat lady and a slim middle-aged man. Dudian could not hear what nobles chatted with those two hunters as they walked into the middle of banquet. According to their manners, their identity was high. Hunter, Duddian eyes flashed slightly, suddenly thought of Roseyard's alchemy notes. There was a record which had impressed him. It was about the anatomy of the hunter. After Roseyard had caused an incident, a young hunter was tasked to find and kill him. Roseyard had prepared potions to control the nervous system in advance and had caught the hunter. He had used knife to dissect the hunter into countless pieces of meat without anesthesia. Roseyard had found organs and bloods that were different to normal humans' body components within the hunter's body. He was inspired by his findings. It was one of the factors that led him to be certified as a 3-star alchemist. Hello, scavenger. Suddenly a shadow appeared from Dudien's left side. It was a white-haired old man with a kind face. He was using a walking stick. A large jade ring was on his thumb. However, the clothes that he wore were more simple in comparison to the others in the party. I assume you are the seed from this graduation, as you were able to attend the party. Am I right? White-haired old man smiled. Duddian nodded slightly, said, You are? White-haired old man smiled and said, I am Fuline Ryan. Nice to meet you. Ryan? Duddian eyes moved. 3 years ago the desert where they were tested seemed to be the territory of Ryan family. Duddian face noticed the weak changes. White-haired old man with smiles, I assume you have heard of our Ryan family's background. But they are stories of the old. Are you interested in being Ryan family's knight? Knight? Duddian was surprised. He had desperately studied in the library for 3 years to increase his understanding of this era. He had cleared up many things which were alien to him at first. The so-called knight is not only a simple title. For a normal person to acquire the title, he had to go through professional training and as well as a strict examination. I did not say clearly. White-haired old man continued, Your name only will be linked to our family. We will provide you with the official knight's salary and you will need to help our Ryan family to explore the wilderness once a year. Duddian understood his purpose. I can go for expedition with your family's scavengers without a contract too, can I? Of course you can. White-haired old man laughed, this is all private business. Moreover, you won't bear the costs of going and coming back from the giant wall. In fact, most of the noble families privately cultivate scavengers, though they can't be compared to you in experience. Chapter 35. The Dark King. Chapter 35. Jenny. Knight's monthly salary was not low. According to Dudien's estimates, monthly salary of a knight was more than Jura couple's salary together. Moreover, being affiliated with the Ryan family would give him an identity which vast majority of civilians would look up to. However, he did not immediately agree. He understood that the higher the pay, means that scavenging outside the giant wall was more dangerous. Although he had heard that scavengers roam only in safe areas, but there is no guarantee that there will be no other danger. Otherwise, why would they be compensated with such a high return? I will think about it, muttered Duddian. Fuline Ryan smiled and said, If you come to a decision, know that our family would be happy for you to join. In addition, if you can't find a place to live, it is not a problem. In our Ryan family there's several sets of vacant houses which could be given to you free of charge. Duddian declined, Thank you for your kindness. I'll be here for 7 days, but later I will have to go home and visit my parents. For time being, I'm not planning to live in the commercial district. Okay, you are welcome to disturb me if you ever need anything. I will. After the conversation, Fuline Ryan left to the central banquet to talk with other nobles. As Fuline Ryan left, several nobles came over to find Duddian to talk to him. The conditions proposed by them were not so different by the ones offered by Fuline Ryan and were declined by Duddian one by one. All of a sudden, melodious music stopped. A loud clapping echoed and people in the banquet came to halt their chatting, eating, or drinking to look at the source of the noise. It was a 40-year-old middle-aged noble who was clapping. As he saw all the eyes gathered on him, With a slight smile on his face he spoke, "Welcome to the 8th party set up by Melon Foundation. I hope you all are enjoying your time in here. It just happens to be my daughter, Sarah Mel's, birthday. I hope all of you who are present can give my daughter your blessings. Thank you." As he finished talking, a girl in a red skirt slowly began to descend from the second floor. She was 12 or 13 years old with delicate cheeks. She gracefully stood and slightly bowed. The nobles who were present began to warmly applause. Duddian's mind was fretting. Beforehand he had inquired about Melon Consortium. There were more than a dozen noble families of different sizes included in the consortia. However, Melon Borong family were the co-founders and the most influential ones. The girl belonged to Mel family, who he had heard before when he was in Mission Orphanage. Moreover, the Knight of Light Milk who cut the alchemist's head 3 years ago apparently was member of the Mel family. This was a proof of how deep and broad the roots of Mel family reached. "Our Prin family has prepared an elegant gift for Ms. Sarah." At this time, a young man holding a delicate red gift box came up to Sarah Mel. He gently opened the box where a pair of white silk gloves laid. Sarah took a few steps forward and said, "This should be Master Sidney's craftsmanship. I like it. Thank you." Young man smiled. A servant came up to him and took the gift box. At this time, the other nobles successively presented gifts with the words of congratulations. A young man in gentleman's suit laughed and said, "I always heard that you like poetry, so I asked Master Tiza to write a poem. I hope you will enjoy." "Poetry?" Sarah's eyes light up with joy. The young man smiled and continued in gentle voice, "These are tears you dropped on the stone. Those hesitant eyes filled with that evening. Who leaked your inner sadness?" After a while, a poem finished, said, "This poem is called A Girl's Sadness, specially written for Miss Sarah." The audience suddenly applauded enthusiastically. Sarah had a happy smile on her face. It is indeed the poem by Tiza Master. So touching and so moving. I like it. Thank you. Duddian was listening to those cheers while leaning to the edge of windowsill. His heart was frustrated as he hadn't brought anything with him. He hoped these people didn't pay any attention to him so as not to provoke any unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, he saw a figure run under the window. Duddian cursed himself for being stupid. If he didn't have anything to gift, then why not to sneak away as the other person? He looked at the nobles whose attention at the moment was on Sarah. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity, he looked outside the windows and determined that the height was about 2 meters. He didn't hesitate as he climbed onto window in one move and jumped out of it as if he was a flexible cat. He walked down the path to quickly leave. In order to avoid encountering the servants, Duddian walked around the more remote areas. Here were no lights. At the moment it was lighted by rays of the moon and the stars. He walked on the stone path surrounded by trimmed ornamental trees. It didn't take long before he reached a small pavilion. He sat there to wait till the banquet to finish. He would go back then. He was not someone of high birth, so his disappearance would not be too noticeable. Rustle. Suddenly, their leaves shook. Duddian's face slightly changed and he shouted low tone, "Who is there?" There was no more movement, but Duddian knew from the sound of wind that there was a person. After all, 3 years of rough scavenger training, he had gone through many experiences and could determine what were in his surroundings through the voices. "Come out, I know you're there," Duddian said. Before long, a slender figure moved from behind the trimmed ball-like tree. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Duddian saw a girl who was almost as big as him. It seems that he had seen her before but couldn't figure out. Duddian, relieved, said, "Come out. I have no malicious thoughts. I'm hiding from the limelight. I'll not inform you, and you'd better not inform on me. Otherwise it will be bad for both of us." This girl was nervous at first, but as she heard Duddian's talk, she was surprised. you aren't sent by my father to call me back? Dudian knew she had misunderstood, so he shrugged. Of course not, I do not even know you. The girl looked at him in relieved manner. You scared me. You said you are hiding, from what? Dudian snapped. I haven't brought a gift, so I'm here to avoid the embarrassment. What? The girl seems to suspect that she heard the wrong. Thinking about Dudian's words, she smiled. Poochie, oh, didn't you know that today is Miss Sarah Mel's birthday? Don't me. Dudian shrugged. I just didn't know. The girl walked along the slate to the edge of the pavilion. She saw Dudian's uniform and asked, this uniform? Are you a scavenger? Suddenly Dudian looked black and said, yes, but you'd better not talk about seeing me over here. Or else I will tell about you too. I will not say. The girl smiled and said, my name is Jenny, what is your name? Dudian replied, Dean. Chapter 36. The Dark King, Chapter 36. A Tree in Blossom. Alchemists have come up with a sinister plan. They advise us to use plugins to block readers who haven't whitelisted us. Holy Church is against the decision. What kind of world is outside the giant wall? The girl looked curiously at Dudian. Is there endless seas and vast expanse of forests as bards tell? Dudian turned back to the pavilion, looked for a chair and sat down, shrugging. I have just been appointed scavengers, and have not been outside the giant wall. But there are seas and forests, that's for sure. How do you know? Jenny followed him to the pavilion, sitting on the chair opposite the tea table, wondering, did not you say you have not been outside the giant wall? Dudian's mind suddenly thought of the earth. He have seen the blue sea and forests. And many beautiful scenery. His heart was saddened and he murmured, of course, I have seen that. Have you seen? Jenny was surprised. Dudian recoiled, and said, it is in the poet's poem to see. But I believe that those who certainly exist, otherwise, how the bards would know about them? Dudian thought to himself. Most probably your father was afraid that you are too curious and would secretly ran to the outside the giant wall to peep at the scene. He said, the danger does exist. Is it really dangerous? Jenny's eyes were a bit disappointed. Dudian saw her sad eyes, suddenly felt himself as if killed off a good hope. He couldn't bear to break her heart, so he continued, however, although there is danger, but it does not mean that there is no sea and forest. I believe, one day, the danger outside the giant wall will disappear and we will be able to go out and see the mountains and the sea and everything. Jenny's face shone brightly and said, really? Really? Replied Dudian in serious manner. Jenny's face smiled and said, I think so too. I had told my father about it before, but he told me to give up the idea. He said the outside of the giant wall is an unknown place. In addition, he said that only special personnel such as you can go outside the wall, other people are prohibited from entering. Dudian smiled, did not say anything. I really want to go outside the giant wall. Jenny's face full of longing. Suddenly, she thought of something, looked at Dudian, said, since the giant wall so dangerous, why do scavengers go outside? Dudian thought but didn't say that this has to be answered by the nobles. However, as the girl's age is still small, apparently not involved in these aristocratic politics, I don't know the reason. Perhaps like you, just want to go outside to see. Jennifer looked at him with a trace of admiration. You are so powerful. Obviously we are same age, but you are more brave than I am. Because I'm a boy, Dudian smiled. Hearing this, Jenny's face turned red. She secretly looked up to Dudian. She saw that he didn't notice her embarrassed appearance, and her heart was relieved. But her heartbeat was slightly accelerated. How can I and a boy be in a garden alone? If father knew, no. No. He can't learn about it. She was going to bid farewell to Dudian and leave. Do not misunderstand. I do not discriminate against women. In our training camp there were many girls. But I think you should still listen to your father's advice. Outside the giant wall is indeed very dangerous. You just have to wait until those dangers are swept out. Sooner or later you will be able to see the outside world. I believe that day won't take long. By the faint moonlight, Jenny looked at the boy's serious and confident look. She could not help but startled a moment, subconsciously asked, "Really?" "Aha!" Dudian nodded affirmatively. Jenny heard his words. "It seems as if she was infected by them. I believe you." Dudian smiled and said, "I believe in myself." Jenny smiled. Poochie. Her previous intention to leave has long been missing. My dream is to become a magistrate. Although the official cannot go outside the giant wall, but at least can judge all the bad inside the giant wall. I believe that there are no bad people in the world, and if we work together we will soon be able to remove the danger outside the giant wall. Dudian smiled and said, "Do you learn the law?" "Of course." Jenny grinned, showing a proud expression. Dudian laughed, "I just learned the law." Jenny said with surprise, "Have you also learned the law?" "Self-learning," Dudian added. "You want to be a magistrate?" "Well, my goal is as great as yours." "Great?" "Yes, our goals are great." "How old are you?" "Just turned 11. "I'm almost 12. The darkness gradually deepened. The more they talked, the more they were unaware of how the time flew. They talked about lots of things, from their hobbies to their ages, as well as their views on things. They had way too much in common, as if they had found long-lost friends. One without ears, one without tail. Giggle. Jenny clutched her stomach because of laughing hard. She completely forgot to pay attention to the image of nobility, said, "What a strange son. So strange lyrics. It's fun now." Dudian said, "It is a children's song." Jenny smiled, thinking, how can there be such a strange children's songs? Dudian just wanted to say a few more children's songs. Suddenly he felt a mosquito bite his wrist. He shot with his backhand to kill it. The sudden sound woke up them from the sweet chat. They looked back at the direction of the banquet hall. Jenny saw his move, also reacted. She felt bad. "I have to go back. If my father cannot find me, he will be very angry." Dudian is also just ready to go back, said, "Then you go first. I will wait a while. Let's not be caught seen together." Jenny's face turned red. She ran outside the pavilion, suddenly though of something, and turned back. "You just said you also heard a lot of nice poetry." "I also like poetry. Can you tell me one?" Dudian was surprised for a moment. She was not sheltered under the pavilion. The moonshines were reflected on her cheek. This moment, she was as beautiful as unreal fairy. His heart was throbbing subconsciously. He knew a lot of Tang poetry, which was classified as Eastern classical poetry. It was totally different from this era's poetry genre. Suddenly, he thought of the modern poetry which her sister often read. "How do I let you meet me? At my most beautiful moment. For this, I beseeched the god for 500 years. I asked him to let us meet in earthly life. God let me become a tree, grown on the roadside that you pass by every day." Dudian remembered that this poem was called A Tree in Blossom. He had changed the word Buddha to God while reciting. After all, the faith of the world is dictated by the Holy Church and there is no Buddhism. Hearing Dudian quietly recite the verse, Jenny was stunned. After a while she turned around and fled along the trail to disappear in the darkness. Chapter 37. The Dark King, Chapter 37. Two Blessings. It was about 10 minutes that Jenny had left when Dudian began to walk through the trail towards the estate. He was reaching the banquet hall when he heard bursts of hearty laughter from far away. It seems the party had finished, as Dudian saw the banquet hall's door completely open. One after another nobles came out in groups. Dudian did not expect for his timing to be the online with banquet's ending. In his heart he was thankful to the mosquito which had bitten his wrist. He didn't enter the banquet hall but instead walked down the main road towards the outside of the manor. He used another route to join the main road to close up to entrance of the banquet hall. There was no nobles, so he trotted past, pretending to come out from the banquet hall, as if ready to return back home any moment. He saw that there were only 7 or 8 carriages left in comparison to large numbers of them that were neatly parked close by to each other when they had initially came over. Dudian's heart was relieved when he saw Peter's carriage standing outside. He went over, but there was no one in the carriage. It was clear that Peter had yet to come out. Dudian first sat in the carriage, waiting inside. Before long, Peter drifted back in an extremely drunk state. He saw Dudian inside the carriage. You? How? You here? You, me, admired, Long. He was in a state where he couldn't express himself. Peter's body was shaking. Dudian helped him into the carriage. Dudian was dumbfounded as he said, "You shouldn't drink more. Come sit over for a break." Higher-ups, orders, in the next must do so. Peter speak too vague to understand anything out of his speech. However, he obediently went inside the carriage and sat down to lean on his right side. Dudian watched Peter's non-stop giggling. He sighed, lifted the curtain and said to the driver, "Go back." "Yes, sir," said the coachman respectfully and then shook the rope. They first dropped off Peter and later came to the temporary accommodation castle provided by the Melon Consortia where Dudian got off. It was late night, so Mason and others were in deep sleep. Except the gatekeepers on shift, the rest of the attendants, servants and maids were resting. Dudian returned to his room to lie on bed. A lot of things emerged in his mind that he had encountered in the party. There was both humiliation and anger. He thought about beautiful girls that brought joy to his mind. Gradually he fell asleep. The following day, early in the morning, Dudian just woke up to Peter had come over to the castle carrying a wooden box. "Good morning, Mr. Peter," said Dudian, greeting him. Dudian was surprised as he didn't expect Peter, who was so drunk last night, to be awake and so fresh early in the morning. Peter smiled and said, "Last night I was way too drunk. Coachman said that you had sent me back home. This is how it should be, doesn't it, Dot?" Dudian looked at the small box in his hand and said, "What's this?" Peter put the box on the table in the living room and opened the box. There was a syringe that Dudian had previously seen. He understood that the reason Peter had come was to give him the God's blessing. "Yesterday you were just transferred over, so did not have time to use it on you. I assume there is no need for introduction about what this is. Dean, you will get 2 blessings. First is on the basis of distribution, the other is your first month's quota. The other one will be issued to you exactly this day of next month." Peter laughed. "Would you let me take it home and use it myself?" asked Dudian. "Of course not," Peter shook his head. "This is the power of the Holy Church, which is the gift of God. The rule is that it must be seen by the witnesses when it is used. I brought it to you, so I'm your witness." Dudian regretted as the chance to research the syringe was lost. However, thinking about it, he had no proper equipment for the research, so there was no way to study it. "Come on, first," Peter said, taking the syringe from the box. Dudian was lacking in trust department, so he asked, "This, no problems, right?" Peter's face turned cold. "I'm going to forget what you had said. Do not even think about talking like this somewhere outside. It is same as questioning the God." Dudian naturally understand this point, so he had to select words tactfully in the future. If he didn't directly question, there won't be any problems. Do not worry. This is the gift of the God. There has never been adverse reactions since the first scavenger that had used it. Peter answered. Dudian did not say anything but was surprised. It was an awe-inspiring moment from a scientist's perspective. How did the Holy Church create such a perfect gene agent? Is it possible to mass-produce scavengers? Peter injected the fluid inside the syringe into Dudian's arm. He felt no pain, just felt some numbness. Soon, all of the pink fluid inside the syringe was pushed into his body. Dudian felt a surge of enthusiasm that was spreading into his body and limbs. A violent heat flew to his brain. It felt as if the whole blood inside his body was blown to his mind in a matter of seconds. He roared loudly and the heat began to flow in reverse back to his body and limbs. It felt very painful, as it was almost like someone was trying to tear his limbs apart. He bit his teeth to bear the pain. Soon, this heat like a tide of water faded away. Dudian looked up and immediately felt different. His vision was very sensitive. He could see small details of Peter's face that he was not aware before. Dudian thought of Lorian's strength, immediately jumped in place. Dudian felt like flying. With a single jump he had reached almost the level of Peter's head. He fell back to the ground, raising his hand he grabbed a chair. It felt as light as catkins. Well, wait a minute and then we can use the second one, Peter laughed. Dudian looked at the second syringe Peter had picked up, and asked, is it going to feel like this every time? Peter smiled and said, of course not, the initial injection the effect will be very significant. But your body will get used to it, so the effect will be weaker as you get more injections. Dudian although expected this, but still cannot help but regret. If the effect could be doubled or tripled, then simply a monster-like existence will appear as the result of using genetic agents of Holy Church. They were just scavengers and had such terrible power. So what an existence a hunter was. Soon, Peter injected the second syringe into Dudian's arm. The heat flowed again from his body. This time it was not as strong as before, and Dudian only felt a slight tearing and the heat flew down. Dudian looked again, immediately feel their vision clear a lot. He knew that his power had improved a lot. He thought he could bare-handed kill a tiger if he had faced it. Go ahead and teach the others, Peter laughed. Dudian nodded slightly. Mason cried hard. Before long, all the injection were completed. For a time the whole castle was extraordinarily noisy, everyone was jumping, experiencing the incredible power they had acquired. After Peter left, Dudian returned to his room to pack up. He was ready to return to the residential district. We can live for free for 3 days. Are you going today? We also intend to go to the busy downtown market today. Why are you in a hurry? This is such a rare opportunity. Mason and the other two tried to persuade Dudian. However, Dudian had already made his mind. He bid farewell to them, called a carriage and went to residential district. As soon as the carriage reached Lincoln Street number 108, Dudian jumped out of it. He paid 60 copper coins. His heart was in pain, as the carriage hired in commercial district would charge twice the amount for same distance in comparison to carriage hired in residential district or in slums. At this time, Dudian suddenly saw another carriage parked by their door. Are there any guests? He wondered. He bypassed the carriage, opened the door outside the white fence and was about to enter the house when he heard the voices about going quarrel. He was surprised. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon, the door was opened by Jura. She looked strangely at Dudian, said, "You are?" After 3 years of scavenger training, Dudian's appearance has also undergone tremendous changes. His build was a lot stronger than the original, color was not so pale but tanned into the wheat color. As a result, Jura actually did not recognize it. "Auntie, it's me," said Dudian. Jura heard his voice that had changed a little. "You're Dean." Dudian lightly chuckled, "The training is over, I'm back." Jura's eyes suddenly flushed. She embraced Dudian with her arms. "You come back." You finally come back. Your uncle and I feared for you that you were in some kind of trouble. It's good that you are okay. She immediately pushed Dudian, looked up and down at him. She was relieved as she saw his hands and feet intact. Dudian's heart warmed up as he saw her so exaggerated. He smiled and said, originally wanted to buy you few specialties from commercial district. I had no money so didn't buy anything. Silly child. You coming back alive and well is a gift. Jura smiled and touched Dudian's hair. The 3 years have gone by. You are so high, and over there. Do not go too far. At this point, an angry voice came from the living room. It was Gray's voice. Jura's face changed, and quickly turned back to the living room. Chapter 38. The Dark King, Chapter 38. Boundaries. Dudian also followed into the living room. Dudian saw 2 figures in addition to Gray in the living room. One was obese with a big belly. There were 3 or 4 gold rings on his fingers. Another was a slender man wearing a suit. His hair was combed neatly, looking like a noble. Gray, pay attention to your attitude. Dudian came in just to hear the slim man's wailing sound. Gray clenched his fist tightly, his face looked at him angrily, said, we have purchased this house. The amount of the tax was written on the contract and it was been paid. For you to raise the origin tax, it is just simply illegal. Obese middle-aged man chuckled, said, you are a small tailor. Do you even know what law is? This whole Lin Kong Street is mine. It is my territory. Whatever I say is the law. Even if you want to go to trial, I welcome you to do so anytime. Gray gritted his teeth and said, you are a thief. Well, this is slander. I have been personally attacked, I can sue you for this. Slim man spoke in a cold tone. At this time, Jura looked at the red face of Gray and hurried to hold his hand. This matter. Give us some time to discuss it. Such a high tax, we really cannot afford to pay. Obese middle-aged man said lightly, you are sensible. But we had already given you few days. Today is the last day. I will come back at night and I hope you will give me a satisfactory answer. Finished, he stood up to leave. Wait a minute. At this time, Dudian stood in front of the obese man. Obese middle-aged looked at this kid who was up to his shoulder. He frowned, little guy, who are you? At this time, Gray also noticed Dudian. He saw Dudian's completely changed appearance, stunned. Dean? You come back? Dudian nodded slightly, and then looked up at the obese middle-aged, with a body like that it would be very hard for you to make trip back and forth. Actually, we don't like to be disturbed in our home. Obese middle-aged smiled and said, little guy, I heard Gray has adopted a child, is that you? Dudian did not answer him, but continued, first of all, according to land law, Chapter 3, Article 6, a one-time purchase of land and real estate, property tax must be paid off with the housing money. When Jura and Gray bought this house, they had already paid for it. Or else they would not have got the proof for the property. In the 7th verse of the 4th chapter of the law, all the vesting of authority and taxation of the house shall be to the owner of the house, and only the lord of the house shall have the right to reclaim it. Dudian looked at him, said, you said that the entire Lin Kong Street is your territory? How can you prove it? Even if you want to collect tax, you have to go to trial so that a magistrate should look into your proposition. You will have to prove them that you are the lord of the territory to be able to obtain tax contracts, right? Obese middle-aged was shocked. The slim one startled a bit, his face fell. Little guy, what nonsense are you talking? What kind of proof do you want to see? Dudian looked up at him and calmly said, if you do not have proof, the lordship, please leave and do not bother me anymore. Otherwise, I will arrest you as a criminal who infiltrates the inhabitants. Hearing this, all of them were surprised. Slim man smiled and said, arrest me? Little guy, I have been spouting nonsense since the beginning. Be careful or I will send you directly to the guards. No need to go anywhere. I am already a guard. Dudian took out his guard medal and continued indifferently, as you just talked to me in a way like that, I can sue you for slandering a guard and get you arrested. I think, in the 7th article of the law records, for malicious slander of aristocracy you can be sentenced to 3 years in prison. There is 2 years of prison sentence for slandering guards. In case of an attack against the guard, the sentence is death. What do you want? Dudian looked up at them. Obese middle-aged and slim men looked at the guard's medal. They were speechless. Jura couples to see this familiar medal cannot help but startled and soon remembered the purpose of training for 3 years. There was surprise and excitement in their eyes, they didn't think that Dudian had succeeded. You are guard? Obese middle-aged was shocked. It was the first time that he had met such a small guard. Are you questioning me? Said Dudian indifferently. Obese middle-aged man quickly shook his head. Although it was incredible, but he still recognized this medal. He knew that posing as a guard was a big crime. It was the first time I saw such a small, so young and promising guard. Obese middle-aged smiled drily. Dudian plain, this is the proof that you are not really lords. There are lots of guards like me. At the age of 16 years there are lots of guards who join nobility for experience. Afterwards will be transferred to boundary wall S between the districts and later on to the giant wall. The boundary wall that he had referred to was known as Wall of Rich and Poor by the aristocracy. Obese middle-aged man was embarrassed. Here I am really the lord. My grandfather was a great knight, was sealed to this territory, but afterwards he couldn't continue. But this land was awarded by a noble to unite grandfather. He is gone, so the territory has lost its legitimacy. Perhaps the noble forgot to recover the land, so you have continued to lord over the place. It is not legal, he said indifferently, but I think if you go away, I can reconsider it. Obese middle-aged and slim men, as one, immediately bowed and said, then we will leave. Then, he moved away from the sight of Dudian around. Before long, the carriage had left with no trace of both of them. Dudian looked up at the Jura couple. 3 years have passed. There were light wrinkles on their eyes. They were more than 30 years old, but in this world living up to 30 was same as being 50 years old in the old era. Jura couple recovered. They surprised to see Dudian as they did not expect it to solve the previous trouble easily. In a few short words that Dudian had said resolved everything. Gray said, you graduated. Worthy of my son, awesome. Unexpectedly, my, Gray's, child will be a guard. Haha, tomorrow I will go to the factory and show off in front of the workers. They will envy me. Jura white at him, smiled and touched Dudian's hair, said, you child, all tan so black. It had been 3 bitter years. Dudian smiled and said, it was nothing. Although, this time I can't stay for long. After a few days, I will have to go to perform a task. Afterwards I will come back. Jura stunned for a moment, what task? Is it dangerous? No danger, rest assured. That's good. Gray smiled, when the guards can have any danger? They do nothing but accompany nobles around. Moreover there is Holy Church who protects us from evil demons. Jura snapped, I'm just afraid. Gray smiled and shook his head, do not say anything. Later that evening, Jura prepared a very rich dinner to celebrate the return of Dudian and him becoming a guard. After dinner, Dudian said to them, Auntie, I want to borrow some money this time. Jura laughed, how much do you want? 10 silver coins. Dudian thought that the money should be enough to buy enough materials to make gunpowder. He would use it for defense in case of any danger outside the giant wall. Chapter 39. The Dark King, Chapter 39. Apprentice. Funny thing, as I translated chapter's name, Donald Trump's name popped up in my mind. So much? Jur was shocked. Gray's monthly salary was about 2 silver coins. As for Jura, her salary was slightly higher but only about 3 silver coins. Unless she visited some rich noble, she wouldn't get extra commission. 10 silver coins was equivalent to their 2-month salary in total. What are you going to do with that much money? Gray frowned. I need that for my mission needs. At the end of the task, I will give you back. Dudian seriously said. Judah and Gray looked at each other, reluctantly replied, well, it's all right. But you have to promise us that you are not going to use this money to do bad things. Dudian was relieved. However, he was also aware that Jura couple gave him the money because of his guard identity. If his occupation was something else, he would not be provided with the money. The next day. Early in the morning, Dudian went over to Southern Adventurers Market in the residential district. All districts, whether slums, residential or commercial districts, were divided into 4 regions. East and West regions were always vast in size compared to other regions. Dudian's family lived in Lin Kong Street, which was located in southeast of the residential district. The so-called Southern Adventurers Market was a place for civilian to do free trade. Most of the goods that were sold in the area were brought from the outer edge of the giant wall. The nuclear radiation was intensive in the outer zone in comparison to other areas. So only adventurers were willing to go there. That's how the market was named, in honor of those adventurers. An adventurer was not a long-term career. Most of them would retire after few times of risk-taking. They would earn enough money to support the erosion of their body for the rest of their lives. Dudian was not worried about the nuclear radiation as he had checked the information beforehand. Lead was extensively used in making his uniform. It was effective in resisting the radiation. Moreover, he had free access to outer edge of the giant wall. It was just not worth for him to go alone to search for materials. Purchasing them was much more time effective. The market was far away from his house and Dudian was not interested in losing time. He spent 5 copper coins to reach the Southern Adventurers Market by carriage. It was a crowded bazaar. There were blankets and carpets covering the ground and were used as booths. Materials were neatly arranged on those carpets by the sellers. Their noisy voices and shouts of advertisement covered the entire market. Dudian strolled down the aisle. Half an hour later, Dudian finally found a few stalls which sold sulfur ore. He was searching for crystal saltpeter too. As for charcoal powder, he could make it on his own and didn't want to waste money to buy it. The seller was a middle-aged man with dark complexion. His hair was scattered, while there were some red spots on his hands. Most probably he was infected with some kind of a disease while adventuring in the outer edge of the giant wall. He was using long-sleeved clothing for cover, but inadvertently his was exposing those red marks while raising his hands. Dudian knew that man's body radiation level was very high. Most probably he had few years of life left, unless he would get a treatment from Holy Church. After bargain, they agreed on 1 silver and 20 copper coins. Dudian was going to but all the saltpeter and sulfur ore. Saltpeter was more valuable, that costed a silver coin. Using all these materials I can make few packs of explosives at best. As I'm going to take food and basic weapons, there is bound to take additional things while I will be on task. Gunpowder isn't that heavy, so it should not be a problem. Anyway, there is no point in purchasing more raw materials, this should be enough. Dudian was calculating the possible outcomes in his mind. Little guy, these things are very heavy. You should either call your family for help or get a carriage. Do you want me to help you get a carriage? The seller who had received the money said to Dudian. No need. Dudian replied. Everything was put into linen bags. For a normal person it would be very hard to carry them, but for Dudian it felt as heavy as feathers of a bird. He grabbed the linen bags and went away. The middle-aged man was startled and stared at Dudian with wide eyes as he spoke away. It was not long before Dudian bought basic tools at other stalls for use and refined the gunpowder. In the eyes of ordinary people, the role of these tools were not related with alchemy. For example, there was an apparatus used by doctors to grind materials into powder while making pills. By noon, Dudian had bought everything that he needed. He was strolling around the market to see if there was something extraordinary that could catch his eyes. He felt hungry, so he turned to leave for dinner. "Boss, sell me for a coin, please. It's just a broken stone." Suddenly, a tender sound echoed in Dudian's eyes. Out of curiosity, he turned to look sideways. He saw a boy half head shorter than him who was carrying a linen bag in his left hand while holding a rough black stone size of a large fist on his right hand. The seller was a thin young man. He shook his head and said, "This is an iron ore. Although the weight is not much, you gotta pay at least twice the amount." "Boss, even if this is an iron ore, it is only an ore, not iron. It is so small that even after refining you won't get much of an iron." Boy changed his strategy. "It is so small that smelting factory wouldn't even need it. No one will buy it. It will just stay here. Sell it to me and you will have your copper coin." Thin young man hesitated for a while but ultimately said, "Well, all right." The boy grinned, paid for it, and put the black stone into the linen bag. He turned to walk away. Dudian was about to go when his eyes caught a small tattoo which was on boy's wrist. A small black hook pattern was drawn. Alchemist's apprentice? Dudian did not expect to meet one in here. From Roseyard's notes he had learned of lifestyle and habits of alchemists. The most impressive thing about them was that every alchemist would have a dedicated tattoo design on their body. It was a sign used by alchemists to identify each other. Without a tattoo, no one would be accepted into their circle. The tattooing method was very basic. They would use powder of some plants and mix it with black water. Afterwards, a needle would be used to sketch out the pattern. Moreover, even a small dot without no shape or line could be considered as a sign. Although tattoos were not only exclusive to alchemists, as nobles and Holy Church used them too. But they would avoid using black pigment. If there was a black color on tattoos, even if you were a noble or member of Holy Church, you would be treated as an alchemist. It can be said that it was an absolute proof used to identify them. Similarly, if you don't have black tattoos, even if you are true alchemists, you would not be recognized by the other colleagues. Dudian glanced at the direction that boy left. Carrying the linen bags, he quietly went after him to catch up. Chapter 40. The Dark King, Chapter 40. Tubes. The linen bag that the boy was carrying was small. Obviously he was not as strong as Dudian because it didn't take long before he began to breathe heavily. Dudian's vision was 3 times better than the ordinary person's because of God's blessing. He was trailing the boy from far behind. Because of his age, at best he is an apprentice alchemist. It's just who he had bought the materials for. Is it for his own use or to help out his teacher? Dudian was pondering while walking after the boy. The boy stopped at the junction and got onto a carriage. Dudian's face slightly changed and ran after to catch up after them. The area was bustling with the people, so the carriage's speed was not fast. Fortunately, Dudian's body was strengthened because of 3 years of hellish training and God's blessing, so that his stamina was enough to follow after them 7 or 8 streets. Dudian was having problems with his breath when the carriage suddenly stopped. The kid jumped from the carriage after he paid for the ride and entered a roadside alley. Dudian immediately went over, pretending to be passing by the road. He looked at the alley but was startled. It was a dead end sealed by walls on all 3 sides. The boy had disappeared. Damn it! Dudian frowned. He didn't believe in fairy tales such as existence of magic. So he accepted the fact that the boy disappeared just like that. He entered the valley and carefully checked the ground for footsteps. As it was a sealed alley, few people used it. It was dusty everywhere. Garbage was piled up in some parts. Dudian focused his sharp vision and saw stampede footprints on the ground. The trail spread towards the middle of the alley to the front of a wall. He came closer to the part of the wall where footprints had disappeared. He carefully touched the wall. It was coated and colored to look like the wall. Actually, if he hadn't touched it, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Hidden entrance. Dudian touched everywhere to feel the hard structure behind the entrance. It was made so that the hidden entrance wouldn't be exposed by wind or rats. Dudian noted down the address and went out. If he informed the address of the alchemist's base to the Holy Church, then as a scavenger, he would receive a lot of financial gains. However, he was not interested on such a thing. On the contrary, he was ready to join the underworld of the alchemists. After all, except the Roseyard's notes, he didn't have any kind of knowledge regarding the alchemists. Although he had recorded a lot of things in the notes, but many high-level alchemists mastered and learned the information about basic nature of things by heart instead of recording. To join the alchemist circle, he had to be an alchemist. The first step towards that was to ink a black tattoo. Dudian took another look at the alley and went back to the intersection. He stopped a carriage and went to the slums. From young age he had learned that he had to be as efficient as possible. Soon, the carriage came to the slums. The air-blowing thick stinky smell hit him as soon as they approached the slums. There was a hint of frustration in his heart. Enduring the smell, he went towards a remote place to find a dilapidated small hotel to rent. In the hotel room, Dudian took out some of the raw material in the linen bag. The first step was to extract the sulfur ore from the sulfur. He was prepared to use the most primitive refining method to heat the sulfur ore and dissolve it. Afterwards, he would have to cool the upper layer and grind it using stone wheel to produce sulfur powder. It was rainy season at the moment. Dudian paid a few copper coins to the hotel's owner so that he could get few pieces of coal from the dusty brazier. Dudian returned to his room and locked the door. He began to heat the sulfur ore by burning the coals. After a while he understood that he would need more coal, so he went back to hotel owner to buy a big bag of coal. The melting point of sulfur is not high, so it soon melted. Dudian had prepared all the purchased equipment in advance, so there was not much of a delay in the production of sulfur powder. The room was incensed in sulfur smell. Dudian had long prepared and worn a mask. Due to the nuclear radiation, masks seemed not to disappear but still widely used even though the technology hadn't progressed at all. It was true that different environments promote different developments. According to Roseyard's notes, all the alchemists were using masks as they were dealing with all kinds of experiments and inevitable could intake toxic substances. The role of the masks were minimal but still widely available. By the evening, Dudian finally had enough amount of sulfur powder and charcoal powder. He was ready to produce the gunpowder, which was a simple thing given he had all the basic necessities. I wouldn't have expected to produce gunpowder in a condition such as this. Dudian looked at his clothes smoldered dirty by coal. He yearned for the future where he would have his own dedicated alchemy room for the experiments. I hope I can make a fortune with this trip to the outside of the giant wall. Dudian wiped off the dirt on his face. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The night before the task, Dudian left his house to Commercial District. The Mellon Foundation had sent a carriage to take him and the other scavengers to the headquarters. Mason, Dudian, Sham, Zach and others stayed in a small castle provided for free of charge. I heard that tomorrow morning we will start. Mason excitedly said, at last tomorrow I will be able to outside the giant wall. Since small age when I heard those horrible stories told about the outside world, I have yearned to see what is it really out there. I don't think it is as bad as the stories tell about, but it is definitely dangerous. Zach said. Sham smiled, looking at things that Dudian had brought with him. Dean, what are those? Toys, said Dudian casually, glancing at the small tubes that were filled with powder and ready to explode at any given time. Writer's notes, ancient she. I've read the comments about people who ask me why all those Western names. Let me explain. First of all, it is about the background layout, and secondly, it was not suitable to use Chinese names in a world like that, such as Lin the Alchemist or Yang Xian the Night of Light or East China Wall. It was not feeling right with the style of the story. The world's background is very large. Be patient as there will be surprises. Chapter 41. The Dark King, Chapter 41. The Passage. The next morning at dawn, everyone was up and ready outside the castle. There were dozens of horses outside the castle. They belonged to black horse breed, which had a strong resistance to diseases and radiation. Get ready, said Peter. He was already on top of a horse and he had the posture of a graceful knight. Dudian selected a black horse and jumped over to sit on it. If it had been before the god's blessing injection, he would have to use a ladder to climb the horse. Let's go! Pete shouted when everyone was seated on horses. His legs clinging to the belly of the horse, he was the first to move. Dudian, who pulled the reins, followed. Even though the horses had massive build and scary appearance, they were very obedient creatures by nature and it was very easy to control them. The streets were covered with fog. Crisp sounds of horse gallops were heard as they moved through. Under the leadership of Peter, Dudian and others speed off towards the outer edge of the commercial district. As they moved forward, they saw the vague shadow of the giant wall far away in the horizon. The outline was becoming increasingly clear as the distance covered was increased. The giant wall seemed like a creeping monster behind the fog, giving people an oppressive feeling. Outside the commercial district, same as with the residential district, was a large undeveloped and desolate wasteland. It was not suitable for cultivation or for people to settle. As they were passing by the desolate zone, the black horses became restless, as if they were excited and manic because of some unknown variable which made them to run faster. After 10 minutes of straight ride, the hazy figure of the giant wall gradually cleared up in crowd's vision. The picture that they saw was deeply imprinted in their hearts and minds. It was a very tall wall. Almost impossible to see its top. The more close they got, harder it got to grasp its height. It almost reached the clouds. It gave the impression that it was built by gods but no humans. Dudian couldn't differentiate the construction's blocks, like it was a complete natural boulder that was put there to divide the world into two. This is the giant wall. Including Dudian, everyone was shocked as they reached the giant wall. The crowd felt like ants in comparison to the giant wall's size. Father, it's too high. Mason looked up. His neck folded almost 90 degrees, but still couldn't see the top of the giant wall. Zach stared authentic. Did our ancestors build the giant wall? Everyone was struck by this great and magnificent project. Dudian knew very well that it would be an enormous project to build a giant wall like this one. Even in the old days, it would be extremely difficult to build it. Countless amount of time, manpower and resources would be needed for the construction. The outbreak of the disaster was sudden, so there was no time to project and implement such a super shelter. He couldn't imagine how the ones who survived the nuclear bombing shower built such an incredible architectural miracle. This is the sanctuary of our Sylvian giants. Our ancestors and gods came together to build it. There was a trace of pride in Peter's eyes. He turned and looked at the crowd, smiled. Come with me, little guys. In about 100 meters we will reach the destination. All of you should dismount and rope your mounts. A heavy iron gate was opened by Peter while echoing squeaky sounds. Peter's arm strength was in an incomprehensible level as he alone moved the giant gate. There was a ladder leading to the underground below the gate. Go in, said Peter. One by one, the newly appointed scavengers went into the tunnel under the iron gate. Peter was the last one to go in, so he closed the iron gate. Everyone felt isolated and panicked because of the darkness that was surrounding them. Aren't we going outside the giant wall? The girl in the back timidly asked. Peter smiled and said, "What are you so afraid of? It seems that Tobu didn't properly train your courage in the last 3 years. So we are not going to pass from the top." "Are there no passages through the top?" said Dudian. "Of course not," said Peter, urging, "Hurry up, everyone is waiting for you." Dudian surprised, "There are others?" "Of course, although you all have graduation from the scavenger camp, but it is the first time that you would be going outside the giant wall. The headquarters had arranged another old-timer team to escort you on your first trip. They are the scavengers cultivated by the families. Their foundation is not as good as yours, but they have rich experience from roaming outside the giant wall. Keep your eyes open and learn as much as you can from them," Peter said. Step by step they went down the ladder. They had gone down approximately 100 or so meters. At last they reached the bottom. In front of everyone there was a spacious underground passage. Both sides of the passage were lighted by oil lamps. There were some patterns on the walls. "This is the goddess of harvest." Peter pointed to the wall. A graceful woman's picture was carved on the wall, said, "You have a good prayer. I wish you lots of harvest in this trip." Everyone had seen the statues of different goddesses at areas designed by Holy Church in the residential district. They were no stranger to them. Following the Peter, they stopped in front of the goddess of harvest, clasped their hands and bowed to make their prayers. "This is the goddess of the hunt." Peter pointed to another heroic-looking woman, said, "Every time the hunters travel, they will worship the goddess of the hunt to bless them to hunt smoothly." He then take the lead to go forward. Dudian, who finished praying, followed behind him. The spacious passage was extremely long. About 200 to 300 meters in length. At the end of the pass there was ladder which took them upwards. As they reached the end of the ladder, Peter opened another huge iron gate and they saw the skylight. Dudian followed Peter out. There were around 20 people, sitting or standing around 10 meters away. At last Peter. "Could you be any more slow?" At this time, a light laughter echoed. A tall, young man in a black uniform wearing two-edged sword and a black mask came towards Dudian's group. Peter laughed. "What are you so anxious about? It's still early." Young man's eyes sweep over the group and said, "I heard in the new batch there is good quality seed. I was told that there is hope for him to become a hunter?" Pete raised his hand and patted Dudian's shoulder and smiled. "It's him. You gotta take care of him." The youth looked at Dudian and laughed, "No problem. We have not much time. We gotta start. When we come back I will find you for a drink, remember it will be your treat. It's me who always pays anyway." Peter smiled loudly and looked to Dudian and others. "I wish you well. Remember, no unauthorized actions. Do not leave the team. I hope 10 days later I will see everyone safe and sound." Then, turned into the underground passage to left. Dudian looked back and saw the towering gigantic wall behind him. He did not expect the passage to be underground. Chapter 42. The Dark King, Chapter 42. Number 8. One chapter today. Tomorrow we will, let's just keep it as a secret for now. My name is Scott, this is my partner, Mia. As Peter left, the youth in black uniform pointed to a slender tall woman standing next to him. "I'll be the captain of the team in the next 10 days of scavenging. It's best in your own interests if you listen to my commands. Otherwise there will be big repercussions and penalties when we come back to Consortia." Mason, Zach and several other boys promised to obediently follow the captain after hearing the punishment part. Scott said to Dudian, "Little boy, what's your name?" "Dean," Dudian replied. "You may have potential," Scott said, nodding slightly. "But do not be proud and blinded by it. The death may be waiting around the corner. Stay behind me at all times and I'll tell you what to watch out for." So he is going to be teaching me, thought Dudian. He nodded in to show that he understood. Everyone heard their chat as their voices were loud enough to echo around. Most of them were envious in their hearts but avoided to speak out. After all, Dudian was first in the course results. He also received 2 blessings, whether it was by force or identity they couldn't shake his position. Moreover, 3 of his closest bedroom brothers were backing him up too. Even if they acted on anger, they couldn't bear the consequences by daring to provoke Dudian, Mason, Zack and Sham. Well, here's your 10 days of dry food and water rations. This time we brought them for you, but the next time you should go to headquarters to pick them. Scott pointed to the ground where more than a dozen black backpacks were. Dudian looked at the black traveler's backpack, lifted up one and untied the rope. The backpack was filled with mud balls. He had seen them in Jura's house. They were mashed potato balls. The taste was very unpalatable but easy to eat. Actually, if you ate one, you will have no appetite to eat the second. Mason, Zack and Sham followed behind the Dudian to pick the backpacks. They chose the slightly larger backpacks. Scott saw their selection method and smiled. No need to make the choices according to their looks. They all weigh the same. They were provided by the headquarters and they are never made mistakes in their portions. Mason, Zack and Sham smiled shyly. What are those? At this point, Scott noticed gunpowder tubes at Dudian's waist. Little stuff, not worth mentioning, said Dudian, it will not bother me. Scott nodded and no longer said anything. He looked towards distant 20 consortium scavengers and said, come over and prepare for departure. Consortia's scavengers were adults. Some of them older than Scott. However, when Scots were convened, all of them gathered as one. They were supported by the consortiums, so they had all the equipment and weapons that Dudian's group had. Scott boss, where are we going today? A slim young man asked. Number 8. Scott turned to Mia and said, we should start as soon as possible, right? Mia nodded slightly. Scott began to walk in front while Dudian followed after him. The place where we are going today has been completely emptied and cleaned of dangers. So you shouldn't be worried about anything for now and try to save your stamina. Hearing this, Dudian and others were relieved. Their tight muscles gradually loosened down and they began to look around the surroundings. It was wasteland in the vicinity. Previously, Dudian noted that the moss had covered the rear of the giant wall, which was totally opposite to the desert terrain on the other side. Outside of the giant wall is totally different in comparison to my imagination. Though desert will be everywhere. Mason, who was walking behind Dudian, spoke out. Zack smiled and said, at least we shouldn't worry about the water problem. As long as we dig a pit, then we could get water. In front of Scott heard his words, glanced back at him, said, there are puddles on the ground, you do not have to dig pit. Even if you dig out, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to drink. Zack was stunned. Dudian explained to him, the radiation level outside is way too high. We can't drink the water even if it was filtered by the soil. If you want to drink, you would at least have to dig tens of meters below so that it would be suitable for the human body. Right now we have enough strength to dig that deep without being worried about our stamina. So do not mix this environment with the one back from training days. Zack, who had heard Dudian's words, was puzzled. Scott looked back at Dudian, did not say anything and continued to lead the way in front. It didn't take 10 miles when they came to a place where vegetation was unsubstantial. To be exact, they had come out to ruins. Dudian was perplexed as he saw the ruins. This was actually a broken city? There was a cracked asphalt street in front of him. There were moss and lush vegetation covering the roadside and coming out of the cracks. Broken and dilapidated concrete walls left from the buildings could be seen. It seemed they were remnants of 2 or 3 floor shops. Vines and moss had covered all of them. Over the years they had been covered and buried under dense growing plants. There were broken and scat clothing in these desolate streets. Obviously, over the time of 300 years, rain dropped over and dust enveloped them. They had turned to black and hard stone-like objects. Only the rough outline of their shapes was left. Dudian was shocked. This was the appearance of an entire ruined city. Are these the results of the outbreak of the disaster that Earth faced 300 years ago? Once humanity was prospering, civilization had expanded all over the world. Only the shell body of the original civilization was left. His chest hurt and his breath became ragged. There was moist in his eyes. Dean? Mason saw Dudian suddenly stop, couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Dudian recovered and saw Scott and Mia had already walking in the streets. He walked a bit fast to catch up with them. When his feet touched the vegetation which covered the asphalt streets, all sorts of feeling arose in his heart. He thought of his parents and sister. Flame-like explosions and their aftermath were passing in front of his eyes bit by bit. He was sad that everyone had died. Also, they will never be able to come back. This was the reality, just as the ruins that he saw in front. This is area number 9. It had been thoroughly scavenged. Scott saw the people behind him did not keep up with his pace, so he beckoned, "Speed up, we are tight with time. We shouldn't waste it in here." Dudian kept his head down. Along the way, Dudian saw that the streets have been scavenged very clean. Basically, in addition to collapsed concrete walls, there was nothing left, no residual items. The streets were spacious back in time, there should be many scrapped cars, but there is nothing to see. As Scott said, everything that was left had been taken back. But if the technological products of the old were picked up, then why the giant wall's technology is so backward? Was there a serious corrosion because of nuclear radiation that no valuable object of research was picked? He followed behind Scott and Mia, as if a ghost, looking at this once familiar world but only silent. Chapter 43. The Dark King, Chapter 43. Monster. Was there anyone living in here? Mason and the others who were looking all over the streets could see the ruins covered by the vegetation. The architectural style was totally different, but from these vestiges they could vaguely understand that most of the things were the remnants of broken residential buildings. Of course. Scott looked up at the surrounding ruins and continued, "Our ancestors had lived in this place until the disaster destroyed it. As a result, it is desolate now. As everything that is here was made and built by our ancestors, our role is to take back these things to the consortium." Where our ancestors lived, Mason exclaimed in excitement as he heard words Scott said. Everyone was curiously looking around. Dudian saw a map drawn on sheepskin in Scott's hands. He peeked at it and saw the crooked routes sketched on it. In the center of the map, a huge square pattern was depicted. The giant wall of Silva was written close to it. Outside the giant wall there were outlines of irregular curved circles marked with numbers above them. 0, 1, Dudian's eyes sweep over them. He saw that these numbers were repeated in different places. There was 0 area at one place and in another one. The numbers went up to 7. Each area were dyed in a different color. The map looked like a rainbow. Scott saw that Dudian was observing the map. This is the scavenging map of the giant wall. The outside areas are divided by consortia in advances and marked accordingly by number and color. For example, our melon consortium's areas are colored in blood red. The green and yellow that you see close by to our area belongs to others. Green area's area owned by military, while yellow refers to Huaxing consortia's area. Each consortia sends their hunters in advance to clean out the region before sending scavengers. Dudian nodded slightly as he understood the meaning behind circles and colors. 0 to 7 referred to military and 7 consortiums. He asked, "What is the gray area outside?" "This is place that hunters haven't gone through yet." Scott spoke in a serious tone, "We absolutely cannot enter these gray areas. They are extremely dangerous. Even hunters are likely to die in there if they are alone. Dangerous? Dudian was curious, said, "What is the source of danger?" Monster. Scott whispered. Dudian's heart jumped. Monster? At this time, they came up a corner. There was a traffic light which had collapsed onto the street. As everything else, it was covered by vegetation and surrounded by vines. It was not collected by scavengers. The area number 8 is in front of us. Scott looked at the corner of the street. There was less vegetation in here in comparison to other areas as it was close to the city center. Traces of cracks were on streets that had been caused by the earthquakes. From now on, all of us should be on alert. Scott looked dignified as he pulled out a dagger from his waist. The hunters have just cleaned out area number 8. We are the second batch to enter this region. Although the harvest will be very good, but it is likely that we will encounter monsters that weren't killed by hunters. Be calm and try not to be attacked by monsters, otherwise you may get infected. Dudian and the others who were new to this felt a little nervous. They took out their weapons as Scott had done previously. Everyone vigilantly began to scan the surrounding environment. As Scott entered the middle of the street, Dudian saw a new wooden sign on the roadside. There was a blood red 8 written on it, representing the area number 8 under Melon Foundation. Dudian vaguely saw a large lump of green vegetation covering an object on another part of the street far away from them. From the shape of object, he identified it as a scrapped car. He was excited at sight. If there were cars, then he could find generators too. Naturally, in the last 300 years, because of the ultraviolet effects, rain and corrosion, most of them would have turned into scrap metal. But there was a chance that he would find some well-preserved parts. There can be a well-preserved generator at some underground shelter too. Scott whispered, "These green vegetation are covering some large-scale materials. When we return, we have to think of way to take them back. For now, the first is to find a foothold to live for the next 10 days. So we should get a base camp and the separate to search for the materials." They passed by the cars that were covered by the greenery. They were totally unaware of a pale and dry hand that stretched out of the windows of one of the cars that was covered in thick vegetation. It was struggling to catch the crowd that had gone. At the end of the street on Crossroads, Scoot looked up and picked a slightly complete 3-story building. This place should be fine. Let's clean up the place. He went towards the building. Ah! A girl's scream sounded out from behind. She pointed out to the ground close to the building in horror. Blood! Blood! She was shocked and trembling. Everyone looked to see a pool of blood on the ground. Although it had dried up, but the color was visible. It was clearly left in here recently. After all, rain would have scrubbed it away in the last 3 centuries. Dudiens remembered Scott's words regarding the monster. He subconsciously clutched his waist where gunpowder was kept. Other children were tensed up as they saw the blood pool on the ground. Scott frowned. "What are you making the fuss for? I've already said that there were monsters in here. Obviously hunters have killed them. Do you expect them to clean afterwards? Do not be surprised, as we may see sights like this a lot." Ah! I hate working with rookies. His patience was clearly not as high towards other as with Dudian. Mia, who was next to him, pushed forward the door of the building. The door was made up of the glass but had been broken. It seemed to be a shop. Vegetation had spread inside the building. Dudian entered behind Scott. There was thick accumulation of dust everywhere. After the long time, it had dried and had become as hard as the layer of earth. Scott, with the handle of the dagger, poked the vegetation on the counter. There was a glass cabinet. His eyes brightened. Immediately, with the hilt of the dagger, he broke the glass and grabbed the jewelry that was inside. He wiped the dust above the jewelry with a fabric and exposed the golden luster. There was surprise exposed on his face. Dudian quietly watched. He knew that Scott will get extra commission from the jewelry that he had picked up. After all, nobles love gold. Especially the ornaments such as these were very hard to find. Chapter 44. The Dark King, Chapter 44. Corpse. It is gold. Macon and Zack also noted the jewelry in the counter. Their faces showed a bit of excitement. Scott heard excited shouts. There was a faint smile on his face as he turned back and said, "I would like to remind you all that although we are a group, but the person who picks up the materials keeps it. This is the rule, and all the consortiums are very clear about this point. I'm not deliberately bullying you." Then he pointed towards the 20 scavengers from the consortium. Mason, who heard this, had an ugly look on his face. A slim youth from the group consortium scavengers nodded in affirmation of Scott's words. He is right. Do not be lazy, as whoever picks up the materials owns it. The one who is capable and have luck on his side will pick up more than others. Mason was frustrated as he heard them talk. Scott was the first to find the gold jewelry, so it is naturally his. Unfortunately, they won't be getting any commission or royalty. Dudian was disappointed with the rule too. But soon their spirits rose. In fact, for newcomers like them it was a fair rule. In sense it protected them too, at least they wouldn't share their findings with others. In this case, Scott's luck was good, as he randomly selected a foothold which happened to be gold shop. Scott cracked all the glass containers in the room and took out all the jewelry. He piled them in one of the cupboards and again clenched his dagger. All right, we should clean up this place. Dudian and others began to clean the dirt in the room. Scott added, do not attempt to steal or use other dirty ways to seize the others' loot. If the owner of the materials is killed in the process of scavenging, then the materials that he had picked will belong to the consortia and will not be shared. Dudian knew that Scott was telling the newcomers not to be greedy and use crooked methods to acquire materials. He also secretly appreciated the consortium to set such a rule. To a large extent, a rule like this would make scavengers to avoid killing each other in the wilderness. Scott and Mia took the lead and walked up the stairs as they finished cleaning the first floor. The corridor was covered in corrugated thick vegetation. There were few things scattered on it. Dudians recognized them at a glance. It was a woman's shoes and a wallet. It seems riots had occurred while the disaster outbreak. Consortium scavengers followed after them, but a middle-aged one collapsed down because of stampede in the stairs. Ha fell onto the ground. Fortunately it was first floor and his body was blessed by God, so he was not injured. But newcomers were scared the shit out of them because of this sudden occurrence. Scott looked back and frowned. It is extremely dark on the second floor. The windows have long been covered by the vegetation, so there is not ventilated and sun cannot penetrate inside. As a result, the ground is a bit wet. Be careful when walking. Scott lit a torch. He carried the torch to walk in front. The corridor was dimly illuminated by the burning torch. He stood before the first room in the corridor. The door of the front was half covered. Scott gently pushed the door. Suddenly an air was blown outwards that almost extinguished the torch. Scott had a dagger on his right hand while he lowered the torch a little with his left hand. He slowly entered the room. The floor was cluttered. The chair was knocked onto the ground, the curtain was torn in half, the windows were broken and dense vegetation covered everywhere. Gotcha! From the depth of the room came a slight sound. Scott's face changed and immediately lifted the torch according to his instincts. Dudian saw that it was a bathroom. The curtain had collapsed onto the ground. Two pale withered thighs were hanging out of the bath tube. As the torch's shine illuminated the surround, they saw the thighs' owner. It was Rotten Woman's face which was pointing to them. The sound came from her chest. On top of her tummy there was a huge black rat that was constantly kicking onto Woman's chest. Dudiens could observe the scene from the gap of Scott's arm. His pupils suddenly tightened. Its size was as big as a hound. Its hair was colored black and its tail was as thick as a finger. It was eating the woman's body. Is the monster. Scott was the first to react, by throwing the small dagger at it. The rat that was feeding on woman got aware of the fire behind it. It turned its head towards the fire. Its eyes were blood red, full of violence. Its sharp mouth was stained with stick blood. Few very long hairs which seemed to be its beard was fluttering slightly. As if knowing that it would be outnumbered by the enemy, it suddenly stepped on the side of tube and jumped outside through the windows. Scott and Mia's attacks all come to nothing. Everyone was focused on extraordinary rat's movement as they heard Scott's words. Scott whispered, "It run away." Then he leveled the torch down according to dead woman's head. It was as if she was staring at him with her pale green eyes. Good God, Mason covered his nose because of the rancid smell. Dudian had forgotten about breathing. His heart was in shock as it was no trivial matter. In the last 300 years of the nuclear radiation, the rats which had lived in here from generation to generation had gone through a terrible gene mutation. His eyes fell on the woman. The other one was naked. Her chest was carved out by the rat. Half of her heart was bitten. However, his eyes fell on her eyebrows. There was a finger-thick blood hole, which seemed to be a bullet chute. Dudian was startled but then rejected the possibility of the bullet. Rather more likely it was an arrow that had caused the damage. After all, there was no significant tearing or destruction which had to be caused by the power of bullet. But he still couldn't understand that if the woman died by an arrow shot, then a person had killed her. What kind of people will shoot her with an arrow? Dudian thought. Suddenly the hairs on his whole body stood erect. He had neglected a point while thinking through. This woman, obviously, was in the process of bathing while she was killed. However, the water supply system in this house should have long been broken. Moreover, the people in this world rarely like to wash themselves naked. So even if hunter or a scavenger, they would try to avoid taking a bath in the 10 days tasks. Was she killed 300 years ago? Did she die while taking bath? If so, her body should have rotted. Dudian was frustrated. Mia crouched down and picked the curtain to cover dead woman's body. Even it was wilderness, Mia didn't want woman's body to be kept exposed. However, when Mia raised the curtain to cover her, Dudian inadvertently saw the woman's arm. There were sharp claws. Instead of nails there were sharp, long, thorny claws. 5 spikes slightly bent. It was difficult to imagine being gripped by such a palm. What kind of harm it would cause? Mutated humans? Dudian stared speechless, his mind confused. Chapter 45. The Dark King, Chapter 45. Undead. Third and last chapter for today. I'm too sleepy. P.S. Check out our gallery by clicking here. If you have pictures that you find related to TDK, then give us the link so we can download and add to the gallery. Undead's corpse. Scott muttered. He saw Mia carefully cover her face with a trace of loss, sighed, "Clean up the room. This thing must be burned, otherwise it will be a source to nurture the other monsters." Mia's mouth was fretting. She silently got up, looked at this woman's rotten face and turned around to clean up the room of other available materials. Dudian heard Scott's words. His heart was startled. He couldn't help but ask, "What is undead?" Scott looked at Mia's back and saw her silently picking up the materials on the ground and table. He sighed and replied to Dudian, "Undeads are a type of monster which are extremely powerful and similar to human being. They like the taste of the blood, so they will hunt and eat any living being which they detect. They suck the life out of body by eating the flesh and drinking the blood. As more they feed on animals and humans, more powerful they will get." "How did they come about?" asked Dudian. Scott sighed, "They were infected by the devil. Before death these undead were human beings. Unfortunately they could not withstand the temptation of power offered by the devil and eventually abandoned their soul for it. Although they gain eternal life and unlimited power, but they lose their personality and memories. In short, they turn to devil's minions. Infected? Dudian naturally didn't believe in the devil story, so he asked more, is the infection result of the radiation? Scott did not think that Dudian would want to go to the bottom of the hole for the answers. He looked at him and shook his head, of course not. Radiation damages the body, distorting its shape. But they will never become such bloodthirsty monsters. However, in this case, it's the devil that agitates them by exchanging their soul for power. Moreover, it is like a plague disease which can be transferred to other if they bite someone off. It's like the previous bone rat, which was a low-level monster that could infect others by biting. Mutual infection, huh? Isn't this a virus? However, where the virus was originated? Could it be 300 years ago, after he went into frozen storage capsule, other things had happened? Scott sighed and said, these bone rats like hiding in the darkness. Hunters would normally ignore them. Although with our power we can kill them, but you all should be careful not to be bitten by them. In case your skin is scratched, then you will turn into an undead. He looked at Mia, who was silently picking up materials, and said, Mia's husband was bitten on the arm by a rat monster. Bang! The metal object in Mia's hand suddenly fell onto the ground. Scott was startled. He didn't say anything anymore to Dudian. He changed the topic, we should separately clean the rooms. Remember to be careful. These monsters can smell our body's odor in blood. Although the bone rat ran away, but it still is hovering in the vicinity. Be carefully as they hide in the darkness. So check corners and dark places before going in. The best is team up into groups of 4 so that you can take of each other in case of emergency. He was mainly talking to new scavengers. Those consortium scavengers were not as good as the regular scavengers, but they had rich experience. Hearing Scott's instructions, the people began to scatter away. Mason, Zack, Sham and others were shocked by the terrible appearance of the undead. Moreover, the previous bone rat's huge body had made their minds uneasy. They had never seen such bloody and dangerous scenes. Most of them had forgotten their studies in the training camp and at the moment just wanted to hold together close to Scott. Scott looked at these children's pale faces, which was the result of shock. He slightly frowned. Haven't your instructors told you that being a scavenger is not a simple job? If you continue to follow me, you will lose your chance to pick up anything valuable. By the way, there is a quota set by the consortia. If your scavenging results are lower than that for several times, you will be expelled from the consortium. Expulsion? Mason, Sham, Zack, and other turned paler. They fought back the fear in their hearts, clenched their weapons and turned to leave. Dudian was about to turn away when Scott called out, you do not have to follow them, just follow me. This time, I will give you 1/3 of everything that I will pick. However, the next time you will be on your own. I'd like to go alone. If there's something wrong, I'd call for help. Dudian frowned. Scott looked at him in surprise and said, well then, be careful. Dudian nodded slightly and turned towards Mason and the other 2, let's go. Mason secretly gave him the thumbs up and left the room with him. Dudian saw that all the rooms in the second floor had already been occupied by small teams to be searched, so he said, we are going to go to 3rd floor. Mason and the other 2 didn't object. They had come to unconditional decision that Dudian's decision would be final say at all times. The 3rd floor was also the top floor. Vegetation was sparse. Gray cloudy shadows shone in from the broken windows. The floor was piled with a thick layer of dust while blood was scattered on the walls and the corridor. There were corpses along the corridor. Some were cut at different parts of the body while the others had their heads crushed. There were traces of blade scars on the walls. The hunters had been here and a vicious battle has taken place. Dudian noticed that all the corpses had sharp claws instead of fingernails. Although he didn't know where the virus originated from, but there is no doubt that to have such amazing effects it had to be created at world's top biological institute. Maybe, not, most likely it was made by those guys. Mason and the other two swallowed their saliva when they saw the bodies on the ground. During the training they had killed snakes, lizards, and other animals. They have cut them into pieces, taken out their organs and seen their blood flow out. But at the end of the day, human is human. Witness a human corpse in front of the eyes was totally different to killing an animal and dismembering it. Mason, Zach, and Sham felt a sense of fear. Their limbs went cold as if these dead bodies will suddenly get up claim their lives. Dudian was equally afraid, but he tried to keep calm. Through illumination of the sunshine he came to the first room in the corridor. The door of the room was open, and the lock was broken. There was a violent intrusion and traces of the battle that had happened not long ago were still engraved on the walls of the room. There was a pool of blood on the ground and 2 more corpses. The dead bodies belonged to young man and woman. Their complexion was unusually pale. The green veins appeared on their body and their feet were dry and lean. It was as if the body fat was drained and only the muscle tissue was left. Dudian put on his mask and spoke in a low tone through it, "Do not touch the body. Look around for useful materials." High eyes swept the whole room. He saw a laptop covered in dust. Dudian cleaned the dust off the laptop. He gently pressed down the power button. Apparently the spring connecting the button had rotten and was unusable. He took it back so that later on to disassemble it to see what parts were functional. Chapter 46. The Dark King, Chapter 46. Assault. Mason, Sham and Zach were separately searching for materials in the room, but were doing their best to avoid those 2 dead bodies on the ground. Even though bodies had no life in them, they were still afraid of them. Mason and the other 2 found some metal objects from the room. They didn't know the roles of the items that they had picked. But according to their logic, any metal object must have some kind of value. Dudian saw them pick up phone, TV remote control, electric lights, and other objects. He was wondering that scavengers who find things similar to the one Mason and the other 2 found should be a lot. Hart cannot help but wonder, scavengers who have to find these things should be a lot. How do they evaluate the value of these things? However, when he thought deeply about the issue, he did understand that in these 300+ years the normal ecological environment has changed a lot. So in terms of radiation level, the standards which applied in those days aren't same as the ones in present times and world. Still, there was the question of the value and purpose of the objects which are acquired. Even there are parts that aren't harmed in one or another way and they are accumulated in the hands of the consortiums, then how do they value things if they don't know the original use of the part? For an object to resist the nuclear radiation it had to be made up of lead, gold, or other high-density metal, which was why the gold jewelry under the counter was kept as it. Go to the next room. Dudian glanced around and saw that there was nothing of value. They were the first to come over the area, so Dudian wanted for his group to pick the objects of high value. In the future, when other raiders will come to scavenge, they would be able to pick clothing, beds, refrigerators, or other large objects that would be left for metal to be removed. Mason and the other 2 didn't want to stay in the room for long, so they immediately left out. There were corpses lying on the corridor. It was especially quiet. Dudian looked at a few corpses, feeling that they will suddenly wake up. He suppressed the cranky feeling and opened the door of the second room. He was thinking about the nuclear disaster while he was searching the room. Apparently 300 years ago, when the global nuclear bombing broke out, it was not the only disaster. A terrible virus had begun to infect the survivors. This unknown virus had turned people who were infected into undeads. So for people to survive in highly dangerous zones, it had to understood how terrible and tenacious the virus is. Dudian was mainly looking for computers, mobile phone, and appliances similar to those. After all, in residential rooms those were the things of value. There was a desktop computer in the second room. Dudian wasn't planning to take the whole machine with himself. He opened it up and took the electric box that was inside. The wires were covered in dust. He touched the main board, but it was like a thin layer of paper. After the long-term radiation, it had completely deteriorated. Dudian sighed. Resistors that were on the motherboard were either dried down or swollen into strange shapes. Dudian slightly shook his head and gave up on the machine. After all, this was the first day and there were another 9 days to go. He could pick lots of things in the next 9 days, but he couldn't carry them all as there were limits to much he could handle. If there was a truck, I wonder how much I could carry out. An idea emerged in his mind. But he soon was discouraged as the computer in front of him had turned into a useless garbage. How would he find proper parts to make a car as everything has deformed into irreparable state? He would need the help of supercomputer. The premise was to have electricity. Later on he found a generator, to be precise a wind generator which needed an open field to work. Even if he went to slums to buy such a site, he still lacked the funds to do so. They went through third and fourth rooms. The building was completely plundered in less than half an hour. Everyone had stacked their goods on the first floor's hall. They registered their findings with Scott to prevent confusion and theft in the future. Clearly, in the long history of the scavengers, they had understood that in order to obtain the best interests for participants, the civil strife had to be eliminated. Now, everyone should go to search the nearby bar. Scott said to Crows as he finished registering the products. 20 consortium scavengers who were eager for more didn't wait for long and formed groups of 4 or 5 and left the shop to nearby ruins in search of supplies. Scott looked at Dudian, said, "I and Mia will be searching for supplies together. Do you want to go with us?" Dudian shook his head. "No, I'll go with my friends. Don't forget that in case of danger, call for help. It's very quiet in here, so as long as the distance is not too far, then we will hear." Scott didn't insist for Dudian to join them but reminded him being very dangerous situations. Dudian nodded and turned to call Mason, Zach, and Sham 3. They went down the street towards a dilapidated building that was in the vicinity. Dudian didn't go into every building as he could know that what he could find in those ruins. Soon he found ruin of a small supermarket. The supermarket was covered by vegetation, but because of its style it still could be identified as a supermarket. He didn't know what kind of disaster had it suffered as it had collapsed from middle down to door. In front of it there were few corpses which seemed to be killed recently. "So many corpses," Mason spoke out. Their faces had turned ugly after they had come to area number 8. There were dead bodies everywhere. They couldn't imagine what kind of a picture those hunters faced when they had come here first. Dudian's mind was also timid, but still maintained his calm. He passed by the corpses and went towards an entrance to the supermarket. He stepped inside, but he saw dead corpses in that instant. There were 8 red spots which emitted low sounds. Monsters! Dudian's pupils shrank as hurried back. A gray shadow flashed by the entrance and jumped towards Dudian while he was retreating. Chapter 47. The Dark King, Chapter 47. The First Battle. Dudian quickly fell sideways and rolled to escape the gray shadow's attack. He looked up to a dark-haired rat. It was similar to Bone Rat which he had seen previously, but it was a little thinner and small. At the moment its blood-red eyes were tightly staring at him while it exposed its hideous teeth. "Monster!" May, Zach, and Sham cried out loud. Their face turned white while their legs became soft. So, the mutated rat jumped again towards the nearest Dudian as soon as it landed. Dudian's hairs were erect. The rat was too fast and he was too late to dodge it. His reaction was slow and instinctively he raised his arm to resist. Bang! He felt a heavy impact that hit his upper body. Because of imbalance he fell backwards. He was scared, so he had closed his eyes when he had raised his arm. The rat's small teeth tightly bite his arm. He palm loosened and the dagger fell onto ground. Because of fear and adrenaline, blood rushed into his mind instantly. Help me! Help me! Many ideas flooded his mind which confused him. His instincts had taken over the reason when he had faced an encounter which impacted his life. The rat wasn't able to bite through the uniform, so it began to chew his arm non-stop. A sharp pain came from his arm. Dudian quickly calmed his mind and put to panicky senses at the back of his mind. Everything happened in a time of few breaths. Dudian roared, picked up his arm and severely hit the ground. He grabbed the leg of the rat using his other arm. He kept hitting the ground using his right arm, so that rat's head would be hurt while violently colliding with the ground. Bang! 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 Because of continuous violent crashes and pulling of its leg, the rat didn't stick up till the end but loosened its mouth. Dudian roared and hit its body to the ground while keeping a firm hang on rat's leg. Die! He crazily hit the rat again and again while whirling it around. Dudian roared a crazy hit, again and again to whirl hit the ground. The rat's head bone cracked because of hard collision and blood spilled out. The vicinity was filled with blood. He didn't know how many times he had hit the rat as Dudian's anger gradually subsided. Tiredness spread all over his arm. He picked up the dagger from the ground and mercilessly stabbed into rat's stomach. Dagger was extremely sharp and it continuously thorned through rat's skin. The dagger was stained in blood. Dudian stopped his attack as he saw rat stopped movement. His heart was still thumping fast. There was fear still lingering in his heart as he recalled the previous scene. This was his first time facing a life-death situation. Although he had outlived the nuclear disaster, but was like watching a disaster movie through a TV. Experiencing firsthand a threat like this was totally different. Even without a mirror, he could feel that his face at the moment would look extremely ugly. He looked at his right arm. Above the uniform there were few deep dent marks. Fortunately, this black, soft material was made of extremely hard substances and had a layer of lead. Otherwise, as Scott had mentioned before, because of the rate of the infection he would have turned into an undead like Mia's late husband. Dean! Mason cried out in vain. Dudian looked up at him. Suddenly Mason rushed out and raised his dagger and cut above his head. Dudian suddenly woke up from euphoria and thought of the previous 8 red spots that he saw in the supermarket. Poochie! Mason's dagger had torn a rat and blood was sputtering out. Dudian quickly looked back and saw that in addition to the rat that was stabbed by Mason, another 3 rats had rushed out from the broken glasses of supermarket. They stared at Dudian and Mason with blood-red eyes for a moment. They rapidly jumped towards Mason and Dudian as if they were agile cheetahs. Dudian's face ugly as he waved the dagger again and again to intimidate these rats. However, simple intimidation did not scare them. One of them suddenly jumped to Dudian's front. Dudian quickly stabbed his dagger, but the blade cut rat's greasy hair. Its outer body was so hard that it wasn't affected by dagger. Instead, he fall down, jumped again, and grabbed onto Dudian's chest. 2 of its front claws tried to grasp Dudian's face. As a beast, it instinctively knew the vital parts of its prey. Dudian quickly grabbed its hair. Because of the armored gloves, he wasn't worried about the infection that could contaminate him. However, the rat's hair was extremely hairy. As hard as Dudian tried, he could still feel the hair in his hands to rapidly slide away. Once again, he was facing a desperate situation. Suddenly, Dudian roared. His feet straddled and body turned in a very soft posture. He had stood up without using his hands. At the same time, his arm clutched at the last trace of the rat's hair and pushed it aside. Rat flied out. The rat fall down one ground, made few circles and stopped on to attack once more. Dudian's heart was contracted, muscle tensed, and his mental force was at its highest degree of concentration at the moment. He suddenly kicked. Bang! Dudian's feet had kicked the rat as if he has expected the attack route of the rat and actually kicked it in the exact position of its flutter. His kick contained the power of his anger and despair. It was a heavy blow which made the rat to fly out, then hit and roll on the ground. The rat was screaming in sharp tone. Dudian did not stop, instead took the initiative and rushed out. He went ahead and used the dagger to stab it while the rat has not climbed up. The dagger tore its abdomen, penetrating it deeply. The rat fiercely struggled, uttering pierce-sharp cries. Dudian's body strength was exhausted, but he firmly nailed the rat onto ground. He was not releasing it despite its struggles and screams. His heart was full of hostility. Chapter 48. The Dark King, Chapter 48. Death. Today I was looking after my nephew. She insisted on watching Masha I Medved. She is so cute that I couldn't refuse. That's why the releases are so late and less in number than usual. P.S. Dudian is either a sadist or masochist. Ah! Screams echoed out. Dudian looked back to see that Mason was outflanked by 2 rats and threw himself onto ground. Zack and Sham approached in haste to kick the rats. They didn't attack with daggers, worried that they would injure Mason. Dudian's face changed. He quickly pulled out the dagger and reflexively rushed past. Go away! Dudian roared loudly. His metal boots kicked one of the rat's head. With a bang sound, the rat fall back. Zack used the opportunity to rush up and to kick its head severely. Sham grabbed the tail of the other mouse so that it didn't climb onto Mason's face. Dudian's body had adapted to fighting against the rats because of the experience. He pulled from rat's hind leg and fiercely hit it on the ground. After a few violent hits, its sharp little head was knocked on ground and its struggle became weak. Dudian continuously whirlwindingly hit the rat onto ground. The rat couldn't find a leverage to break out of his hand. After 10 consecutive times of hit, the rat gradually stopped moving. Its body twitched a few times as blood penetrated out from its hair, coloring the ground red. Mason and Zack had killed the other rat. Dudian looked at the rat. He used the dagger to stop it few more times. He was relieved and sat on the ground. His whole body was exhausted. He felt like his arm was non-existent because of the pain. He was taking big breaths using his mouth. However, the mask's air filter was very slow, so felt dizzy and hypoxic. Mason also sat next to him, his back against Dudian's. Zack and Sham's state were much better, as they still retained a lot of physical power and stamina. They looked at the ground. The dead bodies of rats were still laying on the ground. They were frightened by the sight. After a while of rest, Mason threw his hair backwards. He was panting as he talked. Damn. It almost got my throat. These damn things. Dudian's breathing has gradually got smooth, looked back at him, said, thanks to you, I'm. Mason snapped, what the heck, man? Dudian smiled, no longer say anything. Zack had a lingering fear, there are so many damned rats around that hunters haven't even touched. How the heck do they call this place clean? Sham congratulated, fortunately, the uniforms are tough enough to bites of these rats. If they were torn, the consequences would be unthinkable. Dudian looked at the corpses of rats that were in front of him and thought back to their previous battle. His fingers clenched into a fist. Too bad. His performance was too bad. If not because of Mason's timely intervention, he would have been bitten by the rat that attacked him from rear. You have done very well. After all, it was the first time you encountered such a fight. Even adults will be scared and panicked if a dog attacked them out of nowhere. A voice inside of him relieved himself while he was self-blaming himself. Dudian strangled the voice within him, biting his lips and making the pain hit his mind. He let his weakness remember that you live only once. In the face of death, almost everything is meaningless. To save yourself you gotta have the power. Only by being powerful he could survive. He suddenly understood why the scavengers are selected only from the residential areas and slums rather than the people who attend the college selection from the commercial district. Because the mortality rate of the job is too high. Although they encountered danger, it was trivial because area number 8 has been cleaned by the hunters in advance. If the scavengers would be collecting in areas number 9 or number 10, the probability of encountering these monsters will be very low. However, low risk also meant that there will be low harvest. This is a dangerous job. But it was worth it in terms of returns. It was fair. Because of the previous combat experience, there was fear of death in Dudian's mind. This time they encountered mutated rats. Would they encounter more terrible monsters the next time? Should they join into a larger force so that their chances to survive increases? He looked at the broken glass door of the supermarket. There was a feeling subconsciously forcing him to retreat. Soon, he thought of his right arm. He thought of the marks engraved on it. A sudden firmness was reflected on his eyes. Propping the ground, he said to the three, "Let's go in. Most of them are dead now, so there should be a few inside. Perhaps hiding in the dark. We should be careful of them." Mason, Zack, and Sham were surprised as they did not expect Dudian to dare to enter the ruins of this building. They saw the determination in his eyes. They slightly hesitated, then stood up, clenched their dagger and were ready to enter. At this time, "Ah!" scream echoed out from the nearby street. It was quite in these rotten ruins, so the sound was especially loud for the environment. Dudian and the other three were surprised for a moment. He thought of the battle that they had just experienced with the rat monsters. As he heard the shrill cry, he thought that the others also encountered something for the first time. He hesitated as he did not know if he should go for help. Dudian hesitated for a while as his mind came up with few ideas. He said in a cold tone, "Let's check it out. If the odds are against us, we should withdraw." Mason and the other two were hesitant as they heard him talk. They nodded. They ran along the direction of Scream. There were scavengers who came out from other buildings who had ran to the place where screams were echoing out. Soon, the screams got more noisy and intense as they came up the street corner. Dudian immediately slowed down and made a slight hand gesture. Mason, Sham, and Zack understood and slowed down their pace. They walked slowly behind Dudian. Around the corner, Dudian moved his head out to probe out the situation. Suddenly his pupils shrank and face turned ugly in horror. Center of the street was full of green vegetation. In front of a broken shop, two people were twisting on the ground. A man and a woman. However, the figure on top had torn coat, revealing white skin. Instead of fingers there were sharp claws. It was an undead. Alive, undead. This woman undead was on top of the struggling youth. Dudian could clearly see the woman biting and tearing the flesh out of youth's chest. Blood vessel tissues were hanging like the wires from woman's mouth. Blood was constantly spewing out of the youth's chest. By the youth's feet there was another body of woman who lay there motionless. Seems to have already been killed. Around 10 meters away from the youth there was another young man standing. He was step by step going backwards, his hands clutching his mouth. It seemed that he was afraid to call out because of the fear. Chapter 49. The Dark King, Chapter 49. Fatal. Here goes the 49th chapter. I'll add more chapters later on, maybe in 10 to 11 hours. But I would like to mention it right now and hear that there will be blood and gore. Aaron, save me. At this time, the youth that was being bitten by the undead cried out. His hand was raised as if to reach out to the young man who was retreating backwards in hurry. His handsome face was full of fear and pain. Moreover, there was a desire to live. The young man, Aaron, clutching his mouth, looked down at his close friend. His body was trembling and tears were streaming down his face. He gritted his teeth and turned to run towards the exit of the street. Du Dian saw that the undead who was feeding on the youth was alerted by the footsteps of the Aaron. It raised its head towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, it stopped feeding and turned to chase after the Aaron. Its arms were fluttering, body was swinging as if it was drunk and could fall at any moment. However, its speed was extremely fast and it quickly caught up with Aaron. Aaron heard to the sounds of the movement coming from behind. He turned to look and was horrified as the undead was almost catching up with him. He turned back immediately and took out his dagger. The woman diagonally waved her arm and used her sharp claws to attack Aaron. He lifted his dagger to parry against the claw. He was able to block it but was hit to the ground by the heavy force behind the claw attack of the undead. Du Dian's was extremely shocked by the sight. At the same time, he was frightened to death. If the undead had attacked him in his current condition, he would absolutely die. He was lucky that he hadn't chosen this street, or at the moment he and the other three would have met their end. As he saw that the youth was gradually overwhelmed by the undead, the idea of withdrawal was sprouted in his mind. At the moment, the idea to go forward to help out the other scavengers has been left behind in deep parts of his mind. These consortium scavenger have not gone through formal training but had participated in many scavenging expeditions. As a result, they had rich experience and got more God's blessings than the newly graduated ones. So their strength should be several times greater than his. If the old-timers couldn't deal with the undead, then he was sure to die. Du Dian waved back, gently gesturing to back away. Macon, who stood behind the Du Dian, although did not see scene but heard the mournful screams and chewing sounds. After all, the ruins are too quiet and the sound transmission is particularly clear. As he saw Du Dian's gesture, he faced Chand. He recalled the earlier attack by the rats and slowly went backwards. It didn't take long before another 4 consortium scavengers came out of the other side of the street. They heard the screams that were echoing out. They quickly rushed out and saw the appalling scene where Aaron's arm was bitten by the woman undead. Uniform, which was normally used as an armor, had no resistance against the sharp bites of the undead. The blood gushing out as she bit more and more. "Kill it!" The newcomer youth's pupil shrank in horror, but he did not go back but roared loudly, "Kill it!" Then he said to the 3 fellow companions who were besides him, "We should contain it until Scott and the others come over." His companions were also horrified. However, as soon as they heard the youth's commands, they didn't hesitate but headed towards the woman undead in rush. The dead woman heard the sound, looked up at them. As previously, she stood up in a weird twisted pose. There were no regular patterns to how she waved her arms. She rushed towards the 4 youth who had come. The youth roared loudly, and as he was running he jumped to kick the undead. He mercilessly kicked the undead woman and flung her out. She fell onto the ground. Du Dian saw the 4 of them had appeared, so he was no longer in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to observe the scene. His heart was in joy as the youth's kick had affected the undead. However, he didn't rush out to help them as he was scared by the undead agility which he had observed before. Mason and the other 2 probed over the sideline to see the fight and taken aghast. As the youth kicked the undead, the other 3 scavenger immediately stepped forward to hold the Aaron. He was pulled back and left the battlefield. The undead's body quickly rose up, made a hoarse roar and menacingly rushed forward to the youth. The youth was taken back by the mobility of the undead. He used his dagger to cut off the undead. It sliced its arm. But there was no blood that oozed out of its skin. From the cut it could be seen that it was black flesh inside and the blood seemed to be solidified. This had resulted in its body to be extremely hard to be cut. The dagger itself was stuck into the bone. The youth's pupils shrank, holding the hilt, he tried his best to pull it out. But he couldn't, and in this short moment the undead woman moved onto him, raised the other arms and attacked his throat. The claw clashed, making a pop sound. It had pierced through the arteries on his neck. Blood spewed out, spilling on Undead's arm. Wagner. 3, who were dragging Aaron's body back, saw the scene, cried out in alarm and ran back to help him. Wagner was clutching his neck while his eyes were wide open in shock. He would have never thought that his young life would end in here. He struggled to raise his head to look at the horrifying face of the undead. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed down. The undead growled and seized his body. It bit on his neck and began to eat his body. Monster! One of the companions, who was a bit chunkier than the rest, cried out loud as he rushed over. Holding his dagger, he rushed over to the corpse of the undead. The undead pushed the body of the handsome Wagner away and swayed towards the oncoming chunky youth. Peas, no, don't go. The 2 group mates shouted out. His eyes were blood red. As he was reaching the undead, he took out his dagger and stabbed. He had successfully pierced the chest of the undead but didn't seem to hurt it a bit. At this point, the undead attacked the pudgy scavenger. Poochie! The sharp claw pierced through his chunky scavenger's cheek. The tip of the claw pricked from the other side of his face. He felt severe pain and wanted to cry out to ease it. But the next moment he saw the ferocious face of the undead approaching his own face. Instinctively, without losing the momentum, the undead bit him on the face. Peas! The companion that was behind cried and grid. The other one pulled him to hastily recked back. He hoped to be able to take advantage of time, as undead was eating the pudgy peas, to escape as far as possible. Dudian didn't think that the 4 consortium scavengers are not a match against an undead which was alone. The most terrible thing was that even thought its chest was pierced, it was not affected the least bit. Do the other side is really an immortal monster? Suddenly, he thought of the dead woman in the bathroom and other corpses that he had seen while searching for materials. He thought of the common thing in all of the bodies, which were the scars on their heads. It didn't matter whether it was a sword, dagger, or arrow injury. All of them were on their heads. Is the head their fatal point? Chapter 50. The Dark King, Chapter 50. Blood-stained. Sounds of footsteps echoed out from the rear. Dudian looked back to see Scott and Mia coming over with a large number of scavengers. Scott and Mia were in front by a difference of a large distance. Their speed was alarming, as if there were humanoid cheetahs. They were hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye they were in front of Dudian. What's going on? Scott said hastily. Dudian saw them and his heart loosened a lot. Undead, he said, pointing to the corner of the street. Scott and Mia's face changed as they saw 2 scavengers dragging Aaron, who was in coma. They also noticed Scott. Their faces suddenly were relieved as they said in hurry, "Help us. There is an undead. Please save Peas." Scott and Mia ran past and saw the undead woman eating the chunky youth. Scott immediately drew his dagger and said, "Get ready to fight. Together we will be able to kill it, otherwise it will always pursue the smell we left behind." Mia saw the Aaron who was injured and in coma. She asked in a trembling tone, "Is he injured?" One of them replied, "He was bitten. We rushed him over to help him out." Scott's facial expression changed. "Kill him immediately, otherwise we will have to face 2 undeads." This, both of them heard what Scott said. They were not rookie scavengers, and they had known for a long time that if the person is bitten by the monster, it will be infected and turned into an undead. But personally killing a scavenger who was their companion for a long time, especially a one who was still alive, was hard to do. "Can't we rescue him?" The tall youth looked at Scott. "Maybe he can hold on." "Idiot!" cried Scott, interrupting his words. He continued in angry tone, "If you want to die, then hold on to him. But if you want to live, then kill him right away." At this time, another young scavenger said, "The undead is coming over." Scott quickly focused on the undead woman. She gave up the prey in her hands and glanced at the newcomers with her green eyes. Taking off in a rapid pace, she attacked Scott. Very fast. Scott's mind was surprised, but he did not flinch a bit. Scott made the first move and kicked the undead woman in the abdomen. She didn't try to dodge, was hit badly and fell to the ground. Scott seized the opportunity, quickly approached her and immediately kicked her face. His steel boot was pointed at her jaw as he kicked again. Die, you devil! Scott growled, raising a dagger to stab the face of the undead woman. Dagger pierced the center of its face and the undead woman uttered a dry roar. Her body was severely twitching. Her body was struggling while her head was tightly nailed to the ground by Scott. It struggled for a while, then gradually stopped moving. As he saw the undead stopping movement, Scott was relieved and he pulled the dagger out slowly from its cheekbones. Dudian knew that his previous guess was true: to kill the undead its head to be damaged. At this time, the other scavengers also rushed over to the scene. They saw the bloody scene and were disgusted by it. Scott turned around and looked over the two young people and couldn't help but shout out in anger, "Do you want to die so bad that you still haven't killed him? If he wakes up, the first to die will be you." Then he came over towards both of them and looked down at Aaron. He took a deep breath, stabbed the dagger through his throat and cut his head off. Blood was spewing out as if it was a fountain. The two youth turned pale, their legs trembling. Scott looked at them coldly while he cleaned the blood off the dagger. "This is the giant wall's law of the survival. You no more have your instructors by your side. Either adapt or die." Then he looked at the silent Mia and sighed. He ordered the other scavengers, "Light up a fire and burn these bodies. Do not let the smell of the blood lead the others towards this place." Scavengers who were newcomers as Dudian, one by one turned pale at the sight of such a real cruel scene. One of the girls was horrified. I want to go home. I do not want to scavenge. I don't want money," she finished, turned around and ran crazily. Two consortia scavengers went after to recover her back immediately. One of the scavengers suddenly opened his eyes widely. Trembling, he raised his hand, pointing over Scott's back and said, "Boss, they stood up." Everyone quickly looked up. Dudian saw the first youth and the other female scavenger who had been bitten at first were struggling to stand up. The female's head was fractured from the spine, so as she raised her head, its head twisting right and left. However, she rapidly adapted to her new condition. "Damn!" Scott looked ugly, growled, "Everyone get ready to follow me." He was the first to rush up. Mia was the first to keep up with Scott, and the other consortia scavengers hesitated for a moment, but quickly caught up to them. Some of the newcomers from the Dudian's group stared at this scene and dropped onto ground because of the fear. Dudian had previously seen Scott's skill, so he reckoned that Scott and Mia should be able to solve out the two transformed undead. He clenched his dagger and went up ahead. Mason, Sham and Zack quickly pulled him back and said, "Are you crazy? I'm going to destroy the other two bodies so that they do not turn into undead," Dudian said. The three were surprised but immediately said, "We will go as well." Four of them ran behind the consortium scavengers. They had come by the bodies of the handsome and chunky youths. Dudian looked at the dead body by his feet. He hesitated for a moment but then cut off their necks. After two blessings, Dudian's body had become twice stronger than an average adult, so he easily cut off their necks. Dudian's heart was pounding wildly. Although he knew that they were already dead, but the action had brought him guilt of killing people in fear. His hand, which was holding dagger, trembled. He constantly comforted himself in his heart. Suddenly he heard sudden screams that came up from the front. He saw more than a dozen consortium scavengers, including Scott and Mia, with a face full of panic, turn and flee towards them. Dudian saw more than a dozen undeads from the gap while the consortium scavengers were escaping. Chapter 51. The Dark King, Chapter 51. Heartbeat. This way too much. Dudian, Macon and the others were scared at the sight. They were still in a daze. Scott, that was running in the front, roared, "Run, ah!" Dudian woke up from the daze, quickly turned around and ran. Mason, Sham and Zack followed him. However, at this time their physique and stamina were finally reflected as Scott and Mia quickly overtook the gap between them and quickly passed them. They disappeared from their sight in short amount of time. At this time, the other consortia scavengers who were behind by a big margin also caught up to them. "Get out of the way!" A burly youth screamed out at Dudian and the other three. He pushed Sham away, who was the last one of the four. Because of the sudden thrust to the side, Sham lost his balance and fall onto ground. Several young scavengers who were rushing over passed over the stumbling Sham. Dudian heard Sham scream and stopped to look back. He saw the scratched Sham was on the ground and was trying to get up when another youth pressed him down over his head while passing by. All of them were bolting away and trying to use Sham as a bait for a leverage. Around 100 meters behind there were more than a dozen undeads quickly giving a chase. Dudian face paled. He clenched his fists and ran back to help Sham. He grabbed his arm and yelled, "Quickly! Up! Up!" Sham quickly grabbed him. Dudian led his body, pulled him up, and immediately turned to continue to run. The other consortium scavengers had already run in the front, trailing Scott and Mia. They ran in the direction of them, disappearing in the corner of the street. Sham looked back to see a dozen or so bloodthirsty undeads. His scalp tingled and his legs shook, almost tripping again. At this time, Macon and Zack also turned and rushed over, quickly seized Sham's body, dragging him forward in rush. "Go to the right!" Dudian screamed as they reached the corner of the street. The three of them were stunned. But they didn't have time to ask and could only closely follow the way Dudian had gone to. After a 10 or so meters, Dudian stopped and grabbed a few pieces of stones from the gravel on the ground. He began to throw the stones towards the direction Scott and Mia had gone to. Pound! The stone fell to the ground, rolling a few times and making noise. At this time, more than 30 meters away from the corner of the street, undeads began to catch up. As they reached the corner, most of them chose to run after the place where the voices were echoing out from. However, there is an undead who was aware of Dudian and the others' existence. He ran after them and another two followed it. Dudian's face changed and quickly glanced on both sides of the street. He a gate more than 10 meters in front of them. It was a community gate and the door was covered in vegetation. "Come with me." As he came up to the door, he saw few corpses lying on the ground. The door to the security room had long been corroded because of the moss. From the little exposed window he was able to vaguely see that there was a humanoid shadow in the room. Dudian stopped looking and passed by to the nearest building. He went into the building to see a corpse by the doorstep and another one in the corridor. Dudian suppressed the fear in his heart and trampled over the dead body to go inside. "Come over." The other three saw the corpse by the door. Their face turned white but fought back the fear and jumped over it. Dudian saw that another two undeads were coming with the previous pursuer. Dudian's face changed and quickly grabbed the door. He wanted to lock it but found that the muzzle has long been covered with moss. It couldn't be locked, so he gave the idea and went into the building towards the elevator. At the moment, the door to the elevator wall half open and was covered with moss and vegetation. There laid a few corpses. Some were dead, some were decaying. Dudian immediately ran up the stairs, said, "Keep up." Mason and the other followed behind him. When he entered the building, he saw the height of the building, which was at least 15 or so stories high. He went straight up the steps and saw 7 or 8 dead corpses along the steps, along with decaying human bones. By the 6th floor, Dudian was already exhausted. Mason and the other two were the same. In fact, in the battle with rats they have consumed all of their physical power. At the moment, they were desperately fleeing because of the fear. That was how they broke through their physical limits. Arg, arg. At this time, husky roaring sounds echoed out from the bottom floor. Dudian looked down the handrails and saw the undeads climbing up the stairs. But their climbing speed is obviously slow. However, as Dudian saw them, his face turned ugly and he continued to climb up. Soon, Dudian came to the location of the 12th floor. He was breathing raggedly. He heard the unconscious roars of the undeads, and from the sound he estimated that there should be 3 floors of the gap. He was going to continue to go up, but Sham pointed to an open door next to him. "Dean," he gasped. "We are going to hide. They should not open the door." Dudian immediately reacted, "Get in." He was the first to enter the room. Mason and the other immediately followed him in. Dudian locked the door. The vegetation and the moss had not climbed up because the floor was high. The latch was easily locked. He glanced at the room. The living room was very scattered. There was a corpse lying on the ground. Next to the corpse was a baby carriage where a baby's body laid. Dudian immediately said, "The sofa. The sofa inside the living room. Move it to the door to block it." "The sofa?" Mason and the other 2 didn't understand but saw the direction of Dudian's fingers. They ran past, lifted the sofa, moved it to the door and gently put it down against the door. At this time, the roars from outside getting were more and more clear. Dudian quickly made a gesture to make them stay silent. Standing on the soft, through the cat's eye, he looked to the door. Cat's eye lenses were very turbid. He saw a few blurred figures appear near the door. The 3 corpses seemed to crawl and continue to climb up the stairs. Dudian's mind was relieved, but the heart was still beating. He was separated by a little distance from the bloodthirsty monster. He felt that the world is static. Only his heartbeat echoed in his ears. Arg! The door was suddenly slammed. Hoarse sound of roaring came out from the door. It was full of anger and ferocity. Chapter 52. The Dark King, Chapter 52. Narrow escape. Dudian was scared. He pushed against the door. The door was old and rusty. After the first punch from the undead, its frame had cracks. Fortunately, there was sofa behind the door, because otherwise it would have been broken already. Mason and the other 2 were frightened and hurried to the soft to push it. The wooden frame inside the sofa had long been rotten, so after the heavy push of 4 of them, it cracked in the middle. Bang! The door was broken and limp palms stretched inside, casually clutching. Fortunately, the undead's bodies belonged to adults, so they were much taller than Dudian. They couldn't catch him on the first try. Dudian had forgotten that most of these materials were useless after 300 years of corrosion. He shouted at the others, "Quickly, jump from the window down to 11th floor." Mason and the other 2 were panicking, but after 3 years of training experience they quickly replied, "I'll help resisting them, you should go." "Go!" shouted Dudian. They didn't want to talk anymore, so they directly went towards the window and looked down. The height of 12 floors was too high, so they felt dizziness. However, there was not escape route but this. Sham looked around the balcony and saw an object attached to the wall. "If we step on that object and we should be able to get down to 11th floor's balcony." It was an air conditioner box. Mason was the most daring one out of 3. Although he was worried, but still jumped over. Bang! Air conditioning unit couldn't bear his weight. It suddenly collapsed down. He was afraid but was prepared for a situation such as this. That's why the moment his legs touched the air conditioner's box, he jumped towards the 11th floor balcony. The air conditioner's box collapsed down, hitting other boxes which were vertically mounted under it. All of them fall onto ground, making a loud noise. While Mason had barely caught on to balcony's outer wall. He climbed into the balcony and looked up at Sham and Zach. There was nothing to be leveraged upon, so he loudly said, "Sham, you jump first, I will catch ya." Sham was the thinnest and lightest out of the 3. Looking at the open arms of Mason, he let himself go down. Mason caught his body in a hurry, but the inertia of the fall almost brought him down from the balcony. He felt the pain of his arms as if they were going to tear off. But he still held on to Sham. Sham was frightened and blood had rushed into his head because of the adrenaline. He thought that he was going to die. He looked at the pained face of Mason and felt gratitude towards him. At this time, Zack, who was still stuck above, hastily said, "Aren't you guys ready? I want to jump." Mason shoved up his arms and said to Sham, "Let's catch him." Sham nodded. Both of them opened their arms and said to Zack, "Jump." Zack leaped down. They immediately caught Zack, but Mason's arm was in pain and Zack almost slipped loose through his hands. Dudian was relieved as heard all three of them jump down. He wasn't able to withstand the force the three undeads applied to the door. Right now, door was as crisp as a scrap of paper. He abandoned the door and ran to the kitchen. Along the way he threw off the TV, tables, wires and other things that he could lift in the living room. He was trying to slow down the pursuit speed of the undeads. His tactic had worked. Although the speed of these undeads were far more faster than him, but their brain didn't seem to work. They didn't know how to avoid obstacles and were tripping over while passing TV, tables and wires which were on the ground. Dudian seized the opportunity. H went to the kitchen and began to throw all the objects that he could utilize. All those plates and wares that were thrown at undeads did minimal damages but attracted them. Dudian hurried to the bathroom which was next to the kitchen. He closed the door and looked at the toilet's ventilation windows. It was made of aluminum alloy texture, but the edge had long been rotten in the last 300 years of baptism. He put his leg on the toilet and punched the ventilation windows. Bang! It cracked open. The window was big enough to accommodate his body. If an adult tried to go through it would be very difficult. However, when he stretched out of the window to look out, the height of the 12 floors made him afraid. The car in the street that was covered in the vegetation looked like a small bread from Dudian's viewpoint. He heard the hisses and roars of undead from behind. He didn't look back but climbed out of the window. There was only one choice and it was to jump. There was no air conditioner box, after all. No one would install an air conditioner outside the toilet. There were two types of white-colored water pipes which were used as toilet's discharge pipe. He jumped towards the pipes and grabbed onto one. In that instant he saw that he wouldn't be able to hold on to pipes as they were cracking in front of his eyes. Dudian's face became pale. He hastily made a backhand gesture and plugged out the dagger. He nailed it onto the wall. The dagger pierced into the wall and his body was hanging on it. He had seen sword marks made by hunters while killing undeads and other monsters. The walls were no longer strong and reliable. Arg! Arg! At this time, two hideous heads abruptly stuck out of the toilet window. They were using their claws and trying to grab him. The undeads were frantically pushing out and the soft walls of window stretched and fell off as if they were made of mud. The gap was stretched out enough for both of them to stick out freely. He looked down to see that there was almost a meter of a distance between him and the toilet window of the floor beneath. If he had two dagger he would be able to easily reach the destination, but right now he had only one dagger. If he tried to maneuver he would fall down. He looked at the window which was only half a palm wide. Wanting to jump onto it was extremely difficult and required great courage. However, as he saw the third corpse to crawl out, he didn't dare to wait anymore. He swayed his body slightly and suddenly let go of the dagger. It was a free fall. However, due to his body's proximity to the wall, he stretched his hands out while falling and seized the windowsill. It was a very short distance, but he felt like his head was exploded. At that moment, he felt as if he was reborn. Dudian looked up and saw that half the body of the undead had already crawled out of the window. He fiercely punched the window and smashed it. The broken pieces of the glass pierced his fist and blood began to drip. He quickly climbed up and drilled down the window. So, as he went in, he felt wind roll at his rear. Dudian hastily looked down to find an undead that had fallen from the toilet's window down to the ground. As one had fallen off, the space suddenly was more than enough for the other two undeads. He saw another one trying to attack him from that distance and fall down to hit the ground besides the other undead's corpse. Dudian was startled. Do they only know how to attack? Don't they have awareness of self-protection? He thought about Scott and the woman undead's battle that had happened previously. Suddenly an idea emerged in his mind. Chapter 53. The Dark King, Chapter 53. Climbing the Wall. Few years ago I had gone to India for a vacation. My mate met me on my first day over there. He said that the foreigner who come to India either love it or hate it. There is no middle position. It either one of these. I loved the country. I spent an awesome month over there visiting many great sites and places. I recommend all of you to visit India. Now it's not a proper comparison, but the Dark King is like India. You either love it or hate it. I have seen both types of people. No consciousness. Dudian's heart throbbed. These undeads are not same as bone rats. Although bone rats are bloodthirsty, but they still keep their beastly senses. They know when to hide, attack, or escape. Undeads are different. They only instinctively go after the prey. They don't think about tactics or anything alike. They are like dedicated machines used to murder. And the machine is incomplete. In addition to attack instructions, there are no other skills when they lock onto their preys. Dudian's blood was boiling. He felt that he seized a crucial information that would enable him to keep him alive: only straight attacks. This is the most dangerous thing about them, but it is also their Achilles heel. Mason, Sham, and Zack heard the sound of broken glasses and hurriedly came to the toilet and saw the Dudian. You. How did you come over here? Arg, arg. A husky scream echoed from the window. They heard the roars too. Mason and the other were frightened. They realized that undeads were above their heads in the toilet. Dudian must have deliberately attracted them over there so that three of them could easily jump from the balcony. Their eyes were reddened as these thoughts passed through their minds. What is friendship? Still to think about how to save you even in the most critical moment. Foregoing their own survival. Although in the previous 3 years of training Dudian had helped them many times, but they also occasionally helped Dudian too. 4 of them always supported each other, but those were assessments. In case of failure, you just left back to your house. In here though, it is a real life and death situation. However, to give up his own life to save theirs. They felt their souls shake. They were grateful and moved, but also hated their own weak states. Dudian did not notice the emotional changes of the 3. He said that he was safe. They looked back from the windows and saw last undead crawling out of the window from the upper floor. Dudian was worried that it would retreat back and turn around towards the stairs. So he stretched his arm out and began to gently shake it out of the windows as if to call it out. The undead saw Dudian shake his arm and began to roar and struggle crazily. Bang! A large piece of mud like concrete broke out and fall down. Dudian brought his arm back in fear of being hit by the concrete. Undead easily struggled out of the window and following the previous 2 fall down. It hit the walls quite a few times as it fall down. Bang! A sound echoed in this quiet district exceptionally clear as it hit the ground. Dudian was relieved. He peeked out of the window and saw the 3 corpses that were on the ground. They were stacked together. However, the one on top slightly moved and staggered. It once again stood up. Dudian's face changed. He did not expect that after such a fall it wouldn't die. After he racked his brain out, he remembered that this undead could be destroyed only by the strike to its head. Even if it fell up from 12th floor, it would only be left with broken bones but wouldn't die. It shook its dead body and looked up at Dudian. Strange screams came out of its mouth and it began to climb up the wall. By using its sharp claws it began to climb the wall as if it was a professional alpinist. I am. When did he become a Spider-Man? Dudian almost vomited blood. Fortunately he didn't go down or he wouldn't be able to stop them. They looked from the windows towards the fast-climbing undead as their faces became pale because of fear. Give me the dagger, said Dudian coldly. Mason suddenly understood why he wants the dagger, so he quickly handed it to him. Dudian was holding the dagger. He was looking at the undead who was climbing upwards. It had the face of grim-faced middle-aged man. Dudian's heart was no longer trembling but calmer than previous times when he had faced undeads. As he saw the undead coming closer, his arm stretched out of the window and he suddenly stabbed out the dagger. Puff! The dagger precisely hit and pierced the soft brain of the undead. The undead lost all of its power in a matter of seconds and fell down. Bang! It hit the two dead bodies that were already lying on the ground. The other two undeads were not moving as they had fallen head onto the ground. It had resulted in their skulls to be cracked and they died on spot. This third one fell on top of them, so it didn't die momentarily but was having its last moments in this world. Dudian's mind was relieved. There was a sudden burst of soreness from his body. From combat with rats to the present, it was a continuous and vigorous exercise. His physical strength was completely overdrawn. He saw on the toilet and watched the Mason and the other two. He gasped with a laugh, no injuries, right? Mason shook his head and sighed, you just saved our lives, man. Do not curse me, Dudian laughed. Their tightened nerves relaxed. One by one they sat on the dirty ground to rest. About Scott. Are they going to be all right? Zack asked. Dudian thought of the consortium scavengers who used them as bait while trying to save their skins. When the situation was critical, he had no time to think. But at the moment he clearly knew that consortium scavengers pushed off Sham on purpose. There was a deep anger rising in his heart and he would love to avenge the previous situation. Perhaps, his heart is the deepest evil. Dudian shook his head slightly, no longer thought about this and said, take a break. We will find them later on. Sham asked, how come there are so many undeads around? Wasn't this area was swept by the hunters? Are they call this so-called cleaning? Dudian slight frowned. He also felt puzzled. If only rats were left, he could understand. After all, in a fight they are not that much of a danger to scavengers. However, these undeads were different. Their strength was overwhelming. Also, degree of difference with them was so big that they couldn't be covered with numbers. Even if 10 people siege one, there would suffer heavy losses. They could have been ignored by the hunters or, they came from other districts, answered Dudian. Macon and the other two were startled but did not say anything. After a short while, Dudian stood up as his body was feeling better. He looked out of the window toward the dagger which he had stabbed onto the wall. He would need it as encountering the undeads without a weapon was extremely dangerous. He thought for a while and decided to search the house which they were in. The results were not good as most of the goods in here were pieces of torn or broken paper on the ground. He took out a rope and climbed out from the window. He used the rope to grab the dagger after several consecutive attempts and pull it out by struggling a bit as it was pierced on the wall with a large force. Dudian was relieved to take the dagger. At the same moment he heard Sham's panicky voice, Dean, come over. Dudian hurried to rush out as he heard Sham's voice. Sham was by the windowsill that was before the street. A dozen of so undeads were staggering and wandering over. They didn't walk down the street but turned into the district where they were staying at. Dudian's face became pale. Although these undeads were slow in the sloshing, but apparently they were after a target. Dudian's group was looking at them from high altitude so they could see the line that they were walking in on. Undeads were clearly walking towards them. Chapter 54. The Dark King, Chapter 54. Anatomy. They are looking for us. Sham looked at the creepy figures. Is it our smell? Impossible, we are so far away. Dudian was gloomily staring at the wandering undeads, thinking, they should not be aware of our presence. If they were, then they won't act so slowly. If it was about the smell, then Scott's group had so many people. They should have left much thicker scent than us. It seemed there will be more than a dozen undeads. Macon hurriedly looked at him and said, Dean, what should we do now? If they close down on this place, they will notice our presence. Do not panic. Dudian frowned. Recalling all the previous event, he suddenly thought of a neglected issue. They don't have consciousness, as a result they can't make rational choices. They would even jump down from a high rise. They don't have the concept of death and aren't aware what is dangerous for them. So how do they identify their prey? Previously, Scott had said that undeads are attracted by the smell of blood and would trace accordingly. But if it's so, then the bloody smell of the bodies bitten by the woman undead would be enough to attract all of them to that location. Moreover, if they were so bloodthirsty and mad for blood, then they should attack and bite the hands of other undeads, as their claws would have traces of blood on them. But, in reality, the moment undead saw us, they chased after us, completely ignoring the undeads on the ground. This proves that although blood is a factor in their attraction towards us, but there is more to it than blood. Dudian's eyes shone as if he knew everything. Last time the undead woman heard Aaron's footsteps, gave up eating the scavengers and ran over to kill Aaron. Probably sound is another factor that attracts them. Dudian was not pleased with the conclusion. He slightly frowned, as he felt he was ignoring a very important element that decided decision-making of undeads. Scene after scene came in front of his eyes as he analyzed the actions of undeads from previous encounters. He came to understand that it was not sound. Rather, sound and blood can attract their attention, but those are not the most important aspects they take into account when they track prey. The real reason, according to Dudian analysis, was heat. According to Dudian's reasoning, that was the main way how the undeads went after their prey. They somehow could perceive the prey's body heat. In short, they must have thermal vision. However, some of the undeads had their eyes pierced, so Dudian guessed that there must be some kind of mutated organ within their heads which could automatically perceive the surrounding heat. Any warm-blooded animal will appear in their perception network. Although Dudian cannot be 100% sure of this speculation. But the information at his hands was limited. He walked towards the window and looked down at the undead corpses. An idea popped up in his mind. Mason, find something hard and throw it somewhere else to see if your sound can distract those undeads. Zack, light a torch. All three of them were surprised. Although they didn't know why they needed a torch, but distracting the undeads with the sound was a good idea. Mason went to the room to search up for materials. He found few pieces of mud like bricks from the bedroom's wall. He came back to the kitchen and threw the bricks towards the nearby building. Pop! Bricks fell to the ground and turned into powder. Sound was speed in the quiet district. The undeads were attracted by the sound. Mason was excited to the effects, so he kept throwing farther and farther to lead the undead away. Dudian's heart was relieved as he saw the sound was effective to lure the undead. Zack had covered clothing over a stick and had ignited the torch. Dudia immediately said, "Throw the torch out." Zack was stunned as he couldn't figure out what Dudian was thinking. But he listened to him and threw the torch out. It rolled in the air and fell to the ground. The fire was almost extinguished. Dudian saw that undeads turned back to look at the torch which had fallen to the ground. Mason happened to throw another brick, resulting in huge noise, so they turned back and went after the source of the sound. Soon they left the area to the street where the brick landed. Dudian felt strange. Was his guess wrong? On second thought, at least they were able to lure them away for now. Mason was at his limits because of constantly throwing stones. The undeads wandered for a while where the stones had fallen and suddenly turned to walk towards the street Dudden and the other three were located. Dudian and the rest were just feeling relieved when they saw the undeads. They almost shouted out curses. What's hell was going on with them? Dudian was stunned. Why are they so persevering into walking to this area? He looked around, but the only thing that came to his mind was that they were the only people present in the area. How would Sham stared undeads? Sham quickly said, quickly, continue to throw stones. Macon reacted instantly. He rushed inside to buckle bricks from the wall and came back to throw them. Soon the undead who wandered into the area were lured out. Dudian was not happy as the method they used to lure the undeads was not a permanent solution. Maybe over the time they will attract undeads from other areas which would be to their disadvantage. Dudian wrinkled his brows. How human body attracted these corpses? If it's heat, then can they distinguish the difference between a flame and the body heat? Dudian thought of this point. His face slightly changed. Because in addition to lowering their body heat, there does not seem to be another feasible way to avoid undead's detection. To lower the body's heat, they had to undress. However, the intensity of the nuclear radiation in the air was too high. If they took off their clothes, the radiation value of their bodies would increase rapidly. Dudian bowed his head to contemplate over the issue, while Mason would throw few bricks when the undeads would return to the district. He controlled the rhythm of throws so to be more effective. After a long while, Dudian made a decision and said to Mason and the others, "One of you who is willing should go down with me to carry the undead's body." Hearing this, all three of them were stunned. Lift them up? What are you going to do with them? The three dead bodies, Dudian seriously said, I want to dissect them. The quickest way to understand the undeads was to see thoroughly from inside out. Although Dudian had no medical experience and his knowledge of the human body was limited, but in such a harsh environment there were limited methods to try. The only approach to understand the undead was to check out their bodies as soon as possible. You want to know about their anatomy? Mason and the other two looked at him as if he was a freak. Chapter 55. The Dark King, Chapter 55. Third. If you want to recommend pictures to be added to TDK's gallery dar, then let us know by commenting the links to pictures below. If you want to dissect. Should that not be enough? Sham pointed to corpse of an old man who was lying on the living room. He seemed to be head of the family who lived in the house. Dudian shook his head. I want to dissect the undead to speculate on their behavior. The ones who had been killed by the hunters would be useless. The ones who are downstairs are in much more better condition, and by analyzing their anatomy I can see what kind of changes have occurred in them. I'll go with you, said Zack. Dudian nodded. He took his dagger and along with Zack went to the corridor. Soon, both of them came to the ground floor. They peeked out from the door to see the Mason and Sham had led the undeads away. They softly opened the door and ran to the side where corpses of undead were located. Dudian saw that undead's head were cracked, but there was an outflow of blood. He seized the undead which was on top of the others. He whispered to Zack to grab from the other side. Zack's face was pale as no one would be willing to be so close to the bloodthirsty undead. He fought back the fear in his heart. He came forward and grabbed from the other arm of the corpse and they lifted it up. Dudian was not worried about infection from the dead body because of isolative functions of their uniform. They carried it back to the building. This corpse was heavier than Dudian had imagined it to be. It looked like a skinny young man, but the feeling it gave from carrying it was of a person of 300 pounds. Fortunately, they had used God's blessing and were several times powerful than a normal person, or it would be very difficult to move this body. Soon they reached the 9th floor. The stairs had collapsed in here. Even though they could jump past it, but they wouldn't be able to carry the corpse. Dudian put down the corpse and went into the closest unit. He checked the house and found that there were no rats or other dangerous creatures inside. So they took the corpse into the unit. The original owners of the unit had long been dead. There was blood on the ground which had turned into dust. There was corpse of a young teenager and of a woman. Their fleshes had rotted and their remains were colored dark because of the extreme radiation. Dudian picked few rattan quilts from the bedroom and covered the corpses of the owner. Dudian and Zack swept away the scattered things in the living room and made an open space. At this time, Mason and Sham, who were upstairs, had come down as they saw Zack and Dudian weren't coming back. They were relieved to find them but soon saw Dudian, who was beside the undead's corpse. "Do you really want to dissect it?" Dudian firmly nodded. Until today he would stay the heck away from a corpse. He would be afraid even to look at it. Today scales had fallen from his eyes. TL notes, it is an idiom. He was the eyewitness of Scott and others' despair. He had seen how the undead bite and eat the living humans. Gradually, he had realized that if you want to survive, no one will protect him. The only help he had was the dagger in his hand. Dudian used the dagger to gentle stamp the corpse's claw. He saw that the surface of the claw was extremely hard. It felt as if it was made of steel. What kind of a biological evolution it is, Dudian was apprehensive. There was claw-like growth at the feet of the undead too. In addition, both its hand and feet were covered in a layer of dark cuticles which gave off a hideous look. Dudian looked at its chest. There was a trace of heart. He took a deep breath and stabbed the dagger down. He pierced from belly all the way up to chest. No blood oozed out. Dudian sighed. To tell the truth, he would vomit at a sight like that where blood would sputter out. Under the gray-toned skin there was brown-colored flesh and blood. Moreover, everything was frozen inside. Frozen? Dudian felt that the undead's body was particularly cold. It was ice cold. No wonder that there were no signs of decay. However, Dudian had seen the corpses of undead who were killed by the hunters. All of them had serious signs of rotting. Especially, the first undead he had seen in the bathroom. Her face and body were completely rotten. Thinking of this, Dudian looked at the body of the teenager who was still lying in the room. He stepped forward to check it. Same like the other undead's, its head was completely destroyed. It was split from the middle and divided into two. Most probably very sharp and tough sword was used to cut it open. The boy's neck, arms, chest and other parts had different degrees of decay. His skin was swollen like a blister. Dudian gently poked the dagger. It penetrated through the skin as if it was cutting tofu. Dark red blood was revealed. The smell that it emitted made him feel nauseous. Why would these undeads after the death would decay and emit the same smell as humans, Dudian thought. Are these corpses really alive? If it was alive, then why it had no consciousness? It lacked even the basic instincts. Dudian silently contemplated, then got up and returned to the previous corpse of undead. He opened its eyelids. It had a Western stereotype. The pupils were green. There were numerous fibers inside the kernel of the pupil. Is it relying on its eyes to track the prey? Dudian gently cut its nose, inch by inch. The protruding nose was cut flat, revealing two deep black nostrils. He rolled over its head and cut its ears. He dug a whirlpool around its ears. Zack and Sham, who were close by and watching the process, turned pale. Their legs trembled because of the fear. They were not afraid of the undead's corpse but the expression that was on Dudian's face. They will not forget this scene and remember it for many years. At this time, Dudian hollowed out the undead's ear. It was filled with the thick dust. The ear had long been filled with layer after layer of accumulated dust. Its hearing should be very weak, so why it's so sensitive towards sound? Does it mean that another organ have evolved and replaced the functioning of sound detection? Dudian pondered for a moment, pushed its jaw down and looked at Undead's tongue. It was torn. It was bitten by itself as if it was eating up a prey. It didn't know how to protect itself and felt no pain at chewing its tongue. Dudian hesitated as he thought about the way Scott killed the undead woman in the beginning. He had stabbed it in the head and nailed it onto ground. But its body also kept twitching and issued mournful screams. If there was no pain, why would it react that way? His eyes flashed for a moment. He waved the dagger along the corpse's mouth, cutting it from both sides while pushing the jaw down with pressure. Soon, the entire jaw was cut down, but there was no trace of blood. The upper cavity was made of chilled flesh and blood. 2 spare bodies were downstairs, so without further consideration he pierced the head from inside with the dagger. Everything inside the head, from broken brain to other organs, stirred out as he rotated the dagger. Thud! A hard object fell out from the skull onto the ground. It rolled and stopped a meter or so away from Dudian. It was a thumb-sized, spherical dark blue ball. Chapter 56. The Dark King, Chapter 56. Virus. Dudian, Sham and Zack looked at the dark blue ball. They were confused. A ball fall out of a head. It was perfectly spherical. The color was dark blue and it looked beautiful. Obviously it was not result of intracranial tissue sclerosis, as it looked like a metal ball. Only, how could there be a metal in the brain? Dudian was anxious and doubtful. He didn't take the initiative to touch it, but gentle poked the ball with the dagger. It skid as the blade of the dagger touched it. So hard. Dudian was mesmerized. Infection rate through hard objects was slow. Moreover, it wouldn't penetrate the way liquids did. He had gloves which could isolate. Simple touch should be okay, Dudian decided. He moved his hand and picked it up. The moment he touched the ball, he felt a chilling ambience. The only feeling that came through his finger nerves was cold. Extreme cold. He felt like he was holding an ice hockey puck which he just picked from the field. Is it because of this dark blue ball that the blood and flesh within the undead's body are frozen, thought Dudian. Coldness spread along his arm. He felt the temperature of the entire arm was rapidly reducing and it became stiff. He picked the dark blue ball with his other arm. Coldness began to pierce through his other arm too. Dudian felt his body becoming chilly, as if he was walking nude in the black snow season, exposing his body to snow. How the hell does it work? My hands are holding it, but my whole body feels cold. I could feel the soles of my feet were numb because of the cold. Dudian was surprised. First it felt like playing snowballs in the winter. The hand would be cold but body will be warm. But at the moment he felt the chills all over his body, like he was covered by ice blocks all around. Immediately, he put the dark blue ball on the ground and rubbed his hands with each other. He felt a bit warmer. Soon his stomach gurgled because of hunger. He hasn't eaten from the moment they have left the giant wall. He put up with forbearance as there were more important matters at hand than a meal. Suddenly, he thought of a reason. Heat absorption. Dudian awoke. This dark blue ball absorbs heat. It works like the saltpeter of gunpowder. It is not just one of the raw materials of the gunpowder but could be used in ice making. In this world the alchemists have only mastered the use of saltpeter in making ice but have not found that nitrite mixed saltpeter can explode. In case saltpeter is put into small enough amount of water, it will absorb the heat in the water so the water will become ice. Obviously this dark blue ball had the same endothermic function of saltpeter, which was why he felt his body's temperature decrease. If he holds it in his hand, the ball will absorb the heat along the arm. It won't stop unless it will absorb all the heat within the body. After the temperature of the body reduces to a certain extent, the heart naturally will stop to function. No wonder the temperature of the undead's body is so low and so cold. Dark blue ball is the reason. But where does this ball come from? Why would it appear in corpse's mind? Duddian's mind was full of curiosity. If it has colonized its brain, unlikely, it would need very long time and energy to colonize the brain. However, the corpse was infected with the virus. Although they are variations, but at the end they are humans. They were made up flesh and blood. How a hard object like a metal would grow in the brain? That is also strange. Duddian was brainstorming. Suddenly a figure jumped from the stairs into the room. All three of them were shocked and alerted. They turned to see that it was Mason, so they were relieved. Mason saw that they were all right, so he snapped, "You guys scared me. I almost thought that I've lost you guys." Sham scratching his head, "It was you who scared us. I was watching Dean piercing the undead, so I forget to inform you." Zack hurried, "You have come down, so who is gonna throw the bricks?" Macon rolled over his eyes and said, "Of course I'm back. I'm exhausted. Decide who will change me." Sham was looking at the corpse whose head was beheaded. "I'll go," Sham said. Dudien's thoughts were interrupted by Mason. He continued to think, but he couldn't find clues. He wouldn't dwell on this topic anymore. Surviving was the most important thing right now. His eyes lit up as he looked over at Mason and Zack. "Come with me as a backup." They were in doubts as they couldn't figure what Duddian wanted to do, but still followed him down. Duddian came downstairs to see the group of undeads were far away. He sneaked out to the corner and used the dagger to cut the heads of two undeads which were still lying on the ground. Carrying their heads, he quickly went into the building. He saw Mason and Zack retreat, so he smiled and said, "Nothing dangerous, they are dead." Mason was frightened. When have you become so daring?" "I'm still adapting," Duddian replied. Returning to the upper floor, he slipped the second head the way he had done before. Now it was much easier to pierce inside, as the heads of the undeads were ripped apart from the body. As expected, there was another exactly the same dark blue ball inside the head of the undead. He was going to cut the third head when he thought of a problem. He decided to forego the previous cutting method. Instead, he began to cut through the splits of the skull that had resulted from the free fall. The head slowly broke apart. Soon they saw the full intracranial picture. Most of the brain tissue was frozen. Dark blue ball had sank into the brain in an ovary-like place. However, probably due to the skull crack, dark blue ball at the brain tissue was damaged. Duddian carefully rummaged for a while. Soon he came to understand the dark blue ball was in control of the undead's actions. The so-called destruction of the head can kill the body of the undead were based on two principles. First is to destroy the central nervous system in the head so that the head cannot control the body. The second is to destroy the dark blue ball's connection to the brain. In simple terms, this dark blue ball somehow connects to the brain through the ovary. So there was no need to cut the head. As long as a strong enough force is applied to its head, this dark blue ball will vibrate within the ovary. In case like that, it will lose the contact with the ovary's wall and won't be able to signal the nervous system to take action. Undead will automatically stop to act. It is same as killing the undead. Duddian was more puzzled as he understood this point. What was the matter that composed the dark blue ball? Why would grow in undead's brain? Is it manufactured or triggered by the virus? Duddian picked up the dark blue ball and began to cover it by fabric. He covered layers over layers so it was wrapped into a large fist-sized ball. He handed two of them to Mason and Zack. "This thing can absorb the body temperature. It will help us to lower the temperature down. You don't have to hold it as it will absorb the body heat anyway. The best is to put it into the backpack." Macon and Zack were surprised to see these wrapped up balls. Mason curious, "What is this?" "I don't know exactly what this is. However, hunters who kill the undeads will dig out their heads for this thing. It should be very valuable. Otherwise they won't turn a blind eye on things like gold," said Duddian. He had seen many all the heads of the undeads had been split, but he would have never thought that hunters would split the head to pick this dark blue ball out. Mason frightened, "Are you sure that hunters kill the undeads for this?" "Maybe." Chapter 57. The Dark King, Chapter 57. Melting. Did you know that Julius Caesar suffered from epilepsy and had lots of epileptic seizures during his lifetime, but very few people know about it? Do you know why? Because during those times, people who suffered an epileptic seizure were branded as being possessed by the devil. Do you know how many bright and enlightened scientists have been burned, crucified, and hanged because the church has said that they are wrong because they are denying the dogma? Now, if for centuries you are told that black is white and white is black, you will perceive so. You will actually deny the people who argue otherwise. The society where Dudian lives right now is like that. It is ruled by dogmas. Even the aristocrats who have lots of information in their hands are controlled by these dogmas. Why do you think alchemists are banned and hunted? Anyway, I don't want to ruin your mood by my blabberings. But if you want to enjoy this novel, then forget everything you know. If you read Mason's dialogue, imagine that you are Mason and see through his eyes and talk through his mouth. Same applies to all the characters. That way it will be a pleasurable read. Without further ado, enjoy. This thing has heat-absorbing characteristics. It proves that my previous speculation was correct. These corpses are driven and controlled by it. They are induced to our body temperature. That's why they gradually gather here. They don't trace their prey by the smell of blood, but they track the heat. Dudian was reviewing the information that he had gathered. Scott and the rest should attract more undeads as their group would produce more heat in comparison to ours. Moreover, there are very large number of undeads, and it is by no means were leftovers ignored by hunters. Most probably they had moved over from other regions. At the thought of this, Dudian frowned. He closed his eyes to picture the map that Scott had. There was a gray area near the R number 8. It had not been cleaned. There were other colored areas which the hunting ground for other consortiums. Concluding his thoughts, Dudian said to Mason and Zach, "It will help us to lower our body temperature. Soon we will be able to get rid of these undeads, as they won't track us anymore. Because we have only 3 of them, which means Sham won't get any for now. We gotta hunt another one and dig the dark blue ball out of its head. That way we will have enough dark blue balls for 4 of us to use." Mason was alarmed. "We will avoid to be traced by them if we this? How can we hunt them? They are way too strong. We are not their opponents." Zach asked. Dudian smiled and said, "Humans are the strongest because we are good at fighting, but because of the wisdom that we have. We can't fight hand to hand with undeads, but we can use our minds to easily kill them." Easy? Zach and Macon said in a daze. In 3 years of harsh training, they were taught how to search for prey in the wilderness as well as in a variety of environments. It was all about how to look for food. But they were not taught how to hunt, because that was the work of the hunters. So although they were trained but in front of problems such as facing undeads, they were at a loss. But compared with the other children, their lack of panic was already very rare. The easiest way is to use fire. Dudian smiled and said, "You first find some fabric. As long as the fabric can be lit, the more the better. I will go to replace Sham. I will give you 10 minutes to find and gather fabric downstairs in front of the building." Macon and Zach's eyes lit up as they guessed what Dudian wanted to do. They quickly left the room and separate way to search the various floors for combustible materials. Dudian went upstairs to see Sham still tirelessly throwing stones. "You should rest for a while, I'll keep throwing the stones." Sham replied, "No. Jobs like this, where no brainpower is needed, should be done by us. You are the only one we can rely on to leave this place." Dudian laughed. "Macon and Zach are doing everything. After everything is ready, we will be able to leave. We only need the east wind." What do you mean? Sham was confused. Dudian shook his head and said, Nothing. I'm free till they find everything that I asked for. You should go upstairs and bring some stones over. Do not empty this floor. Then he grabbed a stone from the ground. He looked at wandering undeads and found that the number of these undeads had increased by a few. There was a single undead which was wobbling over. Dudian throw the stone to another place. The undeads were lead to other side of building because of the sound emitted. 10 minutes later, Macon and Zach had already gathered flammable materials in a circle into an open space in front of the building. Dudian began to throw stones and glass close to the circle where clothing and wood was gathered. The sound echoed out and grabbed undead group's attention. They staggered towards the circle. Because of Dudian's previous instructions, Mason began to act as he saw undeads coming over. He was on the second floor. He ignited the torch and threw it onto the circle. He lighted 5 torches. 4 of them fall onto the circle because of close distance. The flames soon spread to all over the circle. Clothes and rotting wood furniture was burning together and soon turned into a raging fire. The undeads came close to fire but avoided it instinctively. However, they began to walk around outside the fire circle. Dudian was slightly dispirited as he saw the scene. He threw few more stones to attract the undeads into the fire. However, the sound was not able to attract them. Dudian ran downstairs in hurry and yelled, "Burn them!" Mason, Zach and Sham immediately set to implement the spare plan prepared by Dudian in a case such as this. It was simple: burn the undead. The plan was made so that if the undeads didn't go inside the fire pit, now, the plan would just be handy. The 3 quickly picked up sheets, quilts, and blankets that were prepared in advance. They began to throw them at undeads. Although they were not affected by the but were covering sheets, quilts, or blanket. They were walking around the fire pit so the fabrics were ignited by the fire. Soon their bodies began to burn up. Dudian was relieved as he quietly watched. After some time the flame was extinguished. There were close to a dozen undeads lying by the fire pit. Few who had avoided the flame had fled to few hundred meters away and continued to move on. Dudian threw rocks at once, led them to a faraway distance. He then let the sham to replace him in continuing to throw the rock. Mason, Zach, and Dudian came downstairs. They were ready to get close to undeads when they saw one of them lift its hand a little. They were surprised. Didn't the flame burn them up? The body is charred, but the dark blue ball can still continue to control them. Dudian's face changed. He asked Mason and Zach to throw more combustible fabrics and wood so that they burn them for more. 7 or 8 minutes later, after a careful observation of the undeads, Dudian threw stones onto their bodies. He was relieved as he saw them no responding to the stones. He took Mason and Zach with him and went down towards the corpses of undeads. Sham was leading the undeads away by throwing rocks so they came out easily. Their gloves were wrapped in fabric to prevent skin burns. Afterwards, they cut off their heads. There were total of 8 heads which were brought back into the building. Dudian pierced the head and saw that its intracranial tissues had softened and were almost in liquid state. The dark blue ball in its skull was melting. It had shrank from the size of a thumb to a soybeans. After the melt-out, the liquid was the same as the translucent color of water. It can't handle high temperatures? Dudian frowned. Chapter 58. The Dark King, Chapter 58. Injured Hunter. For God's sake, disable your adblocks. Dudian quickly cut open the other head. He saw that the same thing had happened to the dark blue ball. It was melting down. It confused him. Aren't these things absorbing the heat? How come they will melt at high temperatures? Was it not its purpose to begin with? He was puzzled with lots of doubts in his mind. Dudian used the dagger to pick them out from inside the skull. After leaving the intracranial tissue, dark blue balls stopped melting. Dudian's eyes fell on bluish liquid which was melted inside. With the passage of time, intracranial tissue's temperature gradually reduced. Color of these bluish liquid thickened. The next moment, Dudian, Mason, and Zack witnessed the horrific scene. These bluish liquid, as if having their own minds, began to twist and retract to a ball. Slowly they condensed into a dark blue ball. Dudian was completely shocked. This scene gave him a sense of déjà vu, like water was frozen into ice. This dark blue ball seems to have similar structure. But it does not need to wait to freeze until reaching 0 degree. It is equipped with high-efficient endothermic characteristic. Dudian looked at the dark blue ball. He felt as if there was an eye inside the dark blue ball staring back at him. It gave him a creepy feeling. Although he didn't know what kind of a material the dark blue ball was and why would it appear in Undead's brain, but it gave him the feeling of an extremely dangerous object. Of course it was an instinct. It may also been the impact of the scene that had occurred in front of his eyes and resulted in wrong intuition. In any case, Dudian was reluctant to be in contact with this thing too much. He thought to himself that if he had his own alchemy laboratory he would have to study this thing. This terrible virus let him feel that 300 years ago when he entered the cold storage he had missed something. Only after a thorough study of the virus, he may get to know a thing or two about it. Mason looked at Dudian and whispered, "Dean, can we use this thing?" Dudian looked at him and replied, "You can use it, but be careful. Isolate it well." Mason nodded delightedly. He used the cloth to wrap up the dark blue ball. Dudian also picked up one and the cold feeling came again. There was not difference with the previous experience. He was assured that with the help of this thing they can escape the body sensors of the other undeads. Continue to arrange the combustion circle. Dudian took away all the balls and said to Mason and Zack. They were surprised. "We have killed enough undeads. We can go around them now." Dudian shook his head slightly and said, "Hunters don't pick up gold but dig this, indicating that the value of this material is higher than jewelry. The more we can hunt, better for us. It is a large fortune." Both of them reacted to Dudian's words. They were ecstatic. Zack patted his thigh. "Yes, so to say, we are doing the work of the hunter, ha ha ha." Mason laughed. "Fortunately, Dean is smart. We are going to be rich. Although the undeads are horrible, but they are dumb. It is easily to kill. After we finish with this batch we should go and find other undeads to hunt. We should not pick anything else. Those tattered metal were not much of a value either." Dudian looked at these two who previously were scared the hell out when the word undead was mentioned. After he used wealth to problem them, they agreed without thinking about it. These two were blinded by financial gains. Half an hour later, all the wandering undeads in the area were killed by Dudian and the others by using the fire circle. Including the previous 3 undeads, their total harvest amounted to 21 dark blue balls. "Where do we go next?" Mason said excitedly as he was carrying a bag of dark blue balls. "To the gray area mentioned by Scott? That place has not been swept off. There must be a lot of undeads." Dudian silently said, "You're crazy. Haven't you seen the streets where hunters had killed so many undeads? Going to the gray area won't be like here where you can lay out the trap and wait for the undead. We will be in siege by the sea of undeads. Do not be blinded by the money." Macon recalled the number of corpses he had seen along the way and shivered in fear. Dean said that the gray area is too risky. There definitely will be more rats than here. This animal is not the same as the undead. Sham whispered, "We should find Scott and rest. They have a map and know the way back. There would be some undeads after them. We have to help them. By the way, we can kill those undeads too." Dudian nodded. "Let's eat something first to add strength." Because of the previous hunting they hadn't rested at all. They were tired and hungry. They pulled out the dry food and water from their backpacks and began to eat. After 3 years of training, they knew how to control their hunger and thirst. Everyone ate a few mouthfuls and drank a little water. They stopped because if they didn't find new food source, the stuff in the backpack may not last for 10 days. As they were ready to restart, a figure came running at high speed from the area through the other street. The figure was extremely fast. As it reached the junction, it immediately jumped up and landed on top of the security booth and later to the ground. As soon as it reached the area where Dudian and the rest were, it began to run close to the wall. And this scene was caught in Zach's eyes. "Dean, come and see." Zach quickly called Dudian. Dudian quickly walked past and saw Zach point to the location. There was a youth on the ground near the adjacent building. There was a crossbow on his back and arrows. He was clutching his right arms. It seems he was injured at the moment. "Hunter?" Dudian stared. Zach, Macon, and Sham froze up for a moment when they heard his words. They were scavengers, and the best thing that they were provided with were dagger. This dagger was not meant to be used to fight but to cut the bark, or used by scavengers when the need to cut things arise. According to Consortium's definition, scavengers do not need to fight. If they met up with monsters, the only option is to run. If they can run away, it's their own fortune; if not, they were just unlucky. Like cannon fodder on the battlefield. They were not meant to take away the enemy's head and bring victory. Each position was given value according to its functions. Hunter? Mason, Sham, and Zach were excited. For scavengers, the hunter is an unattainable presence. They were able to compete with the presence of the nobles and qualified to talk with the aristocracy on the same level. And them, at the end of their lives, they will be only scavengers. Good and bad, high and low. It didn't matter how much wealth was created by the materials that they will bring in. They will only be a scavenger. Because they don't have a light physique. The Consortium led Dudian to be a seed scavenger because his radiation value was close to light physique and his special training results were above the top. The Consortia was willing to give him the opportunity to become a hunter. Otherwise, no matter how high the wealth Dudian would create for the Consortium, he was destined to die as a scavenger. Dudian was not happy. Because he had seen the hunters, came outside the giant wall and witnessed the ruins of everything. He had seen the bloody bodies everywhere, and he understood the perennial fighting of hunters. He understood why Fernando had looked at him with eyes so cold. Because in their eyes the life of others is meaningless. They are used to kill. They are nurtured to kill. He is our Consortium's hunter. Dudian noted the medal on youth's chest and relieved a bit. If it was other Consortium's hunter, then they would be silenced if they were exposed. Dudian and the other were observing the hunter. He had noticed the burning marks on ground not far from the building. There was a trace of joy in his eyes. He went close to the circle and felt the bursts of warmness coming out of ashes. It seems the fire was extinguished not very long time ago. He glanced at the bodies of the undead on the ground. His eyes were puzzled a bit with disappointment. But he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit again. He looked around and soon focused on a nearby building. He quickly rushed in. "He's aware," Mason said. Zach looked at Dudian and said, "Dean, he knows that we can do it." "It's okay." "Will he rob us?" Dudian mind amazed by the keen observation of the hunter, but also feel the gap between themselves and hunters. With a single glance he instantly had determined their whereabouts, which meant that he was a seasoned veteran. He glanced at Zach and shook his head. He should not. After all, they hunt after tens of thousands of undeads. He would disdain the amount we have. Heard this, Zach 3 relieved. At this time, the door was opened and the hunter appeared inside. There was a trace of surprise on his face. It seems he didn't expect that the people who used the flame to kill the undead were actually children. Chapter 59. The Dark King, Chapter 59. Undead Level Hunting. Thanks to Noobaloob for sharing the updates on Reddit. If you can please do so in the future. You are the new graduates from the scavenger training camp. Black uniformed youth glanced at the room and saw the charred skulls on the ground. When he saw the appearance of the cracked skulls, he began to check out Dudian and the other three with great interest. Is it your first time? Or have you been scavenging for some time? You can kill these level 4 undeads. Moreover, you know to collect cold crystals from their skulls. A little mean it is. Dudian was staring at him. He felt his scalp tingling as if a predator was looking at a prey. His heart darkened as he whispered to explain, "We are from the newest batch of scavengers that joined the consortium. Mr. Hunter has happened so that we were forced to separate from our main force by the undeads. Inadvertently we thought of this approach and were successful at killing these monsters." The youth focused on Dudian. He was easily able to see that the boy was the core of this 4-man group. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm happy that Consortium was able to recruit smart fellows such as you guys. I was hurt and need to bandage my wound. Make a spot and get me some fire." Dudian glanced at his right arm, nodded and said to Zack, "You get the fire while I find clean cloth for Mr. Hunter." Mason, Sham and Zack were excited as it was the first time they were so close to a hunter. They immediately busied up as they heard Dudian's words. It was as if helping the hunter would be the same as achieving a glory in war. Hunter was going to enter the next room when he said, "No. Those things are infected with radiation and germs. How can I use them for bandage? I have a first aid kit in my backpack." "You seem like a smart kid, get me the kit." The hunter went into the living room and sat down. He didn't care about skulls on the ground. Instead he used his feet to sweep the skulls to vacate a place. He put down the backpack and said to Mason, "Open the backpack and find the gauze that's inside." Macon nodded and was about to open the backpack when Hunter saw that his gloves were stained. He frowned, "Bastard, take of your gloves. Do you want to dirty my backpack?" Mason scared and his face turned red. He quickly took off his gloves, opened the backpack and pulled out the gauze. "Mr. Hunter, you have disinfectant in here. You should first use it to disinfect the injury." "Are you going to teach me?" The hunter sneered and said, "There is knife and bottle there. Do you see them? The bottle is alcohol. You have been taught about first aid knowledge, right?" Mason quickly nodded and immediately poured the bottle of alcohol on the knife while Zack lit the torch and burned it. Mason said, "Mr. Hunter, you should release the wound so that I can use the alcohol to disinfect it and then remove it." "I will do it myself." The youth grabbed the second bottle. He used his thumb and flicked the cap as it flew out. He loosened his arm and spilled the alcohol on top. There were bursts of convulsions on his face because of the sudden pain, but he still tightly held back. Dudian and the others saw his wound. It was made by sharp claw marks and were deep enough to see the bone. His skin had been festering, but because of youth's firm grip it hadn't joined the blood flow yet. The youth caught the red-hot knife and cut off the festering flesh from the wound. Blood flew out as if rain was showering. He bit his teeth and kept silent the whole process. This made Dudian extremely shocked. Is this the quality of hunters? Even the soldiers who were baptized in many battlefields won't have such a strong willpower, right? As he removed the festered flesh, Hunter let Mason to help him bandage his arm. In short time, his right arm was wrapped in layers of gauze. The youth wiped the sweat from his forehead. He spat and leaned against the wall while he was slowly breathing. Dudian looked at him and asked quietly, "Mr. Hunter, isn't 8th area has been swept clean? How can there be so many undeads? Did they migrate from the other nearby area?" "Do not question me." The youth spoke in an unhappy tone as he gently closed his eyes. Dudian was startled, immediately shut up his mouth. A few minutes later, the youth opened his eyes. I'm hungry. Give me food and water. Mason was standing next to him, hesitated as he said, Mr. Hunter, it is our food. If you eat it, we. The youth looked at Mason with cold eyes as he said, don't you want to give me? Mason was scared. I don't mean we won't. But, just. Here is my food, Mr. Hunter. Mason is a bit not sensible. Please don't mind him. Sham quickly said and handed out his backpack. He took out all the dry food and water, then presented to the youth. Mason and Zach's faces slightly changed. Although they admired hunters, but it was different when it came to their own interests. They looked at Dudian, who nodded back to them, meaning that they should go with the acquiesce. Their mood was slumped, but they didn't dare to show the pain. The youth looked at Sham. Little guy, you are sensible. Then, grabbed his delivery of the dry food to eat. He stuttered up as he stretched his other hand. Water. Sham quickly handed him. He drank the water and threw aside the empty bag. He continued to sit and rest for a while. Later on, he slowly got up and did few gentle activities with his right arm. He revealed a pleased smile as it seemed that the injury was stabilized. He looked at 4 of them. His eyes narrowed and pointed to Mason. Little guy, follow me. Mason surprised a moment. Go to where? You will get to know. The youth laughed. Mason hesitated and said, Sir, but I have the task. If I said follow me, then follow me. Why so much nonsense? Hunter frowned as he spoke impatiently. Mason was frightened as he aware that there was something bad coming up. He looked at Dudian. Dudian also felt a trace of unusual acting by the youth and said, Mr. Hunter, we have great respect towards you. But we have our own tasks, and if it's not completed we will be expelled by the consortium. I hope you can understand the situation which we are in. However, we are willing to assist and serve you as long as we can be of any service to you. Well, the little guy is able to speak. I now need your help. As I see your feelings are so good, then all of you should come with. It will be better with you all. The youth impatiently waved his hand. Dudian's face changed slightly, said, What can you tell us? He had said kind words because he thought Hunter would deny their help because of pity. After all, how can scavenger help a hunter? And if a hunter need their help, it won't be an ordinary problem. The hunter's task was nothing but hunter monsters. The youth's eyes narrowed and a trace of hostility flashed past. He thought of something and the hostility in his eyes quickly dissipated. He had a smile on his face as he said, Nothing important. I have found precious materials. I alone won't carry enough, so I want 4 of you to help me out with taking it back to the giant wall. Rest assured, I will inform the leaders of consortium about your help and half of the goods will be yours. Hearing this, Mason, Zach and Sham were surprised. Mason asked, Mr. Hunter, is this really all? You will not lie to us, right? Zach was excited. Only Sham was puzzled as it seemed that there was something wrong. But he couldn't think of any reason, he could only look back to the Dudian. Dudian knew that Hunter was lying as he heard his words. The hunters don't care about gold, and what is more precious than gold? However, although they belonged to the same consortium, but he felt that messing with the youth won't result in anything good. Most likely they will be the ones to suffer. The only thing that they could do right now was to see how everything will turn out. Chapter 60. The Dark King, Chapter 60. Bait. Dudian and the other 3 followed behind the hunter and left the residential building. It didn't take long before they came outside the district where they departed Scott and his group. 2 undead staggered out from the junction that they were facing. They seemed to feel the body heat from Dudian and rest. They immediately turned around and run towards them in a pace which was accelerating as they moved. Dudian took out his dagger and stared at Hunter's back. If he gave up on them to escape, he would urge Mason, Sham and Zach to run as fast as possible. because they didn't have enough strength to face them on their own. However, the youth frowned as he saw two undeads. The next moment he took out a dagger which was placed at the edge of his pants strap. He ran towards the undeads and was in front of them in matter of a few breaths. His body staggered and twisted as if he was a whirlwind. Puff! Puff! Two sounds echoed out as the heads of undeads were cut off from their bodies and fall to the ground. Du Dian's pupils contracted at the sight. He knew that Hunter's job was to exterminate the monster, but he didn't expect that they had such a strength. It was a one-sided slaughter. The youth dumped the blood off the dagger and inserted back onto its place. He looked back at Dudian and the other three. There was a faint smile on his face as he waved them to keep up. Dudian and the other three quickly caught up with him. Dudian noticed the dagger on Hunter's belt was so sharp that their dagger should have to be called a butter knife in comparison to it. He estimated that Hunter's blade was made from a better steel. On the other hand, his dagger was almost useless after cutting up few dozen undead necks. Most of the blade was just a bare metal now. Only the place close to the dagger's hilt was sharp enough to cut something. The thing in their heads, Dudian just wanted to bend over to collect the crystals when Youth noticed him and lightly shouted, "Do not delay time. Hurry up." Dudian frowned slightly but still gave up on gathering the dark blue balls. However, he fixed the location of the heads in his mind so that if he has the opportunity he would come back to collect them. After all, this thing was not much in Hunter's eyes, but for them it was a great fortune. As they continued, they met more and more scattered undeads. But the hunter didn't let Dudian and the other three to take an action. On each encounter he took the initiative to behead the undeads. He is much faster than undeads and apparently his close combat skills were over the top. His skills were so good that the undeads didn't have a chance to touch his body lest injure him. Dudian followed in silence, watching and studying Hunter's action. In this era where cold weapons were used, the techniques and traditions of combat practices have been perfected. The martial arts shown by the hunter had mesmerized Dudian. He used the knife so perfectly as if he was mowing a grass field with scythe. His actions were neat and perfect. He wasn't affected at all even though he had an arm injury. Is this the result of life and death situations that he has gone through? Mr. Hunter, will you save Scott and rest? They should not be far away from here, Mason bravely asked. Along the way the youth had sheltered them from undeads. So they had come to feel that the hunter's nature was not bad. A good impression of him had gradually birthed out in their hearts. His previous actions has long been automatically ignored. The hunter replied, "Who do you think I am? Do you think I work for a healthcare organization?" Mason was stunned. At this point, the youth's face changed as he looked towards a street. Dudian noted that Hunter was looking at the place where they had flew away. Also, it was the first place where they had met undeads. Dudian seemed to feel the ground under his foot faintly tremble, as if a tall building in the distance had collapsed. Afterwards he heard a soft roar. The youth's eyes narrowed and a trace of bloodthirst flashed past. He glanced at the buildings around them and soon his eyes locked onto the top of the office building in the vicinity. This building has long been covered with moss and vegetation, the windows had dilapidated. There was a little smile on his face as he said to Dudian and the rest, "You wait here. You must not leave without my orders." Dudian's face changed as he said, "What about you?" "I have something to do. I'll come back immediately." The hunter said in a serious and cold tone, "Do not forget, without my order you are not allowed to leave. I will be ruthless towards anyone who leaves without permission." His eyes swept over the four, "Don't forget my words. Even if you go back to the consortium, I'll find you and I'll skin you alive." Finished, he looked back at the previous location, sneered, turned and left quickly. He was like a dexterous black cat. The first moment he was in front of them and the next he went into office building and disappeared from the four's eyesight. This, Mason was frozen, he just went away? Dudian looked at the back of his disappearance. There was an emission of unknown feeling in his heart. He suddenly thought of the bow and arrows on the youth's back. Tall building, bow and arrows. His pupils suddenly shrank. Archers use ambushes. Are they being used as bait by the hunter? What he wants to lure. Run. As he thought of the possibility, Dudian suddenly roared. He quickly ran towards another office building, taking advantage of the time while it would take the hunter to reach the top of the building. They must escape from this place as soon as possible or else will be shot by the hunter on the spot. He was not confident enough that Hunter wouldn't shot them in case of an undead attack. Mason, Sham and Zack were stunned and puzzled. They had trusted him for a long time, so their bodies had subconsciously followed behind Dudian. As he caught up, Mason asked in hurry, "Dean, what happened? Why are we running? If he knows we..." Dudian had a bit of favor in his heart as he previously saw the hunter kill the undeads to protect them. But that good impression had gone away as of now. He replied in cold tone, "We are likely being used by him as a bait. He is trying to lure out his prey." "What bait?" Mason, Sham and Zack were shocked. Soon they thought of the possibility and shuddered. Dudian went into the building. He breathed gently and looked back at Mason and the rest. "We gotta get to the other side. We must not let him find us." Zack's face was ugly as he said, "Even if we escaped him now after we get to the giant wall, he won't let us live in peace." Dudian answered in cold tone, "Then we will kill him." Mason, Sham and Zack hesitated as they heard Dudian. He stared at him in stunned looks. Mason could not help but said, "Kill him? My God, do you know what you are talking about? He is a hunter. We can't kill him. Even if we somehow kill him, then this is a big crime." "Dean, are you sure?" Sham turned pale and said, "If you guessed wrong. If you just let us stand there so get a bit private time. Then we..." Dudian was a bit startled. He didn't think about the possibility of the hunter to take leak or shit. But, how can he bet on that? There is only one chance to live. If his speculation was right, continuing to stay there was the same as waiting for their death. The hunter killed the undeads very easily. Obviously, if he was using them to lure out something, then it has to be some kind of monster which was extremely terrorizing. Basically, they would be doomed and would not be able to escape. Although there are many other possibilities, but this is the best he could think of at the moment. In case he was wrong, then he was wrong. Dudian thought of the desert assessment 3 years ago. He had killed the alchemist, Rosyard. He had a bit of hesitation in his heart but settled up in a moment. They had to leave the area. Even if his thinking was wrong, then he will still have a choice. That is, to kill the hunter. We have already left that place. Whether my speculation was right or wrong, it doesn't matter now. We have to kill him anyway. Otherwise we will be suppressed by him or even die in his hands." Dudian's eyes were cold as he resolutely said. Mason looked at his eyes with some hesitation. After all, anyone who is involved in the action to kill the hunter is a murderer. Murderer is a heavy word for people such as them. Dudian also looked at them waiting for their choice. There was fear in his heart. If they do not choose to participate with him, what he should do. He did not dare to go on thinking about what he would do in a case such as that. A door in his heart has been opened and a devil has inserted itself. It was whispering evil thoughts. There were few things that Dudian took as a bottom line. He didn't want to cross them now. Roar! At this moment, a low roar echoed from the previous location where they were. Dudian and others took a peek. They were horrified as the blood was drained from their faces. Chapter 61. The Dark King, Chapter 61. Level 9 Monster. The top of the tall building was dilapidated as it was baptized by radiation and rains for the last 100 years. Top 2 or 3 layers had collapsed and were in ruins. Brian leaped up through the gap of the wreckage of the broken wall instead of walking around to get to stairs. It was the highest ground of the building. He was extremely satisfied with the broken wall cover, which was very suitable for ambushes. He felt the hunt will be very smooth. Roars echoed out, which surprised Brian. Did it came over so quick, Brian thought? He quickly adjusted the bow in his left hand with a firm grip. 2 arrows were taken out by his right hand with a smooth backhand motion. Arrows were silver in color and reflect his cold eyes. He looked down through the crevice of the cracker wall and saw his prey. The buildings that Brian saw were half broken and covered with vegetation. From the corner a behemoth-sized black monster came over. Its body length was about 5 meters. There were black loose hairs stuck to its body. Its head was similar to wolf's, mouth protruding outwards with 2 large sharp fangs. Saliva was flowing down through its fangs, dipping the hair on its chin. Finally, it came out. Brian's eyes narrowed as bloodthirsty excitement flashed past, a rare level 9 monster. After I kill you, my magic marks will be able to evolve again. Finally, I will master a new ability. He put the arrow onto the bow and his eyes glanced away. He looked at the previous open space where he had left Dudian and the rest. But no one was there. His face changed and eyes become chilly. Bastards. Damn little bastards. If you had struggled a little in front of it, you would have created more output. Even if you would be killed on spot. He shook his head as he looked at the street. It seems the monster was smelling to trace the location of praise. Brian's face was livid. This thing is not a mindless low-level undead. If I shot at it because of temerity, it will certainly be aware of my location. Moreover, it will also arouse its suspicions. He clenched his teeth in vain as he thought of the matter in hand. These little bastards said that they were separated from other scavengers. If they lead it to that large force, there should be a chance to kill it. As he thought more, his eyes brightened with hope. He quickly opened his backpack and pulled out a bottle of yellow vial. He opened the cap and sprinkled a bit of it on himself. This amount of vial should be enough to cover up my smell. As long as we are not too close, it is temporarily unable to find me. It should go after those little animals. Brian secretly thought out. Dudian and the rest were frightened when they saw the monster jump out of the corner of the building. They had heard stories about such terrifying monsters. They would have never expected them to actually exist. Dudian said in hurry, "Run! Go up the stairs!" Mason, Sham and Zack reacted and quickly followed Dudian and walked up the stairs. "Quick! Hide! Hide!" Sham stammered as he was anxious and almost cried out. Previous undeads in comparison to this black behemoth were like cute little kittens. Dudian's face was pale too. As he heard Sham's words, he hurriedly said, "We cannot hide. We have to go to the roof to find him." Mason whispered, He will not save us. We violated his words. It is not for help, we are going to kill him. Or we will lead that thing to him. Even if we die, we will pull the hunter with us. Dudian clenched his fists. His heart was filled with fear and a very strong anger. His speculation was right on spot. That bastard really wanted to use them as a bait. They had helped him with the bandage and wound. They even gave him their food and water. Instead of thanking them, he acted ungrateful. Moreover, it was not about being ungrateful, but sending them to their death. Animal. Dudian had never been so angry. On the top of the building, Brian watched through the broken wall. The monster suddenly looked at the direction of the high-rise. It was clear that it had found the smell of those little bastards. Brian's eyes flashed with a hint of the coldness. He secretly thought, damned little bastards. Instead of obedient death, you have chosen to run. Do you think that you will be able to save yourself if you fled into the building? Small pieces of garbage. Dog bastards. He knew that Dudian and the rest would die. There was not vials on them to cover their smell. They will be found by the monster. But he was not happy but angry. They would be of little value to him if they died in the building. In the building he could not find the angle to attack. The former open street was perfect as a hunting ground for him. Cramped places such as the building was the worst terrain for a hunter who specializes in the long-range attacks such as himself. He could imagine the fear of those kids who had went into the building. He began to calculate few odds about them. If it is from the moment that they entered the building when he left the street, then they should be located somewhere around 4th to 6th floor. The monster shall catch up to them maximum by the 10th floor. And he was on the 23rd floor. He has long noted down the layers of the building as he climbed to the top of the high-rise. As an experienced hunter, his observation and coping abilities were out of ordinary. If the battle happens on the 10th floor, the distance between this floor and 10th is very far. But I don't know if it will be able to locate me. Brian frowned. He was little uneasy in his heart. After all, he only saw a simple message in the hunting manual describing the monster as extremely sensitive to the smell. But there were no specific details about the range. Because of this, he took out the yellow bottle, poured the vial over his body and evenly applied to all parts of his body. He was thinking and calculating at the same time. Now, they should be on the 8th floor while the monster should be on 6th floor. I estimate that it won't take long until they will be eaten by the monster. In case the monster can feel my presence, then the only option for me is to jump from here. He began to think about the retreat plan. After all, he cannot pin all his hopes on some monster and 4 bastards. Time went by. Brian's muscles had tightened up. He was simulating the process while calculating the time. Those little bastards should be dead by now. I have to wait to see the monster leave the building. I can catch up to it. He took breath and waited. He heard a sudden roar coming from below and a giant shadow jumped out towards him. Brian's pupils shrank as he jumped back in hurry. The claws of the monster hadn't reached him. He saw the fragments of the backpack's hangings on its fangs. Chapter 62. The Dark King, Chapter 62. Hunt in the high-rise. Whoosh! Brian had distanced himself with the gap. At the same time as he fell backwards, he saw the monster's claws had touched his former position. The walls were already corroded, so after the attack few bricks fall down. The monster growled a few times, turned its head and disappeared from the gap. Most probably it was going to search for a place from where it could come over to get Brian. Brian was relieved. With a fast move his hand reached the quiver and he took out another arrow. This one was twice as thick as the other arrows. There was a rope knotted on its back. He wiggled his head and aimed at the side of the another 4-story building. He pulled the bowstring and released it. Arrow shot down from the top of the building and pierced the solar water heater which was on top of the 4-story building. Brian tied the rope over a concrete and went downwards. As his body was falling, the rope immediately tightened. The concrete was already corroded. Moreover, Brian's body weight was pulling it as he swayed down the rope. When Brian was almost reaching the top of the 4-story building, the concrete broke up. The feeling of free fall came up the next moment, but Brian didn't lose himself and grabbed onto the rope. He swung and hit the 2nd floor windows. Glass instantly broke and he smashed into the building. He grabbed his dagger and headed back to the front side of the floor. It didn't take long for the monster to reach the top of the building. But Brian had already run out of its sight. It lifted its nose, sniffed, looked around for a moment and finally locked on a direction. About 4 or 5 minutes after the monster left, 4 figures quietly walked out from under a pillar. Their bodies were dirty and covered in blood. It should have gone, Sham muttered. Dudian looked at the direction the werebeast went. His eyes flashed as he whispered, "We have to catch up. We must find that hunter." "Are you crazy? You want us to catch up with it? It can find the bastard on the roof. It is extremely sensitive to the smell. If we are not careful." Mason, who was close to him, said in a low tone, "There is this layer of blood cover. Temporarily it won't be able to smell us." Dudian glanced at his body, which exuded stench of blood. As they were walking up the stairs, he happened to see bodies of undeads in the corridor. It took a whim for him to come up with this idea. That is, they smeared the blood of undeads all over their bodies to cover up their smells and pretend to be dead. They pulled out the deep blue balls from the undead's heads and their body temperature returned to normal and began to rot. The taste and smell of the blood mixed with the rotten flesh was very strong. Dudian noted that the monster had ignored the corpse of undead which was on the roadside. So he bet on it and took the risk. In order to disguise completely, he made all of them to smudge the rotten blood all over their bodies, including their faces, which was not an exception. However, taking into account the toxicity of the blood, Dudian didn't directly apply it to his face but used a fabric. The blood was spilled onto fabric which covered their faces. Although the blood would penetrate through the fabric, but their life was on stake and there was no better option. Moreover, in order to attract attention of the monster and reduce the weight, they had put all the 4 backpacks in the first floor. The backpack was stained with their sweat, which was way too dangerous to be carried. Originally, it was a desperate last attempt, but they didn't expect it to succeed. They were not in mood to celebrate their escape from the clutches of certain death because of the bold words that Dudian said. Because of sudden shock, they shook their heads. "We were lucky this time. If we go after it, a small accident will lead to our death." Sham also tried to persuade. Dudian looked at them and said, "If you don't want to, then just stay here and wait for me. You may go and find Scott and others. The hunter must be killed or else there won't be peace for us." This monster had confirmed his speculation, but also to more profound understanding of the hunter's cruelty. He did not think that such a cold-blooded and cruel person will easily let them disrupt his plan. The next time when they fall into his hands, a simple death would be what they would wish for. Most probably he would torture them to death alive. Instead of pinning their hopes on each other's compassion, it was better for them to cut off the hidden danger. Mason and the other 2 were stunned. They saw Dudian, who was leaving to catch up to Monster. Mason even said, "I have told you before. We 4 are together in life and death." Dudian looked at him deeply, nodded slightly. At this time, as Zack and Sham heard Macon's words, also stood out and followed after Dudian. They had got along and helped each other in the last 3 years. However, as he witnessed them ready to follow him in such a critical moment, Dudian's heart was filled with warmth. He nodded and said, "Let's go. You little animals are still alive?" A cold and chilling voice echoed out in their ears. Dudian's pupil shrank as he looked up and saw the hunter, who appeared in the shadow on the second floor near the broken window. He did not even leave? Brian was more surprised than Dudian. He didn't expect them to be able to escape from the monster. But when he saw the blood covering their bodies, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated them, small little bastards. "I will kill you today, even if the father himself came up to beg for your lives." He lifted the bow and instantly pulled the bow. Dudian's face changed, quickly ran into the building.